Yes.
मॉर्निंग
Yes.
सर।
गुड मॉर्निंग, आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ सर, आवाज आ रही है सर।
ओके। हाँ, गुड मॉर्निंग। गुड मॉर्निंग। आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। स्टेशन रोड प्लीज।
जी सर।
हेलो। हाँ बोलिए।
डॉक्टर चौधरी।
सर कितना सीरियल नंबर पे है?
मेरी आवाज जा रही है ना विमलेश जी?
अब यार
हाँ सर, आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
थैंक यू सर।
सर कोर्ट मास्टर सर। सर
जी बोलिए। बोलिए सर।
मेंशन स्लिप के साथ सर जी, मेंशन स्लिप के साथ डॉक्यूमेंट मैंने सेंड किया था ऑनरेबल के पास रिप्लेस करने के लिए। यस्टरडे ही मेंशन स्लिप और उसके साथ डॉक्यूमेंट सेंड किया था ईमेल पर। 4
किनको
पेज का
मिलते
डॉक्यूमेंट सीरियल नंबर 19 के लिए।
19 के लिए क्या चीज है 19 में?
जी सर,
क्या करना 19 में क्या करना सर आपको?
उसमें डॉक्यूमेंट मैंने मेंशन स्लिप के साथ दिया था, वो फॉर्म ऑफ डिपॉजिट का सर्टिफाइड कॉपी था, वही ऑनरेबल के पास प्लेस करना था।
एक सेकंड, मेल पर किए थे?
जी
एक सेकंड। किस नाम से मेल है सर आपका?
सरोज कुमार।
हाँ हाँ हाँ, सिर्फ मेल है आपका, इसमें कोई डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं दिख रहा है हमको।
कॉल किए थे सर।
हाँ हाँ, डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं है, कल किए थे।
हाँ कल किए थे, कहेंगे तो फिर से कर देंगे अभी भी।
अभी आप हमको व्हाट्सएप कर दीजिए सर तुरंत।
नंबर सर काइंडली बोला जाए। नंबर सर
933
9
933।
डबल 3
हाँ, एक सेकंड, मिल गया मिल
जी
गया मिल गया,
डबल
छोड़
3।
दीजिए। नहीं,
ओके,
आपका
थैंक यू सर।
मिल गया है। ये केस नंबर 2005 है ना?
जी जी
हाँ ठीक है, हम लोगों को हम भेज दे रहे हैं।
ओके, थैंक यू।
ओके। एक बार आप सब लोग ध्यान देंगे, जिनको भी किसी तरह का विड्रॉवल मेंशन करना हो, वो उससे अपना सीरियल नंबर लिखवा दे हमें।
सीरियल नंबर 6 में हमको मेंशन करना है, टाइम देना है।
नहीं नहीं, विड्रॉवल से रिलेटेड जिनको भी सीरियल नंबर मेंशन करना हो बता दे अभी।
रूपक जी टाइम ले रहे हैं 6 नंबर में।
हाँ हाँ, सर से बात किए थे कल। तबीयत
अच्छा
ठीक
अच्छा,
नहीं है मेरा है। सर से
क्या हो
बात
गया?
कर चुके हैं। अरे
क्या हो गया?
गए तो ठंडा मार दिया है भाई।
ओ, बुखार है?
परसों गए थे लोग, अभी थोड़ा सा लोक अदालत में गए थे साइन करने के लिए। 11 सितंबर वाला बुलाया था परसों मंडे को। 4 वीक का
ओ,
टाइम लेंगे।
ठीक है, ये फिजिकल कोर्ट नहीं हो तो ज्यादा बढ़िया है।
हाँ तो 4 वीक का टाइम ले लेते हैं, तब तक उम्मीद है कि आ
उम्मीद
जाएगा
है कि
फिजिकल कोर्ट में।
जी ठीक, ठीक है।
सर से
बुखार
हम
नहीं?
कल सर से कल रात बात कर लिए थे हम।
नहीं ठीक है, बुखार भी है?
हल्का हल्का है।
ओ,
जिनको भी
बैठने में भी
किसी
देखिए, मेंशन करने के लिए हम परेशान है कि जल्दी से हो जाए तो फ्री हो जाए।
एक सेकंड, जिनको भी विड्रॉल से रिलेटेड मेंशन करना हो बता दे सीरियल नंबर अपना। किन्हीं को विड्रॉल करना हो तो अपना सीरियल नंबर बता दे हमें। सभी एपीपी से रिक्वेस्ट है, जिनका भी जिस केस में नाम होगा वो अपना सीरियल नंबर, केस नंबर और नाम हमें व्हाट्सएप कर देंगे।
सर आपको करेंगे कोर्ट मास्टर सर?
जी हाँ सर।
नंबर बताइए ना।
933
जी
933 444
जी
0451।
0451
जी
93344 सॉरी 933 444 0451।
जी हाँ सर।
ठीक।
ओके। जिनको विड्रॉल करवाना हो किसी केस में वो अपना सीरियल नंबर हमें लिखवा देंगे। जिनको किसी तरह मेंशन करना हो वो ऑनरेबल के सामने मेंशन करेंगे, 1 बाय 1 ही मेंशन करेंगे।
क्या विनय जी?
जी
सब
सर।
लोग अपना ऑडियो म्यूट रखें, कोर्स शुरू होने वाली है। जिनका
जी,
केस
ठीक।
कॉल होगा वही जो आकर पास करेंगे।
बहुत ज्यादा ठंडा हो गया।
सर काइंडली अपना ऑडियो म्यूट रखें सर। सब लोग अपना ऑडियो म्यूट रखें सर।
हम लोग मेंशन कर सकते हैं ना?
हाँ 1 बाय 1 मेंशन कीजिएगा।
ठीक।
Yes, good morning.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
गुड मॉर्निंग माय लॉर्ड।
गुड मॉर्निंग माय लॉर्ड।
गुड मॉर्निंग।
May I mention serial 6 MJC 4271 2019, my lord?
Yes.
With consent, I play for 4 weeks time.
All right. As prayed for by Sri Rupak Kumar, learned advocate for the petitioner, after obtaining consent from the other side, list this matter on, give a date after 4 weeks.
16th of February।
I'm appearing for the state.
All,
But may I have my lord's leave to mention a case, my lord?
yes.
It is serial number 219, 219. My lord, it is CWJC number 20,821 of
Right, Mr. Shivan.
2021, my lord.
For
This
sec-
relates to transfer matter, my lord.
Just a moment.
I request your lordship to my lord hear this matter, my lord, within to list this matter within first 10 cases, my lord, tomorrow or any day convenient to your lordship, my lord.
All right.
It is transfer matter, my lord. It is urgent in nature, my lord.
All right. Mr. Shivendra Kishore, can you do one thing?
My lord.
For mentioning of writ cases,
My lord.
you would be given a link to mention at 2:15. The first hour is only meant for criminal matters and contempt on tied up day. For rest of the matters, you ask the court master, he would provide you with a link you can mention at 2:15. That time, the list of consolidated cases is before me, and I would, if I find that the matter is urgent, we would have it posted.
My lord, it is on list, my lord. Today it is on the list, my lord. 219.
So many matters are on list today, Mr. Kishore. If you
My
have to
lord,
mention,
I shall be mentioning today itself, my lord, at 2:15. Deeply obliged, my lord. Deeply obliged. I request, my lord, the court master to send a link to me, my lord. I shall be highly obliged.
what I've said has been heard by the court master. He has been instructed. You ask for the link, and he will give you the link.
My lord, deeply obliged, my lord. Deeply obliged.
Yes, any other matter? Chali, call it.
Okay. Under heading for to be mentioned, Serial number 1, Mr. Rajiv
Yes.
Kumar Singh.
Lordship, pardon, Lordship.
You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Navendu Kumar.
May I be
Unmute.
Lordship.
Sorry, Your Lordship. May I be permitted to mention serial number 2, Your Lordship?
Yes.
In this, I have given consent for Monday, Your Lordship, because Your Lordship, coming week is coming Wednesday is Your Lordship, 26th January.
No,
So, Your
number
Lordship,
number 2 has not been mentioned.
serial number 2, Your Lordship.
It has not been mentioned, Mr. Navendu Kumar.
Sorry, Your Lordship. Sorry.
It has not yet been mentioned. Let it be called out.
Sorry, Your Lordship.
Lordship, a matter listed on serial number 49, Lordship. May I mention, Lordship?
क्या बोल रहे? Yes. Yes.
Lordship, a matter listed on serial number 49 of today's list, Lordship.
Yes.
May it be adjourned till Friday, because
Yes. Yes.
because Lordship, a matter arising out of same TS case number, same FIR number, has been directed, Your Lordship, to list on Friday, Lordship.
As prayed for on behalf of the petitioner, this is an item number 49. As prayed for on behalf of the petitioner, re-notify this case, give a date of Friday.
21st of January.
Yes, Lord.
All right.
Oblige, Lordship.
Yes, call out.
Oh, under heading to be mentioned, serial number 1, Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh.
Please, my lord. My lord, as the
Yes.
grievance of the petitioner has been redressed, so my lord,
All
she
right.
wants to withdraw this
Yes.
writ application.
Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh, learned advocate for the petitioner, seeks permission to withdraw this application. Dismissed is withdrawn.
The appearance of a state may be indicated below.
That shall be recorded in the order.
Mukund Mohan Jha, AC to GP 27.
That's right. You send your send the WhatsApp message to the court master that you are the other side, you are present. He shall record your presence. Withdrawal में
Okay.
presence क्या होती है, लेकिन फिर भी header में आपका नाम लिख जाएगा. चलिए. Yes, next.
Heading for orders, tied up matter, serial number 2, Mr. Navendu Kumar.
Lordship.
Yes, Mr. Navendu Kumar.
Your Lordship.
Navendu Kumar.
Your Lordship. Your Lordship, in this matter, Your Lordship, in morning consent was taken that the council for the state is suffering from corona, Your Lordship. He is not well. So, Your Lordship, he has taken time, Your Lordship, he has taken consent, Your Lordship. And I had given consent, Your Lordship, as it is a virtual, Your Lordship. So, it may be taken up on Monday, Your Lordship.
Monday it can't be taken up. It can be taken up only on Wednesdays.
My lords, next Wednesday is 26. My lords,
So-
this case,
Therefore, it goes next to next Wednesdays. Okay. A request
my
has
lords,
been made.
my lords, I had taken adjournment because I had tested positive. I can't complain on this ground, my lords.
Oh,
Luckily, I have turned negative yesterday by the report.
I think, Mr. Singh, that would only do you good. Take some rest. On 26th, we can't take up the matter. So maybe by the next week, next Wednesday, after 26th, we might, hopefully, with the corona infection receding, as I read in the newspaper reports today, we would be holding physical court. But I am told, as you had on the last occasion indicated, that you'll be more comfortable with this mode. So if hybrid mode is available, we will allow it to you.
My lords, I had received reports. I was there in the High Court on 3rd when the court reopened. Several of my friends, my lords, on that fateful day, my lords, developed symptoms. Some didn't, but all were tested positive, my lords. My entire group where I used to sit. So that's the danger.
That's true, but we have to live with it. I was working with only one stenographer for the last 3 weeks. All of them had tested positive and they had symptoms. What can be done? It's only unfortunate. Very well. A request has been made for adjournment, as one of the advocates for the parties has been tested
Your lordships will state, my lords, the state appearing for the respondents, opposite parties. The request had come from them, my lords, on ground of COVID.
Okay. As prayed for on behalf of the state, re-notify this case on 9th, on Wednesday next would be on 2nd of February. Yes.
2nd of February.
That's the Wednesday after 26th of January.
2nd of February.
Yes.
I thought I heard March.
Yes. Next.
3, Mr. Fulen Yadav.
Lordship, in this case, I am appealing your state lordship. I am suffering from fever. This case may be also taken up on 2nd of February, lordship.
Who appears for the petitioner? Mr. Banwari Sharma.
Fulen Yadav.
Mr. Banwari Sharma, you have to unmute yourself. Mike. Mike, we can only see you. Anyway, a request has been made by the Council for the State for adjourning the matter as he has been tested corona positive. Stop. Re-notify this case on 2nd of February. All right, yes.
CLR 4, Mr. Vijay Kumar Singh.
May it please your lordship. Your lordship, on the last Wednesday.
Appearing for the Patna Municipal Corporation. Yesterday, I filed a show cause, my lords, for demanding a little time, but I could not give the copy to the advocate for the petitioner. So I'll be serving him today, my lords.
Please exchange that affidavit before the next.
Today only because I had his number was not available, my lords.
Posting
So
this
let
matter
it be
for.
just pass over.
No,
My
we'll post it for 2nd of.
My
Passed
lord,
over means
deeply obliged.
ordinarily
My lord,
come
deeply
on.
obliged.
All right, pass over. Pass over.
CLR 5, Mr. Satish Chandra Jha.
Lordship, in this case, Lordship, on behalf of our state, Lordship, the LPA was mentioned before the Honorable Chief Justice, Lordship, but Lordship has not directed to list this case, Lordship. Several effect has been made, Lordship, for a hearing of LPA.
Mr. Sanjay Prasad, who appears for the petitioner? Mr. Satish Chandra Jha, are you there? Pass over. All right, we'll see when the lawyer for the petitioner comes. It automatically goes to 2nd of February. All right, yes.
May I mention a case, Milord, listed at serial number 16, Milord. Milord, 2 weeks time may be granted, Milord, because my father is no more, Milord.
Oh, I'm so
Kamlesh
sorry,
Kumar
but
Pathak bol rahe hain.
all right. I'm extremely sorry to listen about the demise of your father, but the mentioning time is over. Very well, considering your difficult position, which item? Item number 16.
16, he mentioned 16. 16.
क्या चाहते अपने गांव चले गए क्या चाहते हैं मिस्टर पाठक?
हुजूर 2 वीक का समय दे दिया जाए हुजूर। पिताजी के देहांत के चलते गांव में आ गए हैं हुजूर।
ये टाइड अप है ना, तो आज केवल पास ओवर कर देंगे तो अपने आप 2 फरवरी को चला जाएगा।
ऑफ लाइन मिला।
ऑलराइट, पास ओवर 60। चलिए बीच में नहीं मेंशन करिए। यस।
CMS 7, Mr. Dr. Anjani Prasad Singh.
Lord, I am appearing on behalf of the state, my lord. Show cause has been filed on 7/1/2019 and grievance of petitioner has been redressed, my lord.
By your lordship, yes, the great grievances of the petitioner has been redressed to your lordship.
Okay. In view of the statement made on behalf of the state that the grievance of the petitioner has been redressed, and the aforesaid statement having been ratified by the council for the petitioner, there is reason to keep this petition keep pending. The petition therefore is disposed of as such. Yes.
Highly oblige your lordship.
Yes, next.
CLM 8, Mr. Sasank Sekhar.
May please, your lordship. The application for anticipatory bail offences are below under section 341, 323
It's a tied up.
379. Yes, my lord, because my lord earlier, my lord will recollect when my lord will go through the brief. The petitioner has alleged, who is an RTI activist, has alleged that he has a dispute with the then IG of Muzaffarpur and at that relevant time who became DGP of Bihar.
Nini, where is the earlier order? Is this has this earlier been rejected by me?
No, it was never rejected. My lords granted interim protection, call for the diary. Thereafter, this case was listed before the another honorable judge, and their lordship said that it should be transferred before my lord. My
Just a
lord,
minute.
please to see.
Yes, 1 second. Yes.
So, and then my lord were also pleased to hear this matter on the last two occasions, because once my lord granted interim protection, thereafter fresh cases were lodged against him also, and he was taken in custody. My lord said that if we will release on bail, then I will hear this matter. Now he has been released on bail in all the cases. Therefore, my lord were pleased to post it for today. No, my lord, as per the first information report, Lord, the allegation which has been leveled by the informant is that petitioner, who is a social RTI activist, Lord, was objected which is, for some Facebook ID by her husband. For that purpose, his petitioner allegedly abused him, and on the date of occurrence, that is on 12/9/19, he along with others came to her house, started inquiring about her husband, and when she stated that he is not in the house, they entered into the house, took out rupees 5,000 from the drawer, and while coming out from the house, they misbehaved with her and her minor daughter. And they also stated that to convince his husband, otherwise he will be killed.
Just
And
Just give me 1 minute. I'll read the affair. Annexure 1.
Milord, Annexure 1 is the FIR. Milord.
All.
Relevant is at page 31.
Just a minute, Mr. Yes. What has come in the case diary?
Milord, diary is almost what is Milord in the first information report also. The informant and her daughter, they stated that they allegedly came. On his behavior, Milord, absolutely there is nothing.
Who appears for
Which
the
Milord,
for the informant? Has somebody
earlier informant used to yes, initially on the first day when my lord granted me interim protection, informant was there. Till my lord DGP remained, till my lord the person against whom I am alleging the malice, he remained DGP, my lord informant was pursuing.
Where
But
is
now I don't know because
Kalat of the informant? Singh and Sanjay, are they here? Can you inform them? The order is present. Can you inform Mr. Thakur?
my lord, their names.
Manindra Kishore Singh, Sanjay Mandal.
Manindra Kishore Singh.
Manindra Kishore Singh.
Manindra is the junior of Mr. Krishna Hall.
And his address is 163 Bar Council Bhavan, Patna.
Lord, I will inform him. Lord.
Inform him. We are keeping it for tomorrow.
Yes.
So this is a tied up matter, so that comes on 2nd of February.
Yes.
All right. I am only passing it over.
Yes, Lord, that will do.
Serial number 9.
Yes.
Mr. Pratap Sharma.
Lordship, kindly see the my lord's order.
Your Lordship may
13th
grant
December 2019.
Lordship.
My lordship, the first time I can come this country, madam.
Somebody is mentioning. Yeah.
Your Lordship, I pray for 6 weeks' time to file show cause, Your Lordship, in this case, on behalf of the state, Your Lordship.
MS Vinita Singh, Learned Counsel for the State, seeks 6 weeks' time to put in her response to the petition. Let this matter be listed on, give a date after 6 weeks, Wednesday.
2nd of March.
Obliged, Lord.
Serial number 10. Mr. Santosh Kumar Pandey.
May I please, Your Lordship? Lordship, matter relates to NDPS Act, Your Lordship.
Yes.
815 CC 25 and 29.
Yes.
हुजूर प्रिसाइजली ज्यादा हुजूर का समय नहीं लेंगे हुजूर प्रिसाइजली जो प्रोसिक्यूशन स्टोरी है कि 3 लोग एक होटल से भागते हुए पकड़े गए और 3 लोग का हुजूर नाम आया है जिसमें से 1 को एक्यूज सबीर अंसारी हैज ऑलरेडी बीन ग्रांटेड द प्रिविलेज ऑफ प्री अरेस्ट बेल बाय योर लॉर्डशिप itself, your lordship court. That order is also on part of record. Earlier we have submit when the physical court was running up, your lordship.
Just a minute. How is it a tight matter? Has it been dismissed by me?
नहीं हुजूर, हुजूर के द्वारा डिसमिस नहीं किया गया है। वो हुजूर के पास इसलिए आया है कि एक को एक्यूज को हुजूर ने बेल ग्रांट किया है, तो इसी के आधार पर हुआ कि अप्रोप्रिएट बेंच वहीं पर इसको रखा जाए, वो अपना सुने उस केस को। यही हुजूर बस ग्राउंड पर आपके पास हुजूर के पास ट्रांसफर कर दिया गया केस।
1 मिनट हमारा बेल ऑलराइट
पनवार साहब के द्वारा हुजूर। हुजूर के पास वो ऑर्डर है हुजूर, जो हुजूर ने सबीर अंसारी का बेल ग्रांट किए हैं।
Please hold on for a minute.
Lordship.
Now, his case, the case of Shabir Ansari and yours is different. Now you are Asghar Ansari. Shabir is your brother. That's right. And the Line Hotel is being run by you. You own it. Though you have, though you say, just a minute, just hold on for a minute. Though you have sold the Line Hotel to Maqsood Alam.
जी.
तो ये कैसे पता चलेगा?
और हुजूर मकसूद आलम भी इस केस, मकसूद आलम का ही हुजूर केस का एक हुजूर देखा जाए, ये जो सीजर लिस्ट है हुजूर पेज 20 23 हुजूर 23 मकसूद आलम के घर से भी हुजूर रिकवरी है, और हमने 4 माह पहले हुजूर इस होटल को उनको लेट आउट किया है। पेज 23 मकसूद,
उसका कौन सा डॉक्यूमेंट बताए कि आपने उसे लेट आउट कर दिया मकसूद को?
हुजूर हमने अनेक्सर 2 लगाया हुआ हुजूर, अनेक्सर 2 लगाए हुए हैं पेज 27। एक हुजूर किरारनामा का इकरारनामा बना था हुजूर 4 माह पहले,
पेज 27
लॉर्डशिप।
लिखिए, इकरारनामा तो ऐसा बहुत जेन्युइन डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं लग रहा, बट एनीवे
हुजूर 4 माह पहले लॉर्डशिप।
Mr. Santosh Kumar Pandey, learned advocate for the petitioner and so and so for the state. The petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with Barun PS case number 127 of 2020, dated 18/7/2020, instituted for the offences under sections 8, 15C, 15 bracket small c, 25 and 29 of the NDPS Act 1985. On secret information that narcotics has been stored in Guru Nanak Line Hotel in the district of Aurangabad, a raid was conducted. 3 persons are said to have been arrested from such hotel. 1.840 kgs of opium and some other narcotics. 1.840 kg of opium and some other narcotic substances are said to have been recovered from one of the rooms of the hotel. From the house of one Maqsood Alam, opium and doda were also recovered. Mr. Pandey, learned advocate for the petitioner, has submitted that he has been named by the arrested accused persons. The Line Hotel in which the raid was conducted is stated to belong to the petitioner. The learned counsel for the petitioner, however, has submitted that 4 months prior to the date of report, the aforesaid hotel was let out to one Maqsood Alam, from whose house also recovery of narcotics has been made. The learned counsel for the petitioner, in support of this contention, has drawn the attention of this court to the agreement to the rent agreement entered into between the petitioner and aforesaid Maqsood Alam. Taking this fact into account, one of the brothers of the petitioner has been granted anticipatory bail by this court by an order dated 27/7/2021, passed in criminal miscellaneous number 2891 of 2021. The petitioner, आपकी पहले की एंटीसीडेंट कैसी है?
एक है हुजूर, जो इन पर सबीर पर था वही हम पर भी है हुजूर।
That the petitioner was made accused in a case of similar nature in the past. Though the petitioner was made accused in a case of in a case of Arms Act. No, आप दो केस में आप हैं।
उसी दिन हुजूर रिकवरी के बाद एक और इस पर किया गया है हुजूर, सेम डे में।
That the petitioner though is an accused, that the petitioner though was made accused in 2 cases, one being of similar nature, but in both the cases, the petitioner is on bail. Considering the aforementioned nature of accusation against the petitioner and the fact that he had let out the Line Hotel on Maqsood Alam, he is directed to be released in the event of arrest or surrender 10,000. The application stands allowed. However, the petitioner is cautioned that if he doesn't cooperate in the investigation, or if the case goes to trial, he does not participate in the trial proceedings, his bail would be liable. His bail would be rendered liable to be cancelled. The petitioner, at the time of acceptance of the bail bonds of the petitioner, the court below shall insist for an additional affidavit giving by the petitioner giving an undertaking that he shall keep his mobile telephone number, the SIM number of which shall be provided in the aforesaid undertaking, shall be kept in an operative condition, and that he shall obtain the prior approval of the competent court before leaving the territorial confines of the state of Bihar. He shall also get his presence marked by the officer in charge of the police station in which he resides on the first Monday of every month. Any breach, next paragraph, any breach of the aforesaid conditions which the petitioner shall undertake by way of an affidavit at the time of filing of bail bonds would entitle the investigator of this court of this case to proceed for cancellation of his bail, and in that eventuality the court below shall proceed in the matter in that direction promptly in accordance with law. The petition stands disposed of accordingly.
Much obliged, Your Lordship. Much obliged.
Gentleman 11, Mr. Girjesh Kumar.
Your Lordship, my humble prayer is subject to convenience of Lord. This case may be taken up 12:30, Your Lordship, if Your Lordship has no.
Take it up on 2nd of February. Pass over.
Obliged.
Gentleman 12, Mr. Girjesh Kumar.
Same order.
11. Serial 11.
बोल रहे हैं मिस्टर कोर्ट मास्टर, होल्ड ऑन, एक केस में एक एडवोकेट है, दूसरा एडवोकेट भी वही है, तो आप उसको नाम कैसे 11 के साथ ही सब है, तो 12 में गिरजेश कुमार कहां से बोल दिया?
सब में वही है,
तो फिर नंबर नहीं है ना उसका, 12 में इज अ डिफरेंट एडवोकेट.
एक सेकेंड, अच्छा सॉरी Sir, 12 Mr. Prashant Kumar.
Appearing on behalf of petitioner.
What?
Modified order dated 2nd of November 2021. Provisional bail was granted. It was
What has come in the case diary? Mr. Prashant Kumar?
Milord, fairly speaking, while there is no allegation against this petitioner in the FIR itself of any overt act or assault and having a title suit pending, Milord, in the case diary, as the informant himself said that his daughter-in-law Sunaina Devi told him about this entire occurrence, but no statement under 161 of Sunaina Devi has been taken, my lord. And apart from that, most of the independent witnesses, my lord, they have stated that his wife died due to a prior heart disease. Even a doctor had come to their house, and he
Therefore,
had advised.
Therefore,
My lord.
what you had stated on the earlier occasion, which prompted
lord.
the court to grant you provisional bail, the
My lord.
case diary doesn't contain anything otherwise. So
My
why
lord.
did you? Therefore, why did you begin your statement by saying that most fairly, though in the FIR there is nothing, but in the case diary this has been done? I mean, it gave an impression that in the FIR there was no specific overt act, but during the course of investigation, something against you was collected. But
No, my
what
lord.
you're saying
There
is
is
just
no absolutely no allegation even in the case
therefore,
diary, my lord.
therefore, you don't say fairly, you say that during the investigation, and which gets reflected from the police papers, nothing otherwise has been recorded. Okay. Heard Mr. Prashant Kumar, learned counsel for the petition, learned advocate for the petitioner, and the APP, who appears for the state?
Yes, my lord. Pratap Singh appearing for the state.
Who is appearing? I couldn't get the name.
I'm Uday Pratap Singh, my lord. I'm appearing, my lord, for the state.
And
my
Mr.
lord.
Uday Pratap, learned additional public prosecutor for the state. The petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with so-and-so, dated so-and-so, instituted for the offences under section so-and-so. Stop. According to the first information report, the petitioner had accompanied Banaras Singh and Dinanath Singh, who had the wife of the informant, wife bracket deceased, bracket close, of the informant. Stop. Banaras and Dinanath are said to have pushed the deceased, whereas Dinanath was alleged to have kicked the deceased when she had fallen down. Stop. It was submitted on behalf of the petitioner that on the earlier occasion that no specific overt act has been attributed against the petitioner. And according to the post-mortem report, the death was because of cardiorespiratory failure, which in turn had taken place because of hemorrhage and shock as a result of intracranial hemorrhage, probably because of some existing disease. It was just submitted on behalf of the petitioner that the natural death of the deceased was used by the informant to implicate the petitioner and others in this case because of a land dispute between them. Stop. This court had on 2/11/2021 called for the case diary and had granted provisional bail to the petitioner. Stop. The case diary has since been received. Stop. Learned counsel for the petitioner has pointed out that the source of information to the informant was his daughter-in-law, namely Sunaina Devi. Stop. The statement of Sunaina Devi has not been recorded in the police investigation. Stop. Apart from this, it has been submitted that most of the witnesses have testified to the fact that the deceased was suffering from cardiovascular disease and had died a death generated by the illness. Stop. Considering the aforenoted findings during the police investigation, the provisional provisional bail granted to the petitioner is hereby confirmed. The petitioner shall remain on the same bail bonds. The application stands allowed.
His lordship. My lord, the other two co-accused persons, their bail application would also be perhaps listed before this honorable court because it has ordered to be listed so, my lord, since one of the co-accused was granted.
Let it come before me. I can't give anticipatory bail in anticipation of the case being listed before.
Certainly not, my lord. Perhaps the case diary in this case would, my lord, remain.
Yes, next.
Item 30, Mr. Krishnakant Singh.
My lord, in this case, the order dated 24/11/21, my lord had directed the superintendent of police to submit his report. I am not aware whether that report is on record or not, your lordship. Am I audible, your lordship?
Yeah, you are. We are passing it over, Mr. Counsel. This will be heard on 2nd of February. All right. Report. I don't know whether the report. There is no report up till now. Let's see. Pass over.
My lord, now hear it on merit, your lordship, because my lord's earlier order is there. And it's on at page 20. So on the next date, my lord may hear it on merit, your lordship.
Remind me of the next date. We will give you a hearing on merits. All right. Yes, 2nd of February.
2nd of February.
If it's a tied up matter, or for whatever reason it has been taken to be a tied up matter, if it doesn't, if it is not taken up today, then 26th is a holiday and the next Wednesday is 2nd of February. Therefore, pass over only. Yes.
14, Mr. Amarendra Narayan.
My lord, I have filed an supplementary affidavit on 17/1/2022, lordship.
It is not there on record. Let it be placed on record. Stop. A supplementary affidavit has been filed on behalf of the petitioner on 17th of January. On 17th of January. Let that be placed along with this file on the next date. On 2nd of February 2000. Yes.
Okay. 15, Mr. Praveen Kumar.
May kindly pass out for day, my lord. इसमें सप्लीमेंट्री को फाइल के ना लगा है हुजूर, आज भर पास आउट फॉर डे कर दिया जाए।
पूरे स्टेट का अपीयरेंस नोट करवा दिया जाए। आनंद किशोर चौधरी नेक्स्ट डेट में रहेगा हुजूर, टाइड अप मैटर है।
Next.
17, Mr. Braj Kishore Singh Chauhan.
Make lordships. My lord, I have also filed supplementary affidavit on 11/1. That might be on the record.
It is not on record, so it shall be on record on the next date. We are passing it over on 2nd of February. It shall be listed. Mr. Court Master, ensure that all the affidavits filed in each petition shall be listed, shall be tagged along with the file on the next date.
Okay, sir.
Nice.
18,
Second pass over.
Mr. Baleswar Kamath. 18, Mr. Baleswar Kamath.
Pass over.
Rajiv Nair is appearing on behalf of his state.
Chaliye, next call kariye.
My lord, I am speaking I am appearing on behalf of petitioner, my lord, in item number 18, my lord.
18 has yet not been called out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Call
my lord.
Call kariye 18.
18, Mr. Baleswar Kamath.
Yeah, he's your Mr. Court Master, your connectivity is not good, or you're not paying attention to the proceedings of the court. Therefore, there is some problem with your. This was not the case earlier. Are you on different device?
Yes, sir.
आपसे मेरी बात, आप दूसरे डिवाइस से जुड़े हैं क्या?
जी नहीं सर, मोबाइल से जुड़े हुए हैं।
अच्छा, तो आप ऐसा करिए कि आपकी कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है। there is great time lag between what I say and how you respond. I get a feeling that you're not listening to the court. I mean, the voice is not reaching you in time. अब सुनाई दे रहा है?
जी सर, आ रही है, आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
अच्छा, तो अब आप बताइए, आइटम नंबर 18 कॉल करिए। मिस्टर बालेश्वर कामत इज द एडवोकेट।
जी सर, उन्हीं का कॉल। Film 18, Mr. Baleswar Kamath.
Yes.
My lord.
Yes.
This is application for grant of regular bail, my lord. This is third attempt, my lord, twice earlier rejected. Offense under section 307 and 27 of Arms Act, my lord. My lord's order may kindly be seen at page 21, my lord. Last order, my lord, at page 21, and extra 1/2, my lord.
All. Just a minute.
My lord's order is at page 21, and extra 1/2.
क्या है स्टेज अभी केस का?
चार्ज फ्रेम नहीं हुआ, चार्ज फ्रेम नहीं हुआ है, सॉरी, सब विटनेस हो गया हुजूर, 5 विटनेस हो गया है, जजमेंट नहीं हो रहा है। हम हुजूर का ऑर्डर महीना के अंदर डिस्पोजल करने का 2/3/2020 को जो ऑर्डर पहुंच गया था कोर्ट में,
We are directing him to conclude. Just all
अभी
right.
तक
नहीं ठीक है।
नहीं हो
आप
रहा है।
you're in custody since when?
स्टडी लगभग 2 साल से हो गए।
कुछ नहीं देखना है।
2
क्या
साल
कब से? देखिए, they heard Mr. Baleshwar Kamath, learned advocate for the petitioner and so and so for the state. The prayer for bail of the petitioner was earlier rejected on a number of times, on a number of occasions. However, by order dated 2/3/2020, passed by this court in criminal miscellaneous number 13226 of 2020, this court had directed to conclude the trial, preferably within 6 months. No, इसको छोड़ दीजिए। देखिए, ऐसे लिखिए, call for a report from the court below, छोड़ दीजिए, heard Mr. Baleshwar Kamath, learned advocate for the petitioner and so and so for the state. Call for a report from the court below as to why the trial has been kept pending for all this while, even when all the prosecution witnesses have been examined and no defense witness is to be examined, is to be examined. Let this report, list this case on receipt of the report on 9th of February. Yes.
Film 19, Mr. Saroj Kumar.
May I please, your lordship?
Yes.
Lordship, it is provisional bail, lordship, and I have a reason, lordship, in para 7 of bail application, lordship.
Last one. Para 7.
Yes.
Marriage of the daughter of the girl of the petitioner, marriage of the daughter of the petitioner could not be performed 1 year after the engagement because of the custody, and it was extended time and again and finally fixed तो 29 तारीख को अब शादी है, नहीं 29 तारीख को तिलक है, 6 को शादी है और 7 को विदाई है। यही आप चाह रहे हैं कि कब तक आप 2020 से हैं? व्हाट इज दिस केस फॉर? जस्ट अ मिनट। How many witnesses have been examined up till now?
Lordship, two witnesses have been examined. One is PW1, Lordship, informant, and he has stated in 26 para. I have submitted to Court Master, Lordship, that main allegation to assault the deceased is on co-accused Munna Sharma, Lordship. And specifically, it has been clearly stated that he has blow iron dart on the head of the deceased, and he fell down, and then he was taken in hospital. No second attempt of the petitioner or any other was stated, Lordship. In para 26, Lordship. And I have submitted a certified copy of.
But Mr. ठीक है, that's all right. That's not necessary. It's just for the satisfaction of the court. That's not necessary when you plead for provisional bail. So those are the merits of the case. That is for grant of permanent bail. But if you're seeking provisional bail, we would only look at the reasons assigned. Yes. Why are you seeking provisional bail? All right, we are inclined. Look here. Heard Mr. Saroj Kumar, learned advocate for the petitioner, and so and so for the state. The petitioner has sought provisional bail for performing his obligation as a father in the marriage ceremony of his the marriage. The tilak ceremony is scheduled on 29th of January, whereas marriage is fixed for 6th of February. The other ceremonies are on 7th and 12th of February respectively. The petitioner therefore has prayed for provisional bail for 2 weeks. It may be noted that for the offense under sections 302 of the IPC, read with 307, 341, and read with other sections of the for the offense under section 302, read with other sections of the IPC, the prayer for bail of the petitioner was earlier rejected by this court-wide order dated 9/3/2021, passed in criminal miscellaneous number 36477 of 2020. While rejecting the prayer for bail, this court took note of the fact that the petitioner and his brother assaulted the informant and his brother, which led to the death of Mahendra Prajapati, the brother of the informant. Since the post-mortem report revealed that the deceased had contusions all over inside his scalp, therefore, the prayer for bail of the petitioner was rejected. The prayer for bail was again rejected by order dated 24/11/2021, passed in criminal miscellaneous number 43052 of 2021. However, the trial court was directed to conclude the trial positively within a period of 6 months, failing which the petitioner had been given the liberty to approach the trial court for grant of bail if the delay was not attributable to him. It has been submitted on behalf of the petitioner that up till now 4 witnesses have been examined, and one of the witnesses has categorically stated that it was the brother of the petitioner who had given the fatal blow on the head of the deceased. Notwithstanding the aforesaid development and the period of, notwithstanding the aforesaid statement of a witness during the trial and the period of custody of the petitioner, the petitioner has only prayed for provisional bail for performing his obligations as a father of a daughter. In support of the aforesaid contention, the counsel for the petitioner has brought on record the marriage invitation card and the details of the schedule of ceremonies. Considering the aforenoted prayer of the petitioner, this court has been persuaded to grant provisional bail to the petitioner for 2 weeks. The petitioner shall be released on provisional bail for 2 weeks on his furnishing bonds in the sum of rupees 10,000 with 2 sureties of like amount. At the time of acceptance of the bail bonds for provisional bail of 2 weeks, the petitioner shall also furnish an affidavit in which he shall provide the SIM number of the mobile telephone, which he shall carry along with him in an operative condition, and that he shall positively surrender before the court below by 15th of February 2022. If the petitioner does not surrender within the aforesaid period, on or before the aforesaid date, he shall forthwith be taken into custody. He shall forthwith be arrested and brought to custody. The petition for provisional bail is thus disposed of accordingly.
Much obliged, Lord.
Mohammed Mushtaq Alam for the state.
Mohammed Mushtaq Alam for the state. All right, you have no objection to this grant of provisional bail, Mr. Alam?
My lord. My lord.
Yes, next.
Continue, Mr. Hassan Mustafa.
May it please us, madam.
Yes.
The allegation is of recovery of 1.480 kg of chalice from the cycle of the petition.
From the
cycle? The earlier rejection order, yes. Lord, the earlier rejection order, your lordship may kindly find at page 30, which is annexure 1.
Has the police papers been supplied to you? Has the trial begun, Mr. Mustafa?
Yes, Lord, 7 witnesses have been examined by far.
And how many more to be examined?
Lord, the impugned order reflects that for want of receipt of FSL report, there has been adjournments for more than for the last 9 occasions. There have been continuous adjournment, and it is only in awaiting receipt of the report, Lord, the trial is hanging.
Let me seek a fresh report from the trial court, and then we shall direct accordingly.
Lord, this order is only of 20th of December, only 15 days.
Right. So we will let us know from the trial court, and if we find that what you're stating is correct and what the court had at that time,
Lord, it is stated in the impugned order. May I read, Lord?
We always have a report of the trial court, and we don't because normally our experience has been otherwise. The courts just jot down the arguments of the parties without applying their minds. Let us see a report under his signature. Then we shall direct the FSL also to send the report forthwith, or else an adverse view shall be taken. Now, but for that order, we require a report of the court that he has exhausted all remedies.
I completely buy that.
Call for a report about the status of the case from the court below and list this matter on receipt of the same on 9th of February. But Mr. Mustafa, you have done something with your background. There is a provision for blurring it. but instead of the background being blurred, your image is your blurred image is coming on the.
I'm sorry.
No, that's just an indication. You can change your background. You don't need to blur it because your face is not very clear, and I think it's because of your doing. You have opted for some different background picture. All
No,
right.
Milord, I've done nothing. Maybe because of some network issue. Milord.
I don't
I'll
know.
try and improve it next time.
All right. Yes.
21, Mr. Sadanand Paswan.
Milord, my apologies for the inconvenience.
May it please
No,
your lordship. The second attempt for regular bail in a case under section 302 by 34 and 27 of the answer.
What is
The
this?
past order is at page 14. Annexure 1 at page 14 it was.
That says that though you are in custody since 2019, but you had absconded for last 7 years. That's what the
Yes,
order
my lord,
says.
yes. My
What
lord,
is
so
this?
now position,
Now.
my lord, no doubt, my lord.
What is
he
this
has
case?
absconded for
अभी क्या
7
stage है,
years.
Mr. Verma?
Lord, we have
अभी
said,
क्या
my lord,
stage है,
that
Mr. Verma?
no substantial progress. Lord, we have said this much in our petition.
Let a report be called for from the court below about the stage of the case and list this
Well,
matter to the same.
No PW has been examined. Prosecution has not examined any witness here. Paragraph 10 to
रिपोर्ट मांग रहे हैं वर्मा साहब 9th of February.
Okay. Under heading for orders, Serial 22, Mr. Rajesh Ranjan.
My lord, in this case, on the last occasion, your lordship has inquired as to whether the person who are named in the counter case have been granted anticipatory bail or not, my lord. My lord, we have inquired from the court below, your lordship, and it appears that they have not filed for the anticipatory bail. Lord, what happened in this case? 3 cases were instituted for the same occurrence, and the third case, my lord, which is annexure 3, my lord, has been instituted by the by my lord the upon the direction of the subdivisional officer. And in this case, my lord, both the sides were arrested and they were, my lord, granted regular bail by the learned court below. It appears, my lord, on account of latches on the part of prosecution, the petitioners have not been remanded in the present case, and therefore they were released, my lord, after grant of bail.
You will be required to remind the court of the facts. I don't remember what did I say yesterday.
I'm sorry, your lordship. The application for, my lord, anticipatory bail for altogether 12 petitioners, my lord, and they have, my lord, they have been made accused in a case, my lord, instituted for the offence under section 307, 337, 379, 153A, 295A, and other minor sections of the Indian Penal Code. My lord, as per the prosecution case, my lord, annexure 1 is the prosecution, my lord, FIR.
Just a minute. What is 295A? IPC though?
My lord, 295A is outraging of religious feeling, and it carries maximum sentence of 3 years, your lordship.
All right. And what is 153A?
153A is, my lord, enmity between groups, and it also carries maximum sentence of 3 years.
होगा IPC उधर क्यों रमेश कर रहे हो? Very well. Yes. Now tell us what is the allegation.
My lord, the gist of the prosecution story is that, my lord, there was a fight between 2 groups, your lordship, on account of some trivial issue among the children, and both sides sustained injuries. There is case and counter case, and third case was instituted by the administration, your lordship, and the petitioners will take.
Just a minute. In counter case, you are made an accused. No,
Counter
you have stated in paragraph 3, not counter case. In the third one of the cases, you must have been made an accused. For you to have been arraigned as accused in a case lodged by officer in charge, you must have been accused in another case lodged by your adversary party.
My lord, I have annexed both these two.
Paragraph number 3, you have made a statement.
My lord, that I have filed a supplementary affidavit for correction of the statement made in paragraph number 3, my lord. That is also on record.
Oh, it is not on record, but nonetheless, we accept your statement. And then what is the nature of injury?
My lord, as per the, my lord, statement made in the impugn order, the injuries are simple in nature, which your lordship may find at page 2 of the Page 2, last 2 lines of the impugned order, Your Lordship.
Okay. Heard Mr. Rajesh Ranjan.
Sucheta Yadav for the state, my lord.
Heard Mr. Rajesh Ranjan, learned advocate for the petitioner, and Ms. Sucheta Yadav for the state. The petitioners seek bail in anticipation of their arrest in connection with so and so. Learned counsel for the petitioner has pointed out from the first information report that an occurrence took place between the parties, which was ignited by a dispute between children of neighbors, of the two neighbors. The whole dispute galvanized into a full-fledged clash where both the parties fought with each other, and members of both the parties were injured. The injuries suffered by the victims of the subject FIR have been reported to be simple in nature. A counter case also was filed from the side of the petitioners against the informant of the subject FIR. Later, informant of the informant against नहीं क्या लिखा है इसके पहले वाला line? Mr. Secretary.
The counter case also was filed. पढ़िए. The counter case also was filed from the side of the petitioners against the informant of the subject FIR.
No, counter case also was filed on behalf of the petitioners. First off, the subject FIR has been lodged by the SHO of Bahadurpur police station in the district of Darbhanga, in which the persons of the other side also have been made accused. First off, considering the aforenoted backgrounds and taking into account the general and omnibus allegations against the petitioners, they are directed to be released in the event of arrest to surrender 10,000. Be it noted that necessary correction has been made by way of supplementary affidavit in paragraph 3 of the petition, by way of supplementary affidavit filed on behalf of the petitioners. Yes.
My lord, there may be one correction, Your Lordship. Your Lordship has stated that the subject FIR was filed by SHO. My lord, the subject FIR was filed by Mr. Ganor Rai, who is the, my lord, member of the...
आपने लिखा है बहादुरपुर, वो आपने गलत लिखा था. लाइए फाइल.
My lord, in first paragraph itself, I have stated that on the basis of written report dated 1/9/20 of Ganor Rai, son of late Munna Rai.
That's right. पढ़िए. Paragraph 4 पढ़िए आप अपनी.
That the informant Ganor Rai submitted one written report before the SHO Bahadurpur.
All right. SHO वाला छोड़ दीजिए. Case and counter case against the petition. All right. All right.
All right.
23, Mr. Devendra Narayan Singh.
Lords, yesterday your lordship had directed me to verify as to whether the copy of the petition has been served upon the counsel for CBI or not. Lords, yesterday I have received the copy of the application to the CBI counsel, Mr. Bipin Kumar Sinha, and Milords, he requested me to take time for one day, Milords, so that he may be reading, Milords.
Password.
24, Mr. Suresh Mukhia. Mr. Suresh Mukhia.
Yes, Lord, I appear for the petition. I'm sorry. Lord, the offense not alleged to be Lord 302 and 34.
Yes.
The mother of the informant, Lord, is the deceased, an old woman, Lord. Lord, it has been alleged that at about 9 p.m., Lord, in the night, she went to sleep in a hut, close by hut. At about 3 a.m., some sound of gurgling, etc. was heard. The informant reaches to the hut and he found 4 persons running away from the place. No source of identification, nothing of the kind. Anyway, Lord, out of them, Lord, he identifies me and one more person. Lord, this is evidence not so far as I am concerned. Now, Lord, I shall straightway invite my Lord's attention to paragraph 8. She died a natural death, I have stated, Lord, and it has come in Daddy also, that she died a natural death at about 9 a.m. in the evening. The witnesses,
What is the proof of this statement? Have I seen the diary? No.
No,
Diary
that,
has not been called
no,
for.
the diary will have to be seen, Lord.
Now,
Awaited,
just a minute, just a minute. Was any post-mortem held on her, on the dead body?
yes, Lord, post-mortem was held. Post-mortem says not that some scratches were found on the neck.
Oh, so the scratches were found in the neck, but death is because of what?
And death is because of strangulation, of obviously, Lord.
No, not obviously. If she dies a natural death, a strangulation would not be the reason. If a strangulation is the cause of death, then I don't think you deserve anticipatory bail. We can only call for the case diary.
Lord, yes, the diary may be called from, Lord. My prayer at this stage is this. Of course, Lord, I must concede that the post-mortem report is against me. And Lord, I say that it is manipulated into a good number of witnesses saying that she died a natural death.
All right, we'll see. Heard Mr. Bakshi SRP Senal, senior advocate for the petitioner, and so on so state. The mother of the informant is the deceased. Stop. The allegation is that he was strangulated to death by 4 persons. Stop. The informant could identify only 2 out of the 4 persons who fled away after committing the occurrence, after committing the murder. The petitioner is one of the persons who was identified by the informant as running away from his hut. Stop. Call for the case diary and list this matter on receipt of the same. Land Counsel for the senior advocate for the petitioner submits that the deceased has died a natural death. Stop. Call for the case diary and list this matter on receipt of the same on 9th of February.
Dr. Ajit Kumar for the state, my lord.
Yes.
25.
May I please, Lordship, application for anticipatory bail, offences under section 30 of the Excise Act, Lordship. My Lord, yesterday this case was taken up. Para 3 is against me, Lordship, because I am having a criminal incident, Lordship. Yesterday I had placed annexure 2, Lordship, to so that one complaint was instituted against the officer in charge of Uchai Court PS case. And in that case, I was a witness. That is annexure 2, page 19.
No, that's all right.
And
that's all right.
Lordship.
Let us see what has happened in this case. You have
My Lord's query yesterday. My Lord's query was about para 3, Lordship. Whether in this case.
Para 3 बोलेंगे बाद में. पहले ये देखें इस केस में क्या है.
In this case, it has been alleged that 2 persons were apprehended by the police on a car, and altogether 46.700 liters of liquor was recovered, and they disclosed my name that I had loaded this liquor in the vehicle to be handed over to one Mantu Rai, Lordship.
All right.
On their confession, my name has been transferred in this case, Lordship.
All right. So this case was lodged when? This is a case of which date?
The present FIR has been instituted on 22/1/2021.
21. Just a minute. Please give us the, as and when I ask you. 22nd of January 2021.
Lordship.
And the case about which you have referred to in paragraph 3 is dated what?
No, that is earlier, Lordship.
Date बताइए ना, आपके पास है date?
Date उसका नहीं है मेरे पास, लेकिन this FIR was in 2020, Lordship.
This was in 2020.
Lordship.
So this was earlier. And when is this complaint against the
complaint is instituted on 4th January 2021, Lordship.
4th of January 2021, and therefore merely after 18 days you have been implicated.
Days of institution I have been implicated, Lordship.
This complaint,
that is my case, Lordship.
This complaint been lodged prior to the earlier case about which you have referred in paragraph 3, perhaps it would have been foolproof defense. Nonetheless, we see. And what was the nature of accusation in the earlier case of 2020?
In that case also it was alleged. In that case I was arrested from the spot, Lordship. Yesterday my Lord's query was this, whether I was arrested or not, Lordship.
You were arrested?
I was arrested, Lordship.
तब कैसे करेंगे? तब तो आप
लेकिन in the present case, Lordship, if my Lord will see, in the present case, ये मलेशियस है हुजूर की 4 को अगर हम विटनेस इनके क्योंकि द ऑथर ऑफ द प्रेजेंट एफआईआर इज द ऑफिसर इन
All right. Since it is by way of confession, we can consider this. Okay. Heard Mr. Indrajit Bhushan, learned advocate for the petitioner, and state. जो भी है स्टेट अपना जो व्हाट्सएप करेंगे उनका लिख दीजिएगा. And so and so for the state. Petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with so and so. 46.770 liters of liquor has been recovered from a vehicle and 2 persons were arrested. One of them has disclosed the name of the petitioner as the person who had loaded the liquor on the vehicle for it to be reached to Mandi Chaudhary. Land Council for the petitioner has submitted that except for the confession of an arrested accused person, there is no other material to connect the petitioner with the offense. It has further been submitted that the petitioner earlier was made accused in a case of similar nature in which he had been granted bail. Later, a complaint was lodged against the officer in charge of the concerned police station, in which the petitioner was cited as a witness on behalf of the complainant. This perhaps has irked the officer in charge of the concerned police station, and he has contrived to get the petitioner named in the confession of one of the arrested accused persons. Taking into account the aforenoted facts, the petitioner is directed to be released in the event of arrest or surrender in house.
Till 26, Mr. Krishna Kumar Yadav.
Milord, I am appearing, Milord. Milord, anticipatory bail petition, Milord, under section 341, 323, 504, 307 and others IPC section, Milord. Milord, 10 namely accused, Milord, and 10 to 15 others unknown person accused, Milord. Milord, कॉमन एलिगेशन है इन्फॉर्मेंट द्वारा उनके गांव में कुछ लड़के गए जो बाइक से बराबर जाया करते थे, बगल पड़ोसी गांव के थे. उनको मना किया गया कि कुछ लड़कियों द्वारा अभद्र टिप्पणी और आंखों को मारते थे, इसलिए वो मना किए. उसके बाद पुनः वो लौट आए. उसके बाद पुनः वो गए और कुछ लड़के द्वारा उनके गांव में बकझक लड़ाई झगड़ा हुआ. इसमें कोई स्पेशलिस्ट एलिगेशन किसी पर नहीं है, मिलॉर्ड. नो क्रिमिनल एक्सीडेंट.
कल हमने इसे क्यों जन कर दिया था?
यस मिलॉर्ड, इसमें थोड़ा सा गड़बड़ हम पढ़ दिए थे मिलॉर्ड. हम चश्मा छोड़ दिए थे. एफआईआर थी ऑर्डर शीट में बोल दिए थे मिलॉर्ड रॉन्गली की एक काउंटर केस है. इस बाद में पता चला मिलॉर्ड. हम अपने नोट
ऑर्डर शीट भी गड़बड़ था.
ऑर्डर शीट गड़बड़ नहीं था मिलॉर्ड, ऑर्डर शीट सही था मिलॉर्ड. हम नोट्स में अपने लिखे.
काउंटर केस नहीं था.
नहीं सर, काउंटर केस नहीं.
आप उन लड़कों में से एक हैं जो दूसरे मोहल्ले में जाकर आंख मारते हैं.
यस मिलॉर्ड, हमारे पे एलिगेशन यही है और अदर 15-16 लड़के पर
किया जाता है तो आप लोगों को लाठी डंडा रॉड से मारते हैं.
कोई इंजरी क्यों है? नहीं है, कोई इंजरी रिपोर्ट नहीं है, कोई इंजर्ड नहीं हुआ है मिलॉर्ड.
लेकिन इंजरी नहीं है, लेकिन आप साहब आपकी कंडक्ट तो ठीक नहीं है. और और 10 लोग का नाम है, उन लोगों का क्या हुआ है इसमें?
उन लोगों के विषय में जानकारी नहीं है मिलॉर्ड मुझे. असल में मिलॉर्ड पिटिशनर पारा 8 में हम लिख दिए हैं मिलॉर्ड. पिटिशनर जो है ना वो वेस्ट बंगाल में अपने फादर के पास रहते हैं. विलेज पॉलिटिक्स के चलते उनका नाम आ गया है मिलॉर्ड. वो अपने फादर के.
ये सब तो हर केस में लिखा जाता है मिस्टर यादव. आप हमें एक बात बताएं कि अगर किसी की बेल खारिज हो गई होगी तब मुझे देने में परेशानी है. अगर किसी का कुछ भी नहीं हुआ होगा तब मैं कंसिडर करूंगा, देखूंगा. लेकिन आप ये पता करके बताएं कि किसी की बेल इसमें खारिज नहीं हुई है.
यस मिलॉर्ड, ऐसे इसमें मिलॉर्ड कोई इसके विषय में मुझे जानकारी नहीं है.
ऐसे मैं आपकी स्टेटमेंट लिखाऊंगा कि किसी बेल एप्लीकेशन खारिज नहीं हुआ. वो गलत नहीं होना चाहिए. आप पता करके बताएं.
यस मिलॉर्ड, हम जानकारी ले लेते हैं मिलॉर्ड. हमको जानकारी नहीं है कि इसमें और उनका क्या पोजीशन है.
ऐसा है कि ये सब केस में सरेंडर करके बेल लेना चाहिए. इसको कोई मतलब आप कैसे स्टूडेंट हैं, आप कहाँ पढ़ते हैं?
बंगाल में फादर के साथ रहते थे, रैफिड में फादर का आधार कार्ड लगा हुआ है मिलोट, हम वहीं रहते हैं, विलेज पॉलिटिक्स के चलते। हाँ,
फादर रहते होंगे बंगाल में, आप तो दूसरे
ऑल
इंटरेस्ट।
फैमिली वहीं, ऑल फैमिली मिलोट वहीं शिफ्ट कर गए हम लोग, गांव में शादी ब्याह में आते हैं।
कहानी
और
नहीं चलेगी, इसके
मैक्सिमम
लिए आपको नहीं होगा। आपका बैकग्राउंड इसमें तो मैं दूसरे केसेस में मैं इनमें इतना सवाल जवाब करता ही नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि बैकग्राउंड फैक्ट आपका लड़कियों को छेड़ने वाला है, इस वजह से हम इतनी सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। आप ये बताएं कि किस कॉलेज में पढ़ते हैं, उस कॉलेज का कुछ बताएं, स्टूडेंट हैं, कुछ तो कहेंगे। ऐसे तो या तो आप सरेंडर करके बेल लें।
यस मिलोट, हम पता कर लेते हैं इसमें और किन का बेल हुआ है या नहीं, और इनका क्या एजुकेशन है, क्या करते हैं।
आपको ये भी पता करना होगा कि आप कहाँ पढ़ते हैं। अगर पढ़ते वढ़ते नहीं है, पिताजी आपके नौकरी करते हैं, लेकिन आप गांव में पिताजी के पैसे पर खाना वाना खाते हैं और इधर उधर गांव में जाकर तंग करते हैं लोगों को, तो वो फिर एंटीसिपेटरी बिल का केस नहीं।
यस मिलोट, स्पेशली कैसे है नहीं किसी पे मिलोट।
इतना इसको करने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप सरेंडर करिए, मैं ऑब्जर्वेशन देता हूँ। इस बैकग्राउंड फैक्ट में मुझे कोई एनिमिटी तो है नहीं आपसे इन्फॉर्मेंट की।
यस मिलोट, ऐसा कोई एनमिटी नहीं, दोनों अगल बगल गांव के हैं मिलोट, और सेम एज के सभी लड़के हैं मिलोट।
करते हैं सही, तभी ऐसा होता है कि थोड़ा झूठ बोलेगा कोई इतना।
वो एक दूसरे गांव में आने जाने के चलते वो मिलोट विलेज पॉलिटिक्स के चलते नाम दे दिया गया मिलोट।
इवन दो देयर इज नो इंजरी, नो केस,
नो
ठीक है, इसमें मैं परसुएडेड नहीं हो रहा हूँ एंटीसिपेटरी बिल का। I'm not getting prompted to grant you anticipatory bail. That's the problem.
ऐसा सर उचित समझा जाए। एक विद्यार्थी है, 18 वर्ष का उम्र है मिलोट, मैक्सिमम।
Heard आप जेल जाएंगे तो further criminal है। Heard Mr. Krishna Kumar Yadav, learned advocate for the petitioner and so and so for the state. The seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with so and so. Stop. Several persons have been named in the first information report along with the petitioner, whereas many persons have been made accused without their being named. Stop. The petitioner and others are said to have assaulted the members of a particular village, members of the neighboring village, for their having objected to the indecent behavior of the accused persons, including the petitioner. Learned counsel for the petitioner has submitted that there is no injury report on record, and the petitioner has been falsely implicated in this case because of local village politics. Stop. The petitioner had shifted to West Bengal along with his father and other members of his family, and he used to visit his village home only in special occasions of marriage, festivals, etc. Stop. Because persons of the village of the petitioner were being named as accused persons in the subject FIR, the petitioner has also been named. Stop. There is nothing specific alleged against the petitioner. Stop. Regard being had to the aforesaid facts and taking into account that the petitioner is a person of young age, he is directed to be released in the event of arrest or surrender 10,000.
27, Mr. Nakul Kumar Jamwar.
My lord, I am appear on behalf of the petitioner, my lord. Anticipatory bail, my lord, under section 366A34 of the IPC, my lord, and under section 8 of the POCSO Act, my lord. In this case, my lord, the allegation against the petitioner, my lord, by the informant that the petitioner kidnapped my minor daughter for purpose of the marriage, my lord. My lord, during the course of investigation, victim was recovered. She has examined under section 164 of the CRPC, my lord, as annexure 1, page 22, my lord, in which, my lord, she has not supported the prosecution person, my lord.
देखें क्या है उसका 164 स्टेटमेंट।
Annexure 3, page 22, my lord.
चंदन कुमार के साथ गंगा पुल होकर बेगूसराय चले गए, मेरा भाई का साला।
जी, both are relative, my lord.
नहीं तो उसकी उम्र क्या बताई है वो? रिलेटेड तो मतलब है, तो माइनर है तो फिर तो मैं बेल नहीं तो 15 साल की है।
जी,
माइनर है तो पास कोर्स को लगा हुआ है।
माइनर। चंदन ने जबरदस्ती विवाह नहीं किया, मेरी भी सहमति थी, वो सब ठीक है, बट दिस इज अ ग्राउंड फॉर रेगुलर बेल। वो मैं बता दूंगा, लेकिन एक केस है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का इंडिपेंडेंट थॉट्स वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया, उसमें उसमें ये कहा गया है कि माइनर से अगर शादी करते हैं तो सहमति और नो सहमति वो ऑफेंस है, और उसको बेल देने का मतलब पुटिंग एन इम्प्रिमेटोर, पुटिंग गिविंग लीगैलिटी टू सच मैरिज, वो बड़ा गड़बड़ हो जाएगा। मैं इंक्लाइंड हूं बिकॉज लड़की खुद गई है, लेकिन उसके कंसेंट का कोई मतलब
एक्चुअली जो है कि
उसमें भी मैं ग्रांट तब करता हूं जब लड़का भी माइनर है, लड़की भी माइनर है और ना समझी में हो गया। आप मेजर हैं और माइनर से शादी किया तो उसमें एंटीसिपेटरी बेल में नहीं दे पाऊं। अगर वो कहती कि मैं उसके साथ चली गई थी, मैं वापस लौट आई, शादी नहीं किया, तो ठीक है, तब मैंने किडनैपिंग नहीं होता, बट ये तो रेप हो गया ना।
लेकिन हुजूर सेक्शन लगा हुआ नहीं है अंडर 376 मिलॉर्ड, और बोली भी नहीं है।
अब वो सब हमसे बुलवाए नहीं आप, मैरिज तो इट्स नो मैरिज इन द आइज ऑफ लॉ।
मिलॉर्ड
आप माइनर नहीं रहती तो मैं बेल ग्रांट कर देता तुरंत, अभी नहीं, एंटीसिपेटरी नहीं, रेगुलर बेल।
इन हुजूर मैं परमिटेड टू सबमिशन मिलॉर्ड, उसमें हुजूर हुआ है कि दोनों नेगोशिएशन पर्पस से दोनों के यहाँ हुआ हुजूर। वो लड़का गया है वहाँ लड़की वाले के यहाँ, वो अपनी बहन की शादी उस लड़के की भाई से है, तो वहां गया और उस दिन लौटा जब नहीं हुजूर, तो इसके भाई जो है एक FIR करते हैं लखीसराय में हुजूर, सेम डे एनेक्सेड 2 मिलॉर्ड, हम उसको लगाए हैं, और उधर वो FIR लड़की वाला करते हैं कि हमारी किडनैप कर ले।
देखने की जरूरत ही नहीं है, लड़की ने कह दिया है कि वो 15 साल की है, वो आपके साथ विवाह कर लिए, भले अपनी मर्जी से की हो, आपको नहीं करना था। एंटीसिपेटरी बेल के लिए रेगुलर तो ठीक है। Heard Mr. Nakul Kumar Jamwar, learned advocate for the petitioner, and Mr. Rampriya Singh for the state. The petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with so-and-so. The petitioner, the allegation against the petitioner is of having abducted the minor daughter of the informant. The victim has given her a statement under section 164 in which she has disclosed her age to be 15 years. However, she has stated that she has married the petitioner of her own volition and not on any threat or coercion by the petitioner. So be that as it may, considering the fact that the victim is a minor girl and the petitioner has chosen to marry her, I'm not inclined to grant anticipatory bail to the petitioner. The prayer for anticipatory bail is rejected. However, if the petitioner surrenders before the court below and seeks bail, the court below shall consider the above noted fact, and also that the petitioner as well as the informant are some way or the other related to each other, and shall pass orders in accordance with law without being prejudiced by the fact that the present petition on his behalf has not been.
28, Mr. Bhola Prasad.
Please, my lord. Anticipatory bail, my lord, offense under section 307 and other allied sections of the IPC, my lord. My lord, the prosecution is for the matrimonial dispute, my lord. There was a panchayati before the sarpanch, and it is said that in the panchayati, the 7 named accused persons were reached there, my lord, and they have assaulted, my lord. Specifically, accusation has been against the petitioner that सनोवर ने चाकू से मेरे बेटा को वार किया, एंड बिफोर दैट मिलॉर्ड शहबाज ने बाइक के चाबी से छीनकर चाबी से मेरे बेटा के कनपट्टी में मारा. तो दी इंजुरी इज सिंपल इन नेचर मिलॉर्ड, दैट आई हैव annexed annexed 2 मिलॉर्ड, and matter of fact it is the matrimonial dispute मिलॉर्ड for regarding the bidagari of the victim मिलॉर्ड.
आप लड़की वाले से कैसे रिलेटेड हैं?
हम हुजूर गांव के हैं, रिलेटेड यही है कि वो कह रहे हैं कि सरपंच के यहाँ इसी FIR में ही दिए हुए हैं हुजूर.
थोड़ी पूछ रहे हैं आपसे, वो तो आपने बता दिया.
सनोवर जो है हुजूर, और क्या ये सनोवर गांव के हैं हुजूर?
बस इतना ही पूछ रहे हैं, तो आप अब फिर पुरानी बात क्यों कर रहे हैं? वो तो बस कर रहे हैं आपने.
हुजूर माय लॉर्ड, इंजुरी सिंपल है हुजूर.
इंजरी लगाया आपने?
हाँ लगाए हैं हुजूर, annexed 2 मिलॉर्ड, पेज My lord, 23 and type copy I have also annexed page 24, my lord.
तो चाकू से कहीं तो है ही है गाल पे और वो correspond
वो है
बट ना
वही है, वो है हुजूर, लेकिन एक के चीज हमारा कहना ये था कि हुजूर सहवाग के बारे में भी है और इसके बारे में भी है, अदरवाइज नहीं हमारा कुछ कहना है हुजूर, बिकॉज मैट्रिमोनियल डिस्प्यूट हो रहा था बिफोर द सरपंच।
चलिए ठीक है।
So that, my lord, I am praying for.
All right, I am granting you anticipatory bail, provided you allow the court to dictate the order. Heard Mr. Bhola Prasad, advocate for the petitioner and so and so for the state. The petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with so and so. The petitioner is alleged to have given a knife blow to the son of the informant in a panchayati which was being held at the house of the sarpanch to settle the dispute between the son and daughter-in-law of the informant. Mr. Upland Counsel for the petitioner has submitted that though he is alleged to have used a knife in hurting the son of the informant, but the injury suffered by the victim is simple in nature. Assuming but not admitting the aforesaid accusation, it has been urged on behalf of the petitioner that in a moment of heated discussion between the two sides, namely of the groom and the bride, an occurrence took place in which the informant has injuries. The petitioner is only a co-villager of the bride. Considering the aforenoted background facts, the petitioner is directed to be released in the event of arrest or surrender 10,000.
Right.
29. Mr. Rajnikant Singh.
May please lordship. Prayer is for grant of anticipatory bail for the offence under section 30A of Bihar Provision and Excise Act, my lord. My lord, as per the prosecution report, my lord, total 18.375 liters Indian made foreign liquor is said to be recovered from joint house of the petitioner, my lord.
Joint house में बड़ी परेशानी है, unless कि और भी कोई accused बने हो, father हो, भाई हो, तो कहेंगे कि 18 को कितने 18 लीटर पर कितने लोगों को जेल में भेजे।
हुजूर प्रोसिक्यूशन रिपोर्ट में ही कह रहे हैं कि सीक्रेट इंफॉर्मेशन पर आया कि एक्यूज के घर में यह छापामारी किया गया तो पहले ही से ही फरार है, तो निश्चित रूप से हुजूर जब घर है तो उसमें हमारे सिवा और आदमी रहेंगे ही।
ये सब मिस्टर रजनीकांत सिंह, the difficulty is the law, not the view of the court. Like you heard Mr. Rajnikant Singh, learned advocate for the petitioner and so and so for the state. The petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with so and so. Stop. Though 18 liters of liquor has been recovered from a house which is in joint possession of the petitioner, but considering the factum of recovery, I am not inclined to grant anticipatory bail to him, notwithstanding the fact that the petitioner does not have criminal antecedents. The prayer for anticipatory bail is rejected. Should the petitioner surrender and seek bail, his application shall be considered on its own merits, taking into account that the recovery is from a house under joint possession and that the petitioner does not have criminal antecedents. And an order shall be passed without being prejudiced by the fact that the present petition on his behalf has not been entered. आपकी बहस ही लिखा दिया है लोअर कोर्ट में, उतना में तो बेल दे ही देगा।
10:30 Mr. Ranjit Kumar. Mr. Ranjit Kumar.
My lords, it's a case under section 302 of the Indian Penal Code. Lords, there are altogether, lords, 8 persons are named in the FIR, and a specific allegation is only against one person. Dharmender Shah के ऊपर allegation है. He assaulted with an iron rod to the son of the informant, lords.
FIR पढ़िए.
निवेदन पूर्वक कहना है कि मैं धुरपति देवी पति बूटन शाह साकिन सोएंसो सिवान राज्य बिहार की निवासी हूं। जब मैं अपने घर दिनांक 2/12/2020 को सुबह 4 बजे से बाहर निकली, उस समय मेरे घर के बाहर दीवार की जुड़ाई धर्मेंद्र शाह, 2 जितेंद्र शाह, 3 बेबी कुमारी, 4 पार्वती देवी, 5 ममता देवी, 6 सुमित्रा देवी, 7 अतवास शाह, 8 नरेश शाह पिता चौहान, ग्राम पोस्ट संठी, थाना रघुनाथपुर, जिला सीवान के द्वारा कराया जा रहा था। मैं अपने जमीन पर जुड़ाई नहीं करने के लिए मना किया तो उपरोक्त सभी लोग लाठी डंडा लेकर मेरे परिवार के ऊपर हमला कर दिए और गाली गलौज करने लगे। इसी बीच धर्मेंद्र शाह के द्वारा लोहे के धारदार हथियार से मेरे पुत्र मैनेजर शाह, पिता बूटन शाह, ग्राम पोस्ट संठी, थाना रघुनाथपुर के सर पर हमला कर दिया गया, जिसके कारण मेरा पुत्र बेहोश होकर गिर गया। अब उसकी हालत बहुत नाजुक है। चूंकि मेरे पुत्र की स्थिति ठीक नहीं होने के कारण घटना इलाज करा रही थी, इसलिए आवेदन देने में देरी हुई। अतः श्रीमान से निवेदन है कि इस मामले की जांच कर प्राथमिकी दर्ज की जाए।
Where is Dharmender Kumar? Tell us whether others, apart from Dharmender, other accused persons, have they been granted bail or their bail petitions have been rejected?
2 persons, lords, have been granted bail. Parvati Devi and Baby Kumari. They have been allowed anticipatory bail.
By which court? High Court.
Lordship. Honorable High Court vide lords in criminal miscellaneous number 23756 of 2021.
वो तो लेडीज हैं, उसके अलावा कोई और किसी का खारिज तो नहीं हुआ है?
नहीं, खारिज किसी का नहीं हुआ, हम ही फाइल किए हैं। एक ये सेट है, एक इन लोगों का है और एक और सुमित्रा का है, तो उनका दूसरे बेंच में हजूर।
Lordship, I am appearing on the behalf of informant, Lordship.
Yes.
Lordship. This case is the prior to registered under section 307, Lordship. And after the lodging this FIR, after the 15 days, this case has been amended and converted into 302. During the investigation of this case, Lordship, the main and the prior accused in this case, Lordship, this petitioner, Lordship, Dharmender is the sole, not the sole accused, Lordship. Dharmender and this petitioner is the brother, Lordship, and he is the neighbor of this informant, Lordship. During this investigation, the main involved in this petitioner, Lordship. So I think, Lordship, the case diary is necessary in this case, Lordship. Maybe call for the case diary, Lordship.
Now, I can see your name, Mohit Raj.
Yes, Lordship.
Now, normally in a case of 302, even if it's not assaulted or given fatal anticipatory normally, especially when people assemble at a place with firearms. Now, this is a case where a boundary wall is being erected and there is a dispute. Now, naturally, if there is a dispute over erection of a wall, the entire family members of both sides would be involved. And if somebody uses to assault another and that results in death, then perhaps I don't think it would come under common object, because the congregation is not with a common object and there is nothing on record to indicate common intention as well. Therefore, for the purposes of grant of bail, this fact would be necessary. All that I have said this because you are a young counsel and you must know why your opposition has not been accepted, right? So therefore, in a case of this kind, suppose it would have been a case where they would have planned, raided the house, gone to the house of the informant, assaulted any one of them, one of whom died, then perhaps I would not have considered. It's a case where the dispute arose suddenly. One attack by a named accused person, specific attack. तो इसमें तो सबको जेल भेजने की जरूरत नहीं. लिखिए. Heard Mr. Ranjit Kumar, learned advocate, petitioner, Mr. Mohit bail or rejected. Mr. Mohit Raj. And for the petitioner bail in anticipation of the arrest in connection with so-and-so. It has been alleged in the information report that when a protest was made by the informant regarding erection of a wall on a land which is now placed in Dhandar, is the disease died in the course of treatment. Land Council for the petitioners has from the same family of aforesaid, they hail from the family of aforesaid Dharmendra, they have been made accused in this case. Some of the other accused persons, though females, have been granted anticipatory bail in this case by a different bench of this court. Learned counsel for the petitioner has submitted that neither common object nor common intention can be derived from the accused leveled in the first information report, and the occurrence took place in the spur of the moment. Considering the aforementioned facts, the petitioners are directed to be released in the event of arrest or surrender 10,000.
Obliged.
31. Mr. Diwakar Yadav.
My lord, I am appearing behalf of petitioner, my lord. Anticipatory bail application under section 419-420 of the IPC, my lord. Allegation is that, my lord, petitioner was a candidate of written test of constable exam, my lord. Signature of petitioner is different from the attendance sheet from the written examination, my lord. So on this suspicion, petitioner has been and other 8 person has been made accused, my lord. My lord, there is no criminal incident, my lord, and similar co-accused Sushil Kumar Tati, granted by the anticipatory bail, void criminal miscellaneous number 22799, my lord. I sent to the order on the कोर्ट मास्टर साहब के इस पे भेज दिया है हुजूर, ईमेल और व्हाट्सएप दोनों.
देखिए, heard Mr. You are Mr. Diwakar Yadav.
Yes, my lord.
Heard Mr.
Satyendra Prasad, my lord.
Heard Mr. Diwakar Yadav for the petitioner and Mr. Satyendra Prasad for the state. The petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with so-and-so. The petitioner is alleged to have committed cheating in the examination for appointment of constables. The accusation against the petitioner is on the basis of different handwriting in different documents furnished by the petitioner. It has been urged on behalf of the petitioner that merely because there was some difference in 2 handwriting samples of the petitioner, he cannot be stated to have resorted to cheating and impersonation. There could be myriad reasons for slight difference in 2 sets of handwriting. One of the accused persons of this case with similar accusation has been granted anticipatory bail by a bench of this court, about which bench of this court wide criminal miscellaneous number, wide order dated so-and-so, passed and criminal miscellaneous number so-and-so. Mr. Secretary, you please take the reference from the court master of this case, so-and-so. Considering the aforementioned facts, are you still a constable or you have not been selected? Mr. Diwakar Yadav? Considering the aforesaid facts, the petitioner is directed to be released 10,000. Yes.
Son 32, Mr. Alok Kumar Alok.
My lord, लॉर्डशिप इसमें एक सिमिलर का बेल हो गया है, कोर्ट मास्टर साहब के ईमेल और व्हाट्सएप पे भेज दिए हैं लॉर्डशिप. रोहित कुमार है, क्रिमिनल मिसलेनियस नंबर 9846/2021 लॉर्डशिप. ऑनरेबल मिस्टर लॉर्डशिप, this is application for anticipatory bail for offense under section 147, 148, 447, 323, 325, 341, 307, 302 by 504 IPC lordship. FIR lordship for ban at page lordship 12 for the lordship. सविनय निवेदन पूर्वक कहना है कि मैं अरुण शाह पिता सो एंड सो
इंजरी कैसा है? There are many persons who are injured. Let us see the order with which you have sent this. Just a minute, give me 1 minute. The order. This is an item number 30.
32 lordship.
₹32 का तो नहीं आया है। रेफरेंस बताइए मिस्टर।
Lordship, FIR Fardbian at page number 12.
उस केस का रेफरेंस बताइए जिसमें बेल हुआ है सिमिलरली सिचुएटेड को।
Lordship, criminal miscellaneous number 9846/2021 Lordship. Petitioner name Rohit Kumar. Honorable Mr. Date Lordship 16/11/2021.
Mr. Court Master, find out tomorrow. Similarly होगा, इंजरी देखेंगे तब देखेंगे। पास हो गया। Yes.
Okay, sir. CM 33, Mr. Kundan Kumar.
My lord, I am appearing in this case on behalf of the petitioner. This application is for grant of anticipatory bail to the petitioner for the offences under section 341, 323, 324, 325, 307, 506, and 34 of the Indian Penal Code, my lord. As per the prosecution story, allegation is that the informant, while after irrigating her paddy field, all these petitioners, lashed with lathi and others, lashed with lathi, danda, bricks, stone, assaulted her husband and son of the informant, my lord, upon which they sustained injury, and thereafter this FIR has been instituted against the petitioner, my lord. The allegation is general and obvious in nature, my lord. There is a case and counter case between the parties. The copy of the counter case was not available, so I haven't annexed that, my lord. But in para 7, I have stated that, my lord. Altogether, 9 persons has been made accused in this case, my lord. Injuries are also simple in nature, my lord.
Where have you said that injuries are simple in nature?
My lord, actually, I was not having the injury report, so I haven't annexed that. But in the impugned order, the injury has came, my lord. Impugned order at last, my lord. Injury report from perusal of injury report from informant husband Kalu Yadav. It is evident he sustained lacerated wound on his optical region of head and complained of pain in his body. CT scan report has referred to JPN hospital gaya. Injury report of son informant Kapil Yadav shows injury near his right eye and complaint pain in body. And today I have been informed by the Parvikar, my lord, the matter has been compromised between the parties, my lord.
That is something different, but Kalu Yadav has suffered injury on his occipital region, which is the most vital portion in his body. Just a minute. And you're not aware of the CT scan report. Therefore, we'll be required to call for the case diary. We might grant you interim protection, but it would be dependent on the nature of injury, which would be assessed after the CT scan report. Is that okay?
Obliged, my lord. Obliged, my lord.
All right.
In the meantime, I will file this to bring them record the compromise petition also, my lord.
That may not be necessary. You make that statement because compounding. Very well, there's a dispute between two sides in view of Gyan Singh. You can file it. You can bring it on. All right.
Obliged, my lord.
The heard Mr. और दूसरी बात ये है, आपका नाम योगेश कुमार है?
योगेश कुमार, yes, my lord.
तो हिंदी में शब्द है लैश, आर्म से लैश होकर, लेकिन उसमें अंग्रेजी अगर उसको लैश्ड मत कर दीजिए, आर्म्ड कहिए, है ना? हिंदी को अंग्रेजी बनाएंगे, अंग्रेजी को हिंदी बनाएंगे तो परेशानी होगी ना। तो मैं सोच रहा था कि क्या चीज है। लैश्ड का मतलब होता है मारना। He was lashed by a whip, or the winds lashed against the wall, or waves lashed against, वो सब दूसरा, वो हिंदी का शब्द है, उसे अंग्रेजी में ed मिला के नहीं लगाए, कंफ्यूजन होता है दिमाग में, है ना?
Sorry my lord. Next time I will definitely.
ये बताने के लिए कहा है, सॉरी कोई आपने गलती थोड़ी की. This is just an idea. Otherwise, if the court doesn't tell you, nobody else will. आपका क्लाइंट तो नहीं बताएगा, आपके घर में लोग बताएंगे, ओकेजन नहीं है, घर में तो अंग्रेजी नहीं बोलते, लेकिन ये कोर्ट ही बताएगा, आपका पीयर ग्रुप भी नहीं बताएगा, क्या मतलब है उसे आपको इम्प्रूव कराने का? ठीक है, तो कोर्ट ही बताएगा. ठीक है. Heard Mr. Yogesh Kumar, learned advocate for the petitioners and so on so for the state.
Umesh Lal Barma, my lord.
and Mr. Umesh Lal Verma for the state. The petitioners seek bail in anticipation of their arrest in connection with so-and-so. The petitioners are said to have assaulted the members of the prosecution party, thereby injuring several persons. There is a counter version to the occurrence so by the Imamganj PS case number 155 of 2020. The Upland Council for the petitioners has submitted that the accusation is general and omnibus in nature, and only one of the accused persons has received an injury, the nature of which has been kept reserved pending medical investigation. Other persons have received only simple injuries. This fact, it has been urged, is borne out from the impugned order. The Learned Counsel for the petitioner has further submitted that considering the futility of the litigation between both the sides, the parties have decided not to prosecute each other and have entered not to prosecute each other. This court would like to know the final assessment of the injuries suffered by the husband of the informant. Call for the case diary and list this matter on receipt of the same on 17th of February. The petitioners, in the meanwhile, in the event of their arrest or surrender, shall be released on provisional bail 10,000.
Obliged, my lord.
34, Mr. Gajendra Kumar Singh.
May I plead, Your Lordship? Application under section 406, 420, and 34 of IPC, Your Lordship. As per the complaint, Your Lordship, in 2010, the complainant was approached for installation of tower on his roof, Your Lordship, for which he alleged to have given 1 lakh rupees to one Birendra Kumar, Your Lordship, who is the field worker of the said company, Your Lordship. I am Pappu. I am alleged to be with him every time, Your Lordship, and it has been further alleged that, Your Lordship, he was paid 2 months compensation for the same, Your Lordship. Then after that, the money was stopped, Your Lordship, and then later after 2 years, Your Lordship, the same complaint was filed. And it has been further alleged in the complaint itself, Your Lordship, that on 3/6/12, when he went to ask for the money, he was abused and assaulted.
Just a minute. So this case arises out of complaint.
Yes, Your Lordship.
All right. In complaint cases, I issue notice compulsorily. Okay, heard Mr. You are Mr. Aryan Singh. Heard Mr. Aryan Singh, learned advocate for the petitioner and so and so for the state. The petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with so and so. In connection with complaint case number so and so, in which cognizance has been taken under section so and so. Stop. Issue notice to the complainant, opposite party number 2, by both modes, on requisites being filed by the petitioner within a period of 1 week. 1 week, both mode, returnable on 18th of February. Considering the general nature of the nature of accusation against the petitioner in the aforesaid complaint petition, he is directed to be released in the event of his arrest or surrender on provisional bail on his furnishing bonds in the sum of 10,000, 2 sureties of like amount.
Obliged, Your Lordship.
Mr. Courtmaster, we will resume after 5 minutes.
Okay, sir.
हाँ अजीत जी क्या समाचार है?
जी बोलिए
मेरे
मैडम।
मेरे समय में सर को भेज दिए।
फिलहाल चिंता मत कीजिए बिना रानी जी, आज
वही
आपका
ना,
बिल बन जाएगा।
मेरे वो तो बन ही जाएगा। 36, 37, 38, 39 चारों है, वो तो हम समझ रहे हैं, लेकिन मेरे समय में अजीत बाबू भेजवा दिए।
घबराइए मत, आप ही के समय बुला भी लेंगे।
हाँ ठीक है, हम तो लगे रहा है।
प्रिया बाबू
कितना तक हुआ पुष्कर सर? सर 30 मेरा है सर, पर स्टेट में पता चला उधर।
अजीत बाबू अजीत बाबू, हम बोले ना कि वो स्टेट को अपेयर होने के बाद वो कभी कभी गुस्सा आ जाते हैं कि आप लोग डिस्टर्ब नहीं कीजिए, हम कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे। मेरा 36 से लेके 39 तक है।
आप अपना नाम और किस सीरियल नंबर के साथ मैसेज कर दीजिए, हमको व्हाट्सएप कर दीजिए।
तो आप हमको नहीं पहचानते हैं क्या?
पहचानते तो सभी को है मैडम, पर व्हाट्सएप कीजिए तो नाम लिखवा कंसर्न पीए या सेक्रेटरी को भेज देंगे ना। पहचानते तो सभी को है।
अच्छा अच्छा, ठीक है, हम भेजिए देंगे। काहे तो कभी कभी देखते हैं, कहते हैं आप लोग डिस्टर्ब नहीं कीजिए, कह रहे हैं डिस्टर्ब नहीं कीजिए, तो इसलिए हम काहे ला डिस्टर्ब करेंगे।
पेशकार साहब 17 तारीख का हम व्हाट्सएप किए थे तो आया नहीं है अभी नेट पे 17 तारीख का ऑर्डर।
मतलब जो आदमी बोलते है तब आदमी जानते रहा।
मीना सिंह बोल रहे हैं, आपको व्हाट्सएप कर दिए थे हम कविता कुमारी वाला में, उसमें लॉर्डशिप का डायरेक्शन भी हुआ है।
क्या चीज आपका नाम नहीं सकता?
मीना सिंह
बात नहीं है,
क्या ऑर्डर आएगा प्लान्स होगा।
अच्छा ठीक है, नहीं आया है इसीलिए हमको लगा क्या ऑर्डर हुआ है थोड़ा इसीलिए।
सोचे कि यही ठंडा महीना दिन नहाए नहीं तो सोचे कि कितना आज हो।
हेलो
जबकि सब कुछ की व्यवस्था है, गीजर के व्यवस्था है, सब कुछ है, तब नहीं नहाए।
54 सीरियल पकड़ाया है पेशकार साहब।
हिल सब दे रहा।
हेलो 54 सीरियल
नहीं हुआ है मैडम, अभी नहीं हुआ है 54।
कितना तक हुआ है प्रिय बाबू?
बैठेंगे ना
32 तक 33 हुआ है।
रामप्रिय बाबू
बैठेंगे ना
33 हुआ है, 34 होगा।
अरे रामप्रिय बाबू ध्यानवान है ना हम लोगों पर भी, जूनियर वकीलों पर भी
सब उस पर ध्यान है।
कहाँ सब पर ध्यान है? ताक खाइए नहीं रहे हैं, न देख रहे हैं, कहते हैं
फिर हेलो किए तो आप कहाँ दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं?
नजीर अंसारी फॉर द स्टेट था सर,
नाम और सीरियल नंबर केस नंबर से व्हाट्सएप कीजिए।
ठीक है सर।
सीरियल कितना चल रहा है जीजिए?
अभी 35 कॉल होगा अभी।
ठीक है, थैंक यू।
34 में कॉल होगा।
35 होगा सर।
35 कॉल होगा।
अब बैठेंगे।
प्रणाम सर, रामप्रिय सर को प्रणाम कर रहे हैं।
प्रणाम 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 प्रणाम।
रामप्रिय बाबू आजकल देखेंगे नहीं हम लोगों को।
अरे देख रहे हैं, ऐसा कहा बात बचा रहे हैं ठाकुर जी, आप एकदम बिल्कुल ऐसा करते हैं ठाकुर जी की आपका तो चेहरा नहीं भी आ रहा है स्क्रीन पर।
एकदम आ रहा है।
हाँ अब आया, देखिए ठंडा में एकदम मार लगता है कि कंबल ओढ़ के बैठे हुए हैं।
मफलर बांधे हैं, मफलर।
रामप्रिय बाबू कान में बड़का मफलर लगाए हुए हैं।
क्या करें, ठंडा बहुत है मैडम।
कनवे में लग रहा है ना।
हाँ नहीं सब अंदर भी सब पहने हुए हैं पूरा।
ठंडा लग रहा है तो
बहुत
अंडा
ठंडा
तो
है।
नहीं खाते हैं, हम तो
कितना गप कर रहे हैं,
शाकाहारी आदमी है।
शांत रहिए। अच्छा मोबाइल सब कोई अपना ठीक से रखे, नहीं तो पटना हाई कोर्ट में भी हो जाएगा, सब कोई लैपटॉप खरीदना पड़ेगा, सो जान लीजिए। मोबाइल ठीक ठाक से सब कोई रखिए अपना, और पीछे से दूसरा आवाज आता है फिर गड़बड़ हो जाएगा हम लोग का भी जो चल रहा है। सबको खरीदना पड़ेगा लैपटॉप डेस्कटॉप, सब जो है पुराना सब खराब हो गया है, अभी मोबाइल पे चल रहा है, सुने है ना?
अजीत बाबू हम लोग को भेजेंगे
जरूर।
हम लोग क्या है, मोबाइल आने के बाद सब सेंटिंग में चल गया, लैपटॉप सब कोई यूज नहीं करता है।
छत्तीस 37 38 39 में है जी बीना जी।
यस बीना जी का है।
हाँ भाई तो बीना जी 20 में वो हम देंगे।
एकदम दे दीजिए, एकदम
38 में हम भेज देंगे।
इजाजत है, भेज आप दे दीजिए एकदम।
अजीत बाबू
एकदम दे दीजिए, खाली बता दीजिएगा कि किस में दिए हैं।
38 में दे रहे हैं।
38 में दे रहे हैं। हमारे अजीत बाबू नोट कर लिया हमारा नाम, अजीत 38 में।
अच्छा 38 में, ठीक है कोई बात नहीं, हम लिख लेते। ठीक
बाबू 38 बाबू दे देंगे, अजीत बाबू भेज दीजिएगा, ठीक हो स्टोनो को।
अजीत जी अभी हाकिम उठे हुए हैं क्या?
भाई आ रहे हैं
5 मिनट के लिए स्टे किए थे, बैठेंगे।
अच्छा कितना तक
आ रहे हैं, डोंट वरी।
कॉल होगा। ठीक, थैंक यू।
अजीत अजीत जी 16 में तो क्या नाम दिया है सब्जेक्ट लिए तो
क्या चीज?
16 सीरियल में मेरा नाम है।
यहाँ पर कलम था, लिख रहे थे बेटा।
क्या चीज में?
16 में स्टेट
16 में क्या?
स्टेट
16 पास
मेरा नाम है, पास हो गया।
पापा को बोलना कि 8 बजे कहीं जाना है, कुछ लेना करना है तो बोलिए सवेरे चलना। कहाँ है बेटा? ओ मिल गया 38 में बोला ना।
ऐसा नंदती बाबू की है तो चलते ना कर दिया गया है नहीं ना।
Yes. Yes, Mr. Ajit. Yes, Mr. Ajit.
माय लॉर्ड आ गए अजीत बाबू, शुरू कीजिए।
अजीत जी
जी
कीजिए।
हाँ, हेलो।
माय लॉर्ड आ गए।
35 मिस्टर हरीश कुमार।
Yes. Mr. Harish Kumar, is he there? Is he there? नहीं। Password. Yes. आपका मोबाइल सेट काम नहीं कर रहा ठीक से मिस्टर अजीत।
नहीं सर, आवाज आ रहा है।
कॉल कीजिए नेक्स्ट केस।
ये नेक्स्ट केस वो पासवर्ड हो गया है, उसमें वकील
Okay.
साहब नहीं।
1036 मिस्टर मुकेश कुमार नंबर 1।
PM for the state lords.
All. I saw Mr. Mukesh Kumar on the screen. I don't know where has he disappeared. Call out again, Mr. Courtmaster.
36 मिस्टर मुकेश कुमार नंबर 1।
पीछे जुड़े हुए।
बीच में डिस्टर्ब कर पासवर्ड करिए, आ जाएंगे तो। बिकॉज he was waiting for such a long time. I saw him on the screen. आएंगे तो फिर we'll take it. चलिए नेक्स्ट कॉल करिए।
37 मिस्टर शंकर कुमार।
In this case, Lord, I am appearing on behalf of the two petitioners who are ladies.
Yes.
Case for anticipatory bail. They are
Yes.
not named in the first information report. The specific case is that two of the some male members of my family, Lord, brought the deceased inside the house, and two of them are said to have assaulted. I may submit, Lord, that the bail of those two persons have already been rejected regular bail by this honorable. So far, these petitioners are concerned, they are not named, and we are.
Let us see the FIR.
My Lord.
What is the accusation?
That is not निवेदन के साथ कहना है कि मैं कृष्णावती कुंवर पति सो एंड सो 25/1 को करीब 6 बजे शाम में मेरा लड़का घर से निकला था। 10 बजे रात तक मेरा लड़का विकास कुमार मेरा घर नहीं आया, तो हम लोग लड़के को खोजबीन करने लगे, कहीं नहीं मिला। तो हम लोग को पता चला कि धनु पासवान, पेशर सो एंड सो, फौजदार पासवान, राजकुमार पासवान, चंदेश्वर पासवान, अशोक पासवान, धनेश्वर पासवान, भिखारी पासवान, अमित पासवान, 9 धनु पासवान, के दामाद ग्राम बघेला, थाना बघेला, जिला रोहतास, नाम नहीं मालूम है, तथा 2 अन्य जिसको देखकर पहचान जाएंगे मेरे लड़का विकास कुमार मिश्रा को। ये लोग अंधेरा का लाभ लेकर के कहीं बाहर से सभी लोगों ने पकड़कर धनु पासवान के घर में ले गए। वहीं पर जान से मारने के नियत से धनु पासवान अपने हाथ में लोहे का टांगी से ललाट पर मारे, जिससे ललाट कट गया, खून बहने लगा। फौजदार पासवान ने लोहे के रॉड से तथा लाठी डंडा से मार करके जख्मी कर दिया। तो हम सभी लोगों को मारते रहे जब तक कि मेरे लड़के का मौत नहीं हुआ। जब विकास कुमार मिश्रा का धनु पासवान के घर में ही मृत्यु हो गया। इसका वजह था कुछ दिन पहले धनु पासवान की लड़की पुनीता से प्रेम प्रसंग था। पुलिस ने लाश को धनु पासवान के घर से बरामद किया। धनु पासवान ने स्वेच्छा से पुलिस के समझ कहा कि हम ही लोग जान से मार दिए। तो श्रीमान से निवेदन है कि उचित कार्रवाई करने के।
इसका बेल रिजेक्ट हुआ है, एंटिसिपेटरी
दोनों धनु पासवान एंड द 2 पर्सन, धनु पासवान एंड फौजदार पासवान,
इन लोगों की रेगुलर बेल रिजेक्ट हुई है, एंटिसिपेटरी
नहीं रेगुलर। I was appearing in that very case and the bail was rejected.
By this court or some other court?
No, by this honorable. No, हुजूर के द्वारा नहीं, by honorable Mr. Justice.
Or whatever, High Court. Now, Punita is the daughter of Dhanu. Poonam is the wife of Dhanu, and who is Prema? Wife of one of the accused persons.
One of the accused.
They were not named in the FIR.
Not named, and even it cannot be said because we were the female inmates, we were inside the house. There is no any कि हम लोगों ने कोई मारा है, even instigated or even participated.
तो आपका नाम बाद में आया, कैसे आया ये बताइए ना।
इसलिए आया कि कहते हैं कि एक लड़की के साथ प्रेम प्रसंग चल रहा। He was my friend और
पुनीता कुमारी के साथ प्रेम प्रसंग चल रहा था।
चल रहा था, जिसके चलते उन लोगों ने मारा।
नहीं वो तो उस समय भी था, वो उतना नाम तो एफआईआर में भी पुनीता का है।
जी हाँ,
लेकिन एक्यूज्ड में नहीं है। वो किस वजह से
बाद में हुआ कि इन लोगों का भी हाथ है, they were also in conspiracy with the female members.
Mr. Vikram Dev Singh, learned advocate for the petitioners and so for the state. The petitioners seek bail in anticipation of their arrest in connection with so. The son of the informant is stated to have been taken to the house of one Dhanu Paswan and was assaulted, which led to his death. The aforesaid information has been given by the informant on such information having been provided to him. Having been provided to him or her, lady hai?
Lady.
Information provided to her. The specific act of assault is attributed to Dhanu and another. The reason behind the occurrence is stated to be the relationship between the deceased and petitioner number 2, who is the daughter of aforesaid Dhanu Paswan. Land Council for the petitioners has submitted that though the name of petitioner number 2 does transpire in the body of the FIR, but she was not made accused in this case in the first instance. The regular petition of Dhanu Paswan and another has been rejected by a bench of this court. Mr. Vikram Dev Singh, learned advocate for the petitioners, has submitted that during the course of investigation, the petitioners also are sought to be prosecuted because they are the female members of the house, and therefore the possibility of their having participated in the occurrence cannot be ruled out. Call for the case diary and list this matter on receipt of the same on 17th of February. First of the petitioners, in the meanwhile, in the event of their arrest or surrender, shall be released on provisional bail 10,000.
I am for the state lordship, Veena Kumari Jaiswal.
State में लिखिएगा MS Veena Kumari Jaiswal. Mr. Mukesh Kumar, just a minute. Mr. Mukesh Kumar, you were waiting for all this while, but when your case was called out, you ran away.
My lord, due to connectivity, sorry, my lord.
So your case we will call because the court saw you waiting for so long. Therefore, we have kept it as passover. Your case will be called out now. Item number 36, Mr. Court Master, आपकी कहाँ?
ठीक है, देख रहा है 36 को.
36 कॉल करिए.
Item 36, Mr. Mukesh Kumar, number 1.
May please your lordship. My lord, the offense under section 307 and other allied sections of the IPC and 27 of the Arms Act, my lord. My lord, the written report at page 10, as per the prosecution story, the allegation in threefold against the petitioner. First, he is the order giver. He has ordered to the co-accused to kill the informant. The second one is he has assaulted the informant by butt of the pistol on his head. And third one is that he has fired upon the informant, but doesn't hit the informant. This is the allegation against the petitioner. My lord, it is a case and counter case, but both sides sustain injury, but not grievous or serious. Though I have not annexed, but I have stated in para 9 and 10 of my petition.
No,
Annexure 2 is
we would like to see the injury.
yes, my lord. Then call for the case diary.
I heard Mr. Mukesh Kumar, learned advocate for the petitioner and so for the state. The petitioner
I am
seeks
contested.
and Ms. Veena Rani Jaiswal for the state. The petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with so-and-so. First off, the accusation against the petitioner is of having ordered to assault the victim as also of assaulting him by butt of the pistol. First off, the petitioner is said to have fired also, but it did not hit anybody. First off, Land Counsel for the petitioner has submitted that there is a counter version of the occurrence which has been filed against the informant by Rosra PS case number 31 of 2021. Stop. The victim has though received injury, but it is not stated to be grievous. First off, the petitioner has also received simple injury. First off, the Land Counsel for the petitioner has further submitted that because of a dispute with respect to Ram Janki Mandir, the parties have clashed against each other. First off, call for the case diary and injury report and injury reports, and list this case on receipt of the same on 24th of February. First off, the petitioner in the meanwhile, in the event of his arrest or surrender, shall be released on provisional bail 10,000.
Then 30, Mr. Madhurendra Kumar.
May please, your lord. Offense under section 341, 323, 504, 506, 34 IPC and section 12 and 18 of the POCSO Act. Allegation, your lordship, only to the extent only on the alleged date of occurrence, the victim girl enter in the house of the petitioner, your lordship, for taking back her she got, your lordship, where the petitioner was in intoxicated state and he caught her hand, your lordship. But somehow he escaped from there, your lordship, narrated the story to the parent. Both are next door neighbor, your lordship, but there is an earlier dispute between them. Both are agnates, my lord, both party are. Petitioner having clean antecedent, your lordship.
ठीक है, लेकिन वो 14 साल की लड़की है और 164 के बयान में बोलती है, तो क्या करेंगे?
164 स्टेटमेंट 2.5 साल के बाद हुआ है।
ठीक है।
The statement of 164 recorded after 2.5 years, my lord.
2.5 years,
my lord.
देखिए, they heard Mr. क्या नाम है आपका? Madhurendra Kumar. Heard Mr. Madhurendra Kumar, learned advocate for the petitioner and so and so for the state. The petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with so and so. The accusation against the petitioner is of catching the prosecutrix by her hand and dragging her inside the house when she had gone to bring her goat. Land Counsel for the petitioner has submitted that the parties are neighbors and a false case has been instituted against him. The statement of the victim girl under section 164 was recorded after 2.5 years of the occurrence, in which she has disclosed her age to be 14 years and has endorsed the statement made in the first information report. Land Counsel for the petitioner has submitted that such a statement may not be relied upon for the reason of the delay in the recording of such a statement. First off, it has further been submitted that the petitioner is only said to have caught the hands of the informant, or caught the hands of the victim and dragged her to some distance. First off, there could have been some dispute with respect to goat, having grazed the field of the petitioner. Stop. Such a small occurrence, such a trivial occurrence was given the color of a serious criminal case. Stop. Considering the aforementioned facts, the petitioner is directed to be released in the event of arrest or surrender 10,000.
1039, Mr. Vijay Kumar Sinha.
Yes.
My lord, the case instituted for the offence under section 366A, 34 IPC, my lord. After passing of 14 days, the instant FIR was lodged. The informant has stated in the FIR कि 27/10/20 को 9 बजे इनकी लड़की जो है निक्की कुमारी, उम्र 15 वर्ष, वो खलिहान में जा रही थी कि रास्ते में रामू पासवान, उमेश पासवान, भोला पासवान, फगनी देवी, अकली देवी, ये सब लोग मिल करके मुंह बांध करके 4 व्हीलर गाड़ी से लेकर के चले गए। जबरदस्ती शादी करने के उद्देश्य से कहीं अनजान जगह में ले जाकर के छुपा कर इनका स्टेटमेंट हो गया। एनेक्शन 4 जो है विक्टिम का स्टेटमेंट है, पेज नंबर 21। इसमें उन्होंने अपना एज बताया 18 बरस। बोलती हैं कि मैं दिनांक 25/10/20 को खुद बस पकड़ मोतिहारी से दिल्ली चली गई थी। मेरी परिवार के लोग जबरदस्ती मेरी शादी करवाना चाहते थे, इसलिए अपने घर से दिल्ली चली गई थी। मेरे पिताजी ने रामू पासवान एवं उसके परिवार के लोगों पर गलत मुकदमा कर दिया। मेरा किसी ने अपहरण नहीं किया था। मैं अपनी मर्जी से दिल्ली चली गई थी। मेरे पिताजी, माँ एवं परिवार के जबरदस्ती शादी करने के लिए अनुचित दबाव बनाते थे, मारते पीटते थे, जबकि मैं अभी पढ़ना चाहती हूँ। जब मुझे पता चला कि मेरे परिवार ने रामू पासवान गलत मुकदमा कर दिया।
Heard Mr. Vijay Kumar Sinha, learned advocate for the petitioners and so and so for the state. The petitioners.
I am for the state, Lordship.
Veena Rani Jaiswal for the state. The petitioners.
Veena Kumari Jaiswal.
Veena Kumari Jaiswal. The petitioners seek bail in anticipation of their arrest in connection with Swansea. The accusation against the petitioners is of having kidnapped the minor daughter of the informant for the purposes of marriage. Land Council for the petitioners has submitted that the victim in her statement under section 164 has denied all such allegations. She has stated that she is 18 years of age and had run away from her house because she was not properly treated by her parents and they wanted to marry her off to a person who was not of her choice. In her statement referred to above, she has also said that she would like to live with her parents provided they don't ill-treat. The brother of the victim, the brother of the so-called victim, has also sworn an affidavit and has executed a bond of ₹5 lakhs for treating the victim properly in her house. Regard being had to the aforestated facts, the petitioners are directed to be released 10,000.
CLR 40, Mr. Manish Kumar, number 13.
Please, Your Lordship. The petitioner is the wife of one Joint Commissioner Sussex who retired, and thereafter, my lord, a case was instituted of D. And my lord, the amount, my lord, may come to the FIR. 40 lakhs it is said to have been, he has, my husband is said to have been purchased property of more than 40 lakhs from the known source of income. My name was not in FIR, but charge sheet now we have been made as a 120B helping my husband. Below the 2 property has been purchased by my husband in 88 and 87. One land of 1 lakh and the other land of 35,000. And below the construction of the house of these two, 18 lakhs and 19 lakhs. This is the abatement का charge कहते हैं तो कौन wife
Who appears for the vigilance?
My lords, I am appearing. My lords,
Okay.
may I submit, my lord, since there is a huge amount of money involved, and my lords,
हस्बैंड इनके ब्राइवरी में इंडल्ज करते हैं, प्रॉपर्टी बनाते हैं, इनका नाम पर प्रॉपर्टी खरीद भी लें और सब प्रॉपर्टी इनके नाम पर खरीद लें, तो इनको जेल क्यों भेज देंगे?
my
हस्बैंड को
lord,
पकड़
इसमें my lords हम लोग एक काउंटर एक फाइल करना चाहते हैं।
काउंटर फाइल करिए, हम केस डायरी भी मांग सकते हैं, काउंटर भी फाइल करिए, लेकिन इन्हें प्रोविजनल बेल मैं दूंगा।
और 51 बहू है, आइटम 51 पर इसी केस में इसकी बहू है, वाइफ और बहू दोनों को बना दिया है।
मेंबर्स के नाम पे सब होगा, so they should get some punishment at least, all the family members.
सजा कर देंगे तो पनिशमेंट मिल जाएगा, लेकिन इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दौरान अगर ये भागेंगे तो इनकी एंटिसिपेटरी बेल कैंसिल करा देंगी आप।
चार्जशीट हो गया हुजूर, हम लोग एफआईआर में नहीं थे, चार्जशीट में दिया है नाम।
हो गया, ट्रायल में अगर भागने लगेंगे तो आप कैंसिल करा
कब ट्रायल होगा, कब कन्विक्शन होगा,
तो ये आपकी ग्राउंड में नोट करा देता हूँ कि कब ट्रायल होगा ये नहीं पता, तो इनको जेल कैसे भेजेंगे?
That is not my lord's ground to be precise, but this is what I feel.
And that's all right. It's not required. You can, if you want to put in your response for your satisfaction, for your representing a particular department, we will permit you to. But would you like?
I want to file a response. I want to file my response.
All right. Otherwise, we would have given a decent burial and conclusion to this petition. Case wise लड़ते रहिए, आपको फाइल करना है तो करिए. We are granting a provision.
Yes, lordship. Definitely, I would like to file a reply.
All right. Heard Mr. Y.V. Giri, learned senior advocate for the petitioner, and Ms. Archana Khopre, जो भी नाम है पूरा, for the vigilance.
Vijender Kumar Singh.
The state is represented by. आपकी जरूरत नहीं है इसमें.
वो नाम है.
केस देते लिखाने का तो मुझे कोई मतलब है नहीं ना. विजिलेंस केस कंटेस्ट कर रही है, विजिलेंस अपोज कर रही है. अब आप फॉर्मल पार्टी हैं, आप अगर अपना नाम लिखवाना चाहते तो बोलिए मत, व्हाट्सएप करके भेज दीजिए, हेडर में आपका नाम लिख जाएगा.
ओके माय लॉर्ड.
लिखूंगा. Heard so and so for the vigilance department. Stop. The petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of her arrest in connection with special Patna special vigilance. जो भी केस है वो लिख देना. Stop. She is the wife of Digambar Prasad Tiwari, an officer in the commercial taxes department, who was made and accused in a case of amassing assets disproportionate to his known sources of income. The petitioner was not named in the FIR, but later charge sheet has been submitted against her for having abetted her husband in amassing such property, which is disproportionate to his known sources of income. Land Council for the petitioner has submitted that assuming but not admitting the accusation of the husband of the petitioner having amassed wealth disproportionate to his known sources of income, and some of the properties standing in the name of the petitioner as well, that would not make her squarely liable for being prosecuted in the aforesaid case. Even the property which stands in the name of the petitioner is not of very high valuation. Be that as it may, the Learned Council for the Vigilance Department, however, wishes to put in the response of the department for opposing the prayer for grant of anticipatory bail. Let such an affidavit be filed by the next state. Re-notify on 24th of February. The petitioner, in the meanwhile, in the event of her arrest or surrender, shall be released on provisional bail on her furnishing bonds in the sum of ₹10,000 with 2 sureties of like amount.
Your item 51 daughter-in-law है. Item 51 same उसी केस में.
Item number 51 में जहाँ पर wife लिखा है वहाँ daughter-in-law लिखा.
But I am not appearing in item 51, and I am not aware of the council appearing in that case.
Very well, Mr. Giri. Now let it be called out. Then we will pass an order. Archana, this should not be the approach of the Council of the Vigilance
My
Department.
lord, no, I just wanted to mention it, even if my name is mentioned, is no problem as such.
Court
But-
is entrusting you with this. You take
My
notice
lord.
in that matter and file your response.
Let
The
the
court says
order be passed. I'm sorry, my lords. I'm sorry, my lords. Let the order be passed. I'm
Same
very
order.
sorry. Extremely sorry.
we are just reminding you
Hello.
for the reason that all of us are helping the institution to perform its obligation.
My
Now,
lords.
we can't take these pleas. Suppose
My
I say that weather is very windy today, I don't want to work. Would that be justified? No.
No, my lords. I understand. My apologies.
For the Vigilance Department, such objection may not be raised. Suppose the department asks you that this was not entrusted to you. You could very well say that the court had heard one matter and the second matter, now my presence has been recorded. Let me handle it. No problem.
I understand and profusely apologize, my lords.
Yes.
So, my lord, in the second also the same order.
Same
Item-
order.
Item 51.
Oh yeah. 51, same order, except for wife, the word daughter-in-law.
Daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law.
All. Yes.
CL 41. Mr. Vinay Kumar Misra.
My lord, an application for anticipatory bail under Excise Act, my lord, Annexure 2, relevant part of the Annexure, page number 13, my lord. Informant had received separate information and search the house and backside of गौशाला में लौट कहते हैं कि कॉस्ट शेड में बिना किवाड़ी के जमीन के नीचे से 13.14 ml liter country made liquor was recovered, my lord. Petitioner got no criminal antecedent, my lord.
काउ शेड और भूसा घर, इसको मैं घर ही मानता।
बैक साइड है ये, घर के पीछे।
हाँ, तो आपका है ओपन रहता तो कोई बात है, काउ शेड है।
उसी में लिखा हुआ है गौशाला, ब्रैकेट में लिखा हुआ बिना किवाड़ का।
तो गौशाला में किवाड़ थोड़ी लगता है, गाय को बंद करके थोड़ी रखेंगे आप, वो तो छत उसकी जरूरी होती है।
उसके जमीन के नीचे है, हमारा कोई एंटीसीडेंट नहीं है।
नहीं वो ठीक है, लेकिन गौशाला, भूसा घर, बरंडा ये सब को घर ही माना जाएगा।
घर के पीछे में है गौशाला।
गौशाला के पीछे अगर रिकवरी होती तो मैं तुरंत बेल दे देता।
उसमें लिखा हुआ है गौशाला, घर के पीछे बने गौशाला में जमीन के नीचे से जाकर रखा हुआ। ठीक तो है।
सुरंग बना के जमीन के नीचे गौशाला के अंदर में थोड़ी डाल दिया होगा। एनीवे उस पर बताइए रिकवरी कितनी है?
13.140 लीटर है, 13 लीटर 140 ml कंट्री में लिखते हैं।
बहुत कम है। उसमें लिखा हुआ है, सीजर में लिखा हुआ है कि बिना दरवाजा का।
जी जी हजूर, 6 पर है हजूर, 126। अभियुक्त के पूरब रुख के घर के पीछे बने गौशाला बिना किवाड़ का में जमीन के नीचे गाड़ कर रखा हुआ।
तो कोई भी कर सकता था। चलिए ठीक है, we give you that benefit of doubt। लिखा हुआ है सीजर में कि बिना दीवार का है तो ठीक है, और वो भी अगर 50-60 लीटर रहता तो समझते हैं ठीक है। You heard Mr. Vinay Kumar Mishra, learned advocate for the petitioner so for the state. The petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with so-and-so. Stop. कितना लीटर्स कहा आपने?
0.140 लीटर, 13 लीटर 140 ml विदेशी शराब।
Approximately 13 liters of liquor is said to have been recovered from the cow shed situated behind the house of the petitioner, but without any door. Land Council for the petitioner has submitted that such recovery cannot be deemed to be in the constructive possession of the petitioner as the Goshala had no door in it. Stop. The recovery is from beneath the ground. Stop. The petitioner does not have criminal antecedents. Stop. The Goshala nahi, cow shed likha hai. The cow shed therefore could have been accessed by all and sundry. Stop. On the aforementioned grounds, it has been urged that the offence under the Excise Act cannot be said to have been made out against the petitioner for the reasons aforestated. 10,000.
42. Mr. Javed Assalam.
Maybe, Your Lordship. This application for anticipatory bail, offence alleged under section 307,
Yes.
379 and other allied section of the Penal Code, Lordship. As per FIR allegation है Lordship, कहते हैं कि 19/1/2021 को करीब 12:30 बजे सुबोध सिंह चिमनी के सामने मुख्य सड़क पर तभी अचानक चंदन कुमार, रोहित कुशवाहा, आजाद पासवान, बीटू पासवान और 5 से 7 लोग सभी लोग घेर लिए। चंदन कुशवाहा एवं आजाद पासवान अपने हाथ में कट्टा लिए थे। रोहित कुशवाहा एवं चंद्रशेखर पासवान अपने हाथ में धारदार हथियार लिए हुए थे। बीटू पासवान अपने हाथ में मोटा सरिया लिए हुए थे। वे अन्य लोग लाठी डंडा लिए। अचानक सभी लोग बिना कुछ कहे मारने पीटने लगे। बीटू पासवान लोहे के रड से मेरे सर पर जोर से मारा। चंदन कट्टे के बट से मेरे सर पर मारा। गिरने पर चंदन कुशवाहा 12,000 रुपया छीन लिया। लॉर्डशिप एसएसपी एलिगेशन है पिटिशनर 4 बीटू पासवान के अगेंस्ट में रॉड से मारने का। लॉर्डशिप अब बट से मारने का एलिगेशन है पिटिशन 1 पे। लॉर्डशिप काइंडली सी इम्प्यून ऑर्डर 3rd पेज ऑफ इम्प्यून ऑर्डर। लॉर्डशिप आया हुआ है कि मोर ओवर द आईओ इज वेरी नेग्लिजेंट in conducting the investigation as he failed to produce the injury report. Injury report कहीं आया नहीं है लॉर्डशिप।
अब आ गया होगा। आपको क्या पता है कि इंजरी कैसी थी माथे पर?
और एफआईआर भी किए हैं 1 दिन के बाद। लॉर्डशिप 19 की घटना है और 20 को एफआईआर कर रहे हैं।
ठीक है मिस्टर जावेद असलम, वो मैं इंजरी देखूंगा तभी 307 में एंटीसिपेट।
ठीक है।
इस डायरी मांग लिया जाए हुजूर तारकेश्वर नाथ ठाकुर फॉर स्टेट।
ओके, लेकिन प्रोविजनल बेल दूंगा क्योंकि कोई इंजरी नहीं है। Heard Mr. Javed Aslam, learned advocate for the petitioner, and Mr. Tarkeshwar Nath Thakur for the state. The petitioners seek bail in anticipation of their arrest in connection with so-and-so. The petitioners are said to have assaulted the informant by different weapons. Even though some of the accused persons, including the petitioners, are alleged to have been carrying firearm weapons, but the same was never used. Land Council for the petitioner has drawn the attention of this court to the impugned order, in which it has been stated that despite the asking of the court repeatedly, no injury report was made available to it for deciding the anticipatory bail application of the petitioners. Land Council for the petitioners has submitted that the occurrence took place in a heat of temper without any premeditation. It has further been submitted that none of the injuries, according to them, none of the injuries suffered by the victims, according to the petitioners, could be life-threatening. Call for the case diary and list this matter on receipt of the same on 24th of February. The petitioners, in the meanwhile, in the event of their arrest or surrender, shall be released on provisional bail 10,000.
43. Mr. Madhvendra Kumar.
Simply, Your Lordship.
Yes.
This case, Your Lordship, petitioner number 1 has been arrested, Your Lordship.
Yes. All right. 2 का बहस करिए।
हमारा सेम केस है जो 38 में हुआ है। इसमें petitioner is a family member, my lord, और the allegation against the petitioner is only to the extent that after the incident, a panchayati was convened, Your Lordship, where he abused the informant and tried to assault man.
Again, Mr. Madhurendra Kumar, learned counsel for the petitioner, seeks permission to withdraw the application with respect to petitioner number 1, who has been arrested during the pendency of this petition. The application with respect to petitioner number 1 is dismissed as having become infructuous. Petitioner number 2 seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with so-and-so. The victim is said to have been misbehaved with by one Sona Lal Kumar when she had gone to collect her goat. Land Council for the petitioner has submitted that after about 2.5 years of the occurrence, the victim has endorsed the statement made in the FIR. However, so far as the petitioner number 2 is concerned, he is said to have made attempts at assaulting the victim and her family members at the time of panchayati to settle the dispute between the parties. Regard being had the nature of accusation against petitioner number 2 and the fact that this court has granted anticipatory bail to Sona Lal alias Sona Lal Kumar today in criminal miscellaneous number 31610 of 2021. The petitioner also is directed to be released in the event of arrest or surrender 10,000.
44. Mr. Ajit Kumar Singh.
May I upload it? My lord, this is an application for anticipatory bail.
I am for the informant, my lord.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Ajit. क्या हो गया?
My lord, I shall be reading the FIR. उपर्युक्त विषय के सूचित करना है संतोष कुमार साहनी कहलगांव के यहाँ सीता झा, अजीत झा, सन्नी झा तीनों साकिन हृदयगंज जिला कटिहार सोनू कुमार सो एंड सो पूर्णिया किराएदार के रूप में रहने लगा। उसी क्रम में उपरोक्त चारों लोगों से संपर्क हुआ। संपर्क के दौरान इन लोगों के द्वारा लोन देने की बात बताया। संपर्क के दौरान लोन देने की बात बताया। मैं भी उसी मकान में किराएदार के रूप में रहता हूं। उपरोक्त चारों लोगों के द्वारा 35 लाख रुपया लोन देने के नाम पर 35,000 रुपया 3,50,000 रुपया हमसे लिया और बोला कि लोन का 37.5% सब्सिडी माफ हो जाएगा, बाकी 63% का भुगतान बिना किसी ब्याज का 48 माह में भुगतान करना है। बोला गया कि 1 माह के अंदर लोन मिल जाएगा। जब नहीं मिला तो उन लोगों से लोन की राशि नहीं मिलने पर उन लोगों से बोलने पर टाल मटोल करने लगा तथा इसी तरह कहलगांव के अन्य जगह से लोन दिलाने के नाम पर रुपया का ठगी कर लिया है, जिसमें प्रभा देवी सो एंड सो कहलगांव से भी 1 करोड़ रुपया लोन दिलाने के नाम पर 10 लाख, जिसमें शिवानी स्वयं सहायता समूह नीलकंठ गुलाबगंज पूर्णिया अध्यक्ष सीता झा कोषाध्यक्ष मनोरमा देवी के हस्ताक्षर से निर्गत देना बैंक पूर्णिया शाखा का 1 करोड़ रुपया का चेक सो एंड सो दिया गया। इस तरह से माय लॉर्ड अदर एलिगेशंस हैव आल्सो बीन मेड माय लॉर्ड। So far my lord the petitioner is concerned my lord the point is my lord that she has been falsely implicated in this case because the informant has not said that on what mode the payment has been made, whether it was by check, bank draft or by RTGS. Even there was no agreement. My lord, beyond expectation that a person who is seeking a loan of rupees 35 lakhs voluntarily gives 3,50,000 my lord. And my lord, the informant was living in the same house in which the petitioners were residing, and they have surreptitiously, my lord, collected the checkbooks and falsely got it bounced from the bank, my lord. Now, my lord, the date of occurrence is, my lord, 26/2020, and the FIR was lodged after 15 days, my lord, that is on 5/11/20. And for making acquisition under section 406, my lord, there must be entrustment. But here in this case, my lord, there is no entrustment because the mode has not been mentioned that on what mode the payment has been made, my lord. And there is allegation of
रुक जाइए।
The facts appear familiar to me. Have I passed any order with respect to other accused person in this case?
Yes, एक बेटा के नाम पर सनी झा के नाम पर उसमें डायरी मांगा गया था और अरेस्ट स्टे किया गया था।
वही करते। इन्फॉर्मेंट की तरफ से वकील साहब बताइए।
इन्फॉर्मेंट
अरे
I am for the informant, my lord.
हाँ बोलिए।
हुजूर इसने तो करोड़ों करोड़ रुपया ठगी है लोगों से। सबको चेक भी दिया हुजूर, सब बहुत चेक हुजूर।
क्या करेंगे आप? 3.5 लाख रुपया आप कैसे दे दिया भाई? 35 लाख लोग 3.5 लाख रुपए आप दे दिया, ऐसा सोचा नहीं। और उसमें भी आपको ये कहा गया कि 37% लोन माफ हो जाएगा। कौन सी स्कीम है? वो ये मुख्यमंत्री हैं?
मैंने 42 लोगों से लिया पैसा, एक आदमी का रेगुलर बेल हुआ हुजूर, ठीक है, फिफ्थ केस फॉर रेगुलर बेल माय लॉर्ड।
डायरी हमने मांगा है किसी केस में ना?
यस माय लॉर्ड।
नहीं, इन्फॉर्मेंट से पूछ रहा हूँ, आप उसको डिस्प्यूट तो नहीं करते? मैंने डायरी मांगा है, प्रोविजनल बेल दिया, इनको भी दे देता हूँ, डायरी के बाद देखें, बस करिए। Heard Mr. Ajit Singh, learned advocate for the petitioner, and Mr. Nadimul. आपका नाम ही नहीं आ रहा, आपका नंबर आ रहा है 1845761676, आपका नाम नजमुल हुदा। फिर माइक ऑन करिए।
माइकल
क्या कहे? नजमुल हुदा।
माय लॉर्ड।
Heard Mr. Ajit Kumar Singh, learned advocate for the petitioner, and Mr. Nazmul Huda for the informant. The state is represented by so-and-so. The petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of her arrest in connection with so-and-so. Stop. It has been alleged in the FIR that the petitioner and others were tenant in the same house where the informant was a tenant. Stop. The informant was made to understand that if he would spend money, he would get a loan of rupees 35 lakhs, and good amount shall be given as rebate after the disbursement of the loan. For procuring such loan, the informant is said to have deposited rupees 3.5 lakhs. However, when the loan was not disbursed to him, and the accused persons were asked to return the amount, a check was issued which could not be respected, as there was no sufficient fund in the account of the petitioner. In the FIR, it has also been alleged that similar modus was used by the petitioner and others in fobbing many other persons of their hard-earned money. Learned counsel for the petitioner has submitted that the accusation is absolutely false. No mode of transmission of no mode of payment of rupees 3.5 lakhs to the petitioner has been stated in the FIR. A general allegation has been made that the petitioner and others have cheated many such persons who are desirous of obtaining loan. The Learned Counsel for the petitioner has also submitted that the aforesaid naivete, NAIVETTE, the aforesaid naivete of the informant is neither understandable nor appears to be acceptable in present times. Call for the case diary and list this matter on receipt of the same on 24th of February. The petitioner, in the meanwhile, in the event of the arrest, her arrest or surrender, shall be released on provisional bail on her furnishing bonds in the sum of 10,000, two sureties of like amount.
45. Ravi Shankar Pankaj.
My lord, this is anticipatory bail petition, my lord, and the sole petitioner, my lord, allegation under section 302, 201, and 34 of IPC, my lord. The petitioner's name came during investigation, my lord, and as per the written statement of the informant, my lord, that is on page number 15, my lord. As per the allegation, in night of 9 o'clock, the deceased Pintu Kumar was called on mobile to come outside his house and at the road, where the informant alleged that he has seen 4 to 5 persons were standing there with 2 motorcycles, and then the deceased person was also went with those persons on their motorcycle. And in the morning, the deceased body, dead body, was found in pool of blood in bank of the road, my lord. As per this is the allegation, my lord. During investigation, my lord, one Rajiv Kumar, who is brother of this petitioner, my lord, confessed that after the occurrence, he called this petitioner, my lord, to come at the specific place, and then he gave assistance as per the allegation. My lord. As per the allegation, my lord, he gave assistance to the accused person, my lord.
एक मिनट मिस्टर रवि पंकज
रवि
प्लीज
पंकज,
एक मिनट रुकिए जरा सा। पैराग्राफ 4 ऑफ द इम्प्यून ऑर्डर पढ़िए तो।
my lord।
उभय पक्षों को सुना।
जी, उभय पक्षों को सुना एवं अभिलेख का अवलोकन किया, जिससे प्रतीत होता है कि प्राथमिकी अज्ञात के विरुद्ध दर्ज है। आवेदक का नाम सह अभियुक्त राजीव कुमार एवं पूजा कुमारी द्वारा दिए गए स्वकरोक्ति बयान में आया है, जिसमें मैं उसी पार्ट का आगे पढ़ दे रहा हूँ।
उतना इधर बोलने से क्या फायदा, पढ़िए।
जिसमें पूजा कुमारी कही है कि विवाद उसके पति पिंटू कुमार शराब के नशे में मारपीट एवं प्रताड़ित करते थे और कई बातों पर विवाद था, जिसके कारण मेरे कहने पर राजीव कुमार 1,15,000 रुपए में पति की हत्या करने को तैयार किया और राजीव द्वारा अन्य सह अभियुक्तों द्वारा मिलकर घटना को अंजाम दिया, जिसका समर्थन राजीव कुमार द्वारा दिए गए स्वकरोक्ति बयान में होता है। तथा राजीव कुमार यह बयान दिया कि पिंटू कुमार को चाकू मारकर हत्या करने के बाद मोटरसाइकिल से थरथरी की तरफ चल दिए, जहां संजीव कुमार पहले से खड़ा था और संजीव कुमार पूजा को बोला कि राजीव कुमार पूजा को बोला कि पिंटू का काम तमाम हो गया है। Means in his statement, confessional statement also, he has stated that this petitioner had given assistance after the occurrence to and when detailed confession statement, firstly he called his brother, this petitioner, to come at a specific place after the occurrence.
हिंदी को अंग्रेजी में ट्रांसलेट करने की जरूरत नहीं है, मैं हिंदी समझता हूँ, ऑर्डर में लिखा हुआ है। अब आप हमें ये बताएं कि इस कन्फेशन के अलावे और मटेरियल आया है?
No material, my lord. Even the CAF record of the CAF record of the accused, this Rajiv Kumar, had come that after the occurrence he called.
कौन सा रिकॉर्ड?
कॉल डिटेल आता है मोबाइल का, my lord, उस डिटेल में आया है कि had that this Rajiv Kumar had called this petitioner to come at the specific place, and then he come at that place and then both of them had gone to their home, my lord. यही आया है स्पेसिफिक, my lord।
तो आप सुपारी लेकर हत्या करते हैं, वो
मेरा कोई रोल नहीं है, my lord। राजीव कुमार के अगेंस्ट ही आया है। हम राजीव कुमार के ब्रदर हैं, इसलिए एक्यूज हैं बस, my lord। मेरे भाई ने मुझे बुलाया कि मैं उस जगह पे आ जाओ, मैं गया हूं और मैं साथ में मैं आया, घर लौटा हूं, बस यही स्पेसिफिक यही आया ही है कन्फेशनल स्टेटमेंट में।
और कहीं डायरी में कुछ नहीं है?
नो my lord, nothing relating to this petitioner, my lord।
चीफ और पूजा कहाँ है?
ये सभी को रेगुलर बेल मिल आउट हुआ है, क्योंकि they had given active role in that the occurrence, my lord।
ये ठीक है, तो पूजा को रेगुलर बेल मिल गया है,
my lord। राजीव को ही मिल चुका है,
राजीव को ही मिल चुका,
my lord।
देखिए, heard Mr. Ravi S. Pankaj, advocate for the petitioner and so and so for the state. The petitioner seeks heard Mr. Ravi S. Pankaj, learned advocate for the petitioner, and Mr. Muhammad Iftikhar Mahmood for the state. The petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with so-and-so. Stop. The FIR has been registered against unknown. Stop. The deceased was found murdered in a pool of blood. The dead body of the deceased was found in a pool of blood on the next day of his having disappeared. Stop. The informant had spotted 4 persons taking him away. Stop. Later, during the course of investigation, the wife of the deceased was arrested, who disclosed that she had arranged for the killing of the deceased because of his intemperate behavior towards her. Stop. For the aforesaid purpose, she had paid some money to one Rajiv Kumar. Stop. Rajiv Kumar, on being arrested, has disclosed that after the occurrence, after the killing of the deceased, he had called his brother, namely the petitioner, to inform Pooja that the deceased has been killed. During the course of investigation, the only material apart from the aforesaid confession which could be collected against the petitioner is the call detailed report confirming the fact that Rajiv had called the petitioner at a particular specified place after the occurrence, specified place. The learned counsel for the petitioner has further submitted that Pooja Kumari, who is the wife of the deceased and was the main player behind his killing, has been granted regular bail. The brother of the petitioner, Rajiv Kumar, the person who was given the contract of killing the deceased, has also been granted regular bail by the court below. The petitioner appears, it has been urged that the petitioner has been made accused in this case only because he happens to be the brother of aforesaid Rajiv Kumar. The petitioner had no idea, even if the accusation of the petitioner having been called by Rajiv Kumar after the occurrence is accepted to be true, it can safely be presumed that the petitioner may not have had any idea of the reason for his being called by his brother. Considering the aforementioned evidence, considering only the aforementioned evidence against the petitioner and the fact that Pooja Kumari and Rajiv Kumar both have been granted regular bail by the court below, the petitioner is directed to be released in the event of his arrest or surrender 10,000. Yes.
मिलोड राजीव को ऑनरेबल हाई कोर्ट से बेल हुआ है.
Neha Pooja Kumari granted bail by court below and Rajiv from the High Court. Necessary change कर दें. चलो, yes.
अब लाइन करें.
Yes,
46. 46, Mr. Santosh Kumar.
May I please, Your Lordship?
Yes.
In this case, my lords, with regard to petitioner number 1, my lords, I may be permitted to withdraw since he has been arrested, my lords.
All right.
And further, my lords, prayer for anticipatory bail on behalf of the petitioner Sikandar Mahto, my lords.
Yes.
For alleged offences under section 341, 323, 307, 354, 448, 506, 34 IPC, my lords. As per allegation in the FIR, my lords, specific against me, my lords, कहते हैं कि मेरे गांव के इंदल महतो पिता गणेश महतो, पिटिशन नंबर 1, my lords, दिनांक सो एंड सो को समय करीब 5 बजे शाम मेरे पतोहू को जबरदस्ती घर में घुसकर रेप करने का प्रयास किया, तो मेरी पतोहू चिल्लाई, हम लोग दौड़ कर आए, तो वह इंदल महतो को एक्यूज, my lords, मेरे पतोहू को जमीन पर पटका हुआ था, तभी हम लोग उसका विरोध.
Has been arrested. तो
My
इसको
lords.
ये भी जाएगा. ये सब केसेस में एंटिसिपेट.
But against me, my lords, can be seen no specific allegation, my lords. वो इंदल महतो घर से भाग जाता है हुजूर, इंदल महतो भाग जाता है, फिर बाद में कुछ लोगों के साथ आता है, उसमें मेरे बारे में कहते हैं स्पेसिफिक. मेरे ये हुजूर मेरा नेक्स्ट डोर नेबर है हुजूर, और ट्रिवियल इश्यूज पर ये
कहाँ डिस्प्यूट कर रहे हैं, कहा है वो तो कह रहा है कि मेरे नेबर हैं, मेरी बहू को रेप करना चाहते थे.
मेरे बारे में नहीं हुजूर, ये कोई एक्यूज के बारे में, कोई एक्यूज है हुजूर, मेरा ओन ब्रदर है.
All the more reason. All the more reason.
But my lords, allegation against me, my lords,
company to your brother, you will be released on bail.
That was not the case, my lords. मेरा भाई तो वहां था, ठीक है, उसके बारे में एलिगेशन है, बाद में कहते हैं कि हम लोग मारपीट किए हैं. अगेंस्ट मी सिर्फ जो लाठी डंडा हमारे हाथ में था.
It did not appear to be a reasonable order if I grant anticipatory bail to Santosh Kumar, na. In a case of this kind, simple, you will get regular bail. Sorry, लिखिए, हम लिखाएंगे, आपकी सब ग्राउंड्स लिखाएंगे कि आप पर कोई इल्जाम नहीं है, आप केवल मारने पीटने में गए, वो आपका भाई था जो रेप करना चाहता था, ये सब लिखा देते हैं. बेल एंटिसिपेटरी नहीं दूंगा. आप एक को अरेस्ट हो गए, दूसरे को एंटिसिपेटरी चाहिए.
इंजरी भी हुजूर कुछ वैसा नहीं आया हुजूर, इंजरी भी नहीं आया.
नहीं, को आपकी उम्र, स्टूडेंट हैं, बीमार हैं, कुछ वो सब बोलिए तो कंसिडर करेंगे हम।
19 years of age, my lords only. My lords only 19 years of age, my lords. Young. Sorry, my lords.
उसका क्या हुआ? आपके भाई का क्या हुआ? बेल वेल हुआ उसे?
नहीं, जो अभी कुछ दिन पहले ही अरेस्ट हुआ है। अब तो लॉकडाउन हो गया, सुनवाई में भी प्रॉब्लम हो रही है।
एंटिसिपेटरी बेल कैसे दें? क्या कह कर दें?
Only 19 years of age, my lord, सिर्फ फैमिली मेंबर होने की वजह से।
Mr. Santosh Kumar, learned advocate for the petitioner, seeks permission to withdraw the application with respect to petitioner number 1, who has been arrested during the pendency of this bail application. The prayer for the application with respect to petitioner number 1 is dismissed as having become infructuous. Petitioner number 2 seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with so-and-so. Stop. The accusation in the first information report is that Indal Mahto, the brother of the petitioner, had attempted to commit rape of the daughter-in-law of the informant, but he was unsuccessful, as in the meanwhile many persons had arrived. First up, later it has been alleged that aforesaid Indal Mahto came back to the house of the informant along with other accused persons, including the petitioner, and assaulted him and others. Land Counsel for the petitioner has submitted that he has been made accused in this case only because of his being younger brother to aforesaid Indal Mahto. The petitioner himself is 19 years of age, and because of land dispute between the parties, he too has been named in the FIR, but with no specific accusation of having abetted or attempted to rape any person. All that has been alleged is that he accompanied his brother in retaliation to he accompanied his brother to the house of the informant later when he had gone to settle scores with the informant. Considering the aforenoted background facts and the accusation against the petitioner and the accusation against the petitioner, and taking into account his young age, the petitioner is directed to be released in the event of arrest to surrender 10,000.
Lord, I am for the state in this case, my lord, Mrs. Meena Singh.
Meena Singh for the state.
Obliged, my lord.
47, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Singh.
May please, Lordship, prayer for anticipatory, my lord, case under section 302 allied sections, my lord. FIR lodged, my lord, 14 named and 4 to 5 unknown person, my lord. After investigation, police final form submit, my lord. Thereafter, learned court below deferred the final form taken to cognizance, my lord.
हमने इस केस में डायरी मांगी है या किसी को बेल दिया है?
नहीं मिलोट, इसी में कोई एक्यूज का इसी इंप्यूग ऑर्डर से डायरी मांगा गया है मिलोट 17 को।
किसको हमने मांगा है?
मिलोट 17 तारीख को।
और हमने बेल दिया है?
जी नहीं, बेल नहीं मिलोट दिया गया।
बेल नहीं दिया तो कोई कारण होगा?
नहीं मिलोट, डायरी मांग के प्रोविजनल दिया गया है।
हाँ तो वही तो पूछ रहा हूँ, डायरी मांग के प्रोविजनल नंबर बताइए। सिमिलरली सिचुएटेड है
मिलोट, सेम इंप्यूग ऑर्डर में 5 आदमी का इसमें है, 2 का मिलोट उस रोज हुआ था, 3 आज है।
हर्ड मिस्टर संजय कुमार सिंह, नाम बताते तो दोनों को साथ लगवा देंगे और आपको भी डायरी वायरी।
मिसलेनियस 30930 मिलोट, शिवचरण पासवान।
लिखिए मिसलेनियस नंबर
30930
ऑफ
2021 मिलोट।
और ऑर्डर कब का है?
17/1/22 का मिलोट।
और उसको नेक्स्ट डेट कब रखा है?
18 फरवरी के मिलोट।
18 फरवरी। सब फैक्ट्स करेक्ट है आपका
मिलोट? एक ही इंप्यूग, इसी इंप्यूग ऑर्डर में मिलोट 5 के रिजेक्ट।
बड़ा मुश्किल है, आपसे उस पर थोड़ी पूछ रहे हैं। डेट जो 18 फरवरी का दिया है, जो ऑर्डर पास किया 17/1/2022 को, वो सब करेक्ट है ना? आप वो ऑर्डर को मेरे कोर्ट मास्टर के पास भेज दीजिए।
ऑर्डर सर कल मिलोट कल तक नहीं आया था, आज देख लेते हैं।
कल एक ही दिन में थोड़ी आ जाएगा। देखिए, heard Mr. Sanjay Kumar Singh, learned advocate for the petitioner and so for the state. The petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of his arrest in connection with so-and-so. Though the petitioner has been named in the FIR, along with several others, but the police did not find the accusation against him and others to be true and did not send him up for trial. First off, however, differing with the police report, cognizance has been taken against the petitioner also. First off, under similar circumstances, in the case of one of the co-accused person, this court has on 17/1/2022 asked for the case diary and has granted provisional bail to him. Let this case be listed along with criminal miscellaneous number 30930 of 2021, which has been directed to be listed on 18 February. Which has been directed to be listed on 18th February. The petitioner, in the meanwhile, in the event of his arrest to surrender, shall be released on provisional bail on his furnishing bonds in the sum of Rs 10,000 to sureties of life. Yes.
Okay.
Now, after lunch.
Okay, sir.
No bail matters for today. All cases are passed over for tomorrow.
Okay, sir.
कहाँ तक हुआ पेशकार साहब, किस सीरियल तक?
47 तक हुआ सर।
अच्छा, तब तो कल होगा, अब नहीं होगा ना?
कल होगा।
अब तो बैठेंगे सेकंड हाफ में।
जी सेकंड हाफ में बैठेंगे जज साहब।
सेकंड हाफ बैठेंगे पर रीट करेंगे, CWJC करेंगे रीट।
अच्छा रेट नहीं है ना, ठीक है थैंक यू।
सीरियल नंबर 30 में है। हाँ, सीरियल नंबर 30 में और द स्टेट के मोहम्मद नबी अंसारी मैसेज किए हैं।
नाम मैसेज कीजिए सर, मैसेज कीजिए, बोलिए मत, मैसेज कीजिए सीरियल नंबर के ऊपर के साथ।
मैसेज कर दिए सर।
रीड कहाँ से करेंगे? रीड
कल 36 में क्या हुआ?
रीड कहाँ से करेंगे कोर्ट मास्टर साहब? रीड सीरियल नंबर,
हेलो,
सीरियल नंबर कहाँ से करेंगे? रीड
सीरियल 36।
हेलो,
वो नहीं, रीड कहाँ से करेंगे? सीरियल नंबर कितना से?
बेल के बाद जो है वहां से रीट होगा।
कितना से है?
72 से है, from 72।
विमलेश बड़ी आवाज आ रही है?
सर आवाज आ रही है सर।
ओके,
गुड आफ्टरनून सर।
गुड आफ्टरनून। जिनको मेंशन करना है सर, वन बाय वन मेंशन करेंगे। और मेंशन अगर अलाउ हो जाता है सर, तो अगर मेंशन अलाउ कर देते हैं लॉर्डशिप, तो अपना उसका मेंशन स्लिप मेरे व्हाट्सएप पर भेज देंगे सर।
श्योर सर।
केस नंबर उसमें से सुनिए सर, मेरे उसमें जो केस नंबर और सीरियल नंबर जरूर मेंशन कीजिएगा सर, उसे ट्रेस करने में आसानी होती है।
ठीक।
और मेंशन करते समय सर काइंडली ये जरूर बताइएगा कि जो आपका सीरियल नंबर है वो मेन लिस्ट का है या कंसोलिडेटेड लिस्ट का है।
पेशकार साहब, आपका जो व्हाट्सएप नंबर है, वो जो टेक्निकल स्टाफ वाला जो नंबर है वही है?
नहीं नहीं सर, मेरा अलग नंबर है व्हाट्सएप नंबर। आप नंबर नोट कर लीजिए, 77
77
62
62
88
88
29
29
42।
42।
एक साथ सबको नहीं बोलिएगा सर, अगर कोई अगर मेंशन कर रहा हो तो
बिल्कुल।
काइंडली हाँ म्यूट हो जाइएगा। जब उनका उनका टर्न सब खत्म हो जाए तो आप शुरू कीजिएगा। और मेंशन स्लिप जरूर भेज दीजिएगा मेरे व्हाट्सएप पर अगर अलाउ हो जाता है तो। उसमें सीरियल नंबर, केस नंबर और सीरियल नंबर किसका है, क्योंकि मेन लिस्ट में भी 200 केस है और कंसोलिडेटेड नंबर में भी उसमें तो बहुत केस है, लेकिन उसमें भी 200 सीरियल है। तो कभी कभी कंफ्यूजन होता है कि वो किसका है, कंसोलिडेटेड लिस्ट का है कि जो डेली लिस्ट का है।
श्योर सर,
क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग डेली लिस्ट का भी नीचे का जो केस चढ़ा हुआ है 200 300 पर, उसका मेंशन करते हैं।
ठीक है सर, नोटेड।
ठीक, ओके सर।
सर जिनको एडजर्नमेंट लेना है सर, वो आउट ऑफ टर्न मेंशनिंग के बाद मेंशन करेंगे। बस
ना माइक म्यूट किए सर, माधव प्रसाद यादव बंद म्यूट रखिए।
कोर्ट है जहाँ से ये बैठे हुए हैं।
गुड आफ्टरनून लॉर्डशिप।
गुड आफ्टरनून योर लॉर्डशिप।
माइक लॉर्डशिप, आपका माइक।
All right. Yes.
My lord, may I
Lordship.
may I
Yes.
leave to your lordship, my lord, for mentioning a case at
Yes.
serial number 219 of daily list, my lord. 219 of daily list, my lord.
Yes.
CWJC number 20,821 of 2021, my lord. This relates to transfer, my lord, and the petitioner, a professor of agronomy in my lord, postgraduate College of Agriculture, Pusa, under Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Agriculture, Central University, Pusa, has been transferred to Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay, College of Forestry and Horticulture, my lord, where the post of Professor Agriculture, Agronomy is not available, number one, my lord. Number two, my lord, the order of transfer has been passed, my lord, in violation of provisions contained in the Act 2016, my lord, as
All-
also the statute framed therein. My lord, I request your lordship to kindly hear this
सुनिए
matter.
सर लॉर्डशिप को सुनिए।
Mr. Dharmaraj,
जी लॉर्डशिप।
make a note of this case, item number 219 in today's list.
Yes.
List this matter under the heading to be mentioned on Friday. That
21st. Okay.
is 21st. And
Okay.
just a minute, Mr. Sivendra Kishore. Though it will be under the heading to be mentioned at the top of the list, but we will take it up at 2:15. So,
As your lord.
all right.
As your
Lordship, Lordship, may I leave and permitted to mention a case, your Lordship, CWJC number 21123 of 2021, your Lordship, listed in the consolidated list, your Lordship. Now the
सीरियल का बोलिए
your
सर,
Lordship.
सर सीरियल बोलिए।
सीरियल उसमें आ नहीं रहा है, कंसोलिडेटेड लिस्ट में आ रहा है। हमने बहुत ट्राई किया लेकिन हमको पता नहीं चला कि कितने सीरियल पर है।
बताइए।
Lordship, 21123 of 2021, your Lordship.
Okay.
In this case, your Lordship, the petitioner is selected from the block teachers, Lordship, and everything is completed under process of the authority, your Lordship. Thereafter, authority asked to submit the original documents. I have submitted all the original documents before the authority, Your Lordship, but till date my result has been not published. Since I have selected in the merit list, Your Lordship, thereafter the third process of the counseling is going on to be held on 24th, Your Lordship. But
All right.
still
21st of January under the heading to be mentioned will be taken up at 2:15.
obliged,
Okay.
Lordship. Highly obliged, Lordship.
Have your lordship kindly today list your lordship at serial number 198. Yesterday I mentioned this.
Yes, I took note of your mentioning Upender Kumar.
Yes, your lordship. Yesterday your lordship was kind enough to direct to list this case on 25th. Your lordship, there is I just want to mention before your lordships that the counseling is to be held on 22nd, your lordship. That is why
So
the
this
prepondering of that case, your lordship.
all right. I'll take note of this 190. This is item number. Which item number?
198, your lordship. 198.
198. इसको भी कल लगाइए under the heading to be mentioned. We will take it up at 2:15. Three matters.
High
we-
court.
Okay.
Yeah. May I mention, Lordship?
20.
May I mention, Lordship? Serial number 70.
सुनिए सर, एक मिनट सर, लॉर्डशिप को कंप्लीट होने दीजिए.
Mr. Dharmaraj, so three cases I have uplisted for hearing on 21 or 21st. All right?
जी जी जी.
ये तीनों को लगाइएगा, देखेंगे. एक दो
पहले का भी है सर, कल भी कुछ अलाउ किया 21st के लिए.
रहने दीजिए, वही सबको देखेंगे और तो कोई आते ही नहीं है.
ओके ओके ओके.
Lordship, may I mention, Lordship?
Yes.
Serial number 79. जो इसको फरवरी के मिड टर्म में रख दिया जा रहा है, औपचारिक शिक्षा वाला है.
79.
Yes, Lordship.
You are appearing for whom?
I am appearing for Hriday Prasad Yadav or for the petitioner, Lordship.
Can I have your name, please? This is the case of Mr. Kaushal Kumar Jha.
Yes, I am Kaushal Kumar Jha, counsel for the petitioner.
All right. As prayed for 79 में लिख दीजिए. As prayed for on behalf of the petitioner, re-notify this case on after 4 weeks. लगाइए, देखेंगे.
Yes, sir. Obliged, Lord.
16 February.
May I mention a case, Lordship, with Lordship's permission, Lordship, CWJC number 7580/2021. Salary of the petitioner has been stopped since 2019, Lordship. The reason given is that he has done DP course and the special enrichment course has not been done, and still he is working, Lordship, and he is not getting the salary.
That matter we have not listed. It will come on its due course, on its maturity. But I give you the liberty to mention again in the first week of February. We'll see.
All right, Lord.
Your
Extremely
Lordship, Your Lordship, may I mention a case? Your Lordship.
Identify yourself.
Yes, I am Ishtiaq Ahmed. My case is listed in, I am appearing in CWJC number 567 of 2022, Your Lordship. My case has been listed at consolidated list at serial number 3347, Your Lordship.
Yes.
Your Lordship, fact of the case is that this petitioner has applied for the post of assistant professor for the against the advertisement number 44 published by the BPSC, Your Honorship, Your Lordship. So Your Honorship, Your Lordship, in fact, BPSC ने एक नोटिस इशू किया था जिसमें 27/12/2021 को कि उसमें कट ऑफ मार्क्स निकाला था जनरल के लिए 67 और ईबीसी के लिए 57 यूज. इस कैंडिडेट के पास ईबीसी
अर्जेंसी बताइए वकील साहब.
हाँ, अर्जेंसी ये हुजूर कि इनका इंटरव्यू था 12/13 को. इनसे ऑब्जेक्शन मांगा गया 28 तक दीजिए. इन्होंने 28 को ऑब्जेक्शन फाइल कर दिया. इनको कोई इंटरव्यू लेटर नहीं आया. 6 तक बोला गया. टेलीफोन जब किए तो बोले वेट कर लीजिए 6 तक भी कुछ नहीं हो हुजूर. ये 10 को रिट फाइल किए और उसी दिन एक उसको ईमेल भी किए कि मेरा इंटरव्यू लेटर आप दीजिए. इन्होंने कोई इंटरव्यू लेटर नहीं दिया हुजूर. हम रिट में आए हैं हुजूर. मेरा 12/13 का इंटरव्यू निकल चुका है हुजूर. हम एलिजिबल हुजूर. मेरे पास 76 मार्क्स है. इन्होंने कंसीडर नहीं किया.
12-13 का कब इंटरव्यू है? 12-13 फरवरी।
इंटरव्यू 12-13 को था हुजूर, लेकिन इसका हमें तो टाइम ही नहीं दिया गया ना हुजूर कि हम इसमें पहले आते। इन्होंने तो बोला कि 6 तक वेट कीजिए, 7 तक हम वेट किया, मेरा कोई रिजल्ट नहीं आया हुजूर। और इन्होंने ऑल ऑफ सडन 11 को मेरे ईमेल पर भेजा कि यू आर नॉट एलिजिबल विदाउट एनी रीजन।
लॉर्डशिप को सुनिए सर।
आइटम नंबर, इनका आइटम नोट करके इसको 27th को टू बी मेंशन में लगाइए।
ओके
योर लॉर्डशिप में मेंशन वन थिंग योर लॉर्डशिप, इसका रिजल्ट भी बड़ा एक्सपेक्टेड है कि विद इन अ वीक पब्लिश हो जाए योर लॉर्डशिप। तो हम चाहते हैं कि इस पे
लेट इट कम ऑन 27th, we'll see. Yes.
May I mention a case? May I mention a case, my lord? May I mention a case, my lord? Serial number 218, my lord, for the disposal of representation, my lord. Let this case be fixed for any day, my lord, in the 1 to 10 cases, my lord. For this,
Identify yourself.
my lord.
Identify yourself.
My lord, I am Rajesh Dayal, my lord. Rajesh Dayal, advocate, my lord. My lord, my case is listed at serial number 218, my lord. Urgency is, my lord, the petitioner is going to be retired, my lord.
There
For
is no
disposal of, my lord,
representation. All right, we will consider. इसको लगाइए to be mentioned में on 27th.
Okay.
May I permitted to mention, my lord?
Yes.
There are for about 10 cases, my lord, which relates to the salary matters of the panchayat teachers who have not qualified a
Mention in the first week.
examination.
Mr. Hilal Ahmad, mention in the first week of February.
First
Yes.
week of February.
Mention करिए, आप देखेंगे उस समय. I have
Yes,
not
yes.
allowed the mentioning of others.
Yes, my lord.
So we will consider it in the first week of February when to give you a hearing. The matter
Yes.
may be urgent, but in extreme urgency, I am jumping the queue. All right. Yes.
Obliged.
Call out. Call करिए धर्मराज.
Okay. From 215 list for orders, serial 70 to Mr. Jagit Roshan.
Yes.
No, Lordship, this matter relates to Matric 10. Lordship had decided several cases, disposed several cases in similar footing that I have annexed in the writ petition also. That is at Lordship's order is at Lordship page. Lordship's order is at page Lordship 41, Lordship.
Just
Page 41.
page 41.
Lordship has disposed with a direction to the district education officer to consider his claim and decide. And in a similar light, Lordship has disposed some cases, batch case in November also, Lordship. I have given the order, sent the order to the court master also.
It's all right, Mr. Jagjit Roshan, but I find from the counter affidavit that the issue has already
Lordship,
been.
Lordship,
issue-
the state has filed. Sorry, Lordship.
वाले सुनेंगे तो तब तो इतनी
जी, जी, जी।
आएंगे तो नहीं हो पाएगा ना. सुन लिया आप, ये आपने हमारी ऑर्डर दिखा दी है. That's all right. The order passed by this court is in terms of the order passed in CWJC number 11008 of 2014. The difficulty with this order is that after this order and many other orders by different benches of this court, 3 classes have been identified and there has been reference of 2 division bench judgments, the later in point of time giving some benefit to some of the persons, but the fact remains that a confusion has been created with respect to matric trade. Therefore, now that it has been brought to the notice of this court, we are not disposing of your petition in terms of the order which you have referred to. Now we must decide whether you have a right to be considered. Question is that if you were an appointee of 1991 or of any subsequent year, but if you have not passed your examination of 2 years plus 6 months of enrichment course, and that also by 2005, then perhaps the relief.
Lordship, I may say, if Lordship permits, Lordship.
Yes.
As the matter is sub judice before the division bench, let the division bench decide. We are intervening in that case also, Lordship. So that the matter is settled, because there is no confusion in the both division bench judgment. The second division bench judgment is related to only to the purpose of person who have passed the special enrichment program after 6 months.
Which matter is pending before the division bench? Any which
In the counter,
against which order?
Lordship, today they have, in this case, they have given counter affidavit in which they have written that we are proposed to file an LPA. That LPA has been filed, LPA number 502 of 2021. That is pending for consideration, Lordship. Against that Abdul Samad case, Lordship.
All right. Let this case be listed after the disposal of LPA number
502 of
2021, my lord.
502 of 2021. In case
Lordship,
it is not.
If Lordship,
Boliye.
Lordship, if only this much liberty, I am not objecting to the Lordship's order, Lordship. Only liberty that I may be given liberty to intervene, so that I may place my case before the honorable division bench also. Although I have the right, I know, but
Mr. Jagjit Roshan, can I give direction to a bench of higher strength?
No, absolutely not.
So therefore, you make a prayer that you can make a mention that your case has been directed to be listed after the disposal of the aforesaid LPA. In that case, the division bench shall surely allow you to intervene because you are one of the affected parties. There's no difficulty, but I can't direct a division bench to hear you.
On the similar counter affidavit, Lordship have disposed 4 matters in November, and that time also the LPA was filed. Lordship has this view. Lordship has shown that I have 2 choices: either wait for the LPA or dispose. As I have passed an order, I will dispose in the similar terms.
No. The better option and clearer option for you to accept and for the court is to after disposal. Abdul Samad needs to
I will also accept Lordship words, Lordship.
Abdul Samad will be visited. List this matter after the disposal of LPA number 502
of 2021.
502 of 2021. All right.
The only this much liberty then, if that LPA is disposed, then liberty for mentioning of this present case.
Surely, I mean, without the liberty you mention, have I stopped you from mentioning?
No, absolutely not.
My lord, in item number 72 and 73, my lord, I am appearing for a state. My lord, my name may be incorporated, my lord.
Item number 72 and 73 में Mr. Mrigendra Kumar. All right.
Mr. Pramod Kumar.
And my lord, one CWJC 6294, I am appearing on behalf of the estate Subhash Chandra Misra, Standing Council 16, my lord. My appearance should also be noted, my lord.
इस मैटर में मेंशन कर रहा है.
My lord, I am appearing on behalf of the state.
72 का with second bit है.
तो आप अपना नाम कोर्ट मास्टर को भेज दीजिएगा, आपका नाम अपीयर कर जाएगा. चलिए.
My lord.
73, Mr. Pramod Kumar.
Yes, Mr. Pramod Kumar.
Join नहीं किए.
Again, nobody appears on behalf of the petitioner. Re-notify this case after 4 weeks लगाइए.
Serial 70 for Mr. Alok.
74.
Serial 70 for Mr. Alok.
Now look at this. Now cases which are not listed, there is so much of rush for mentioning. The cases are called out. What is the purpose? I could have disposed of other cases online. What is the purpose of making this arrangement of taking up matters after 2:15? Doesn't serve any purpose. Then we'll have to wait for the physical hearing to begin, and we continue with the original plan of deciding all cases which are listed above. This is I mean, it's a complete waste of time. And so what I'll do is this, Mr. Court Master, please take a note. I mean, this is something which is ridiculous. Now, you can give a link to the advocates who would like to mention their cases in the second half. We would hear them in the second half, get the case fixed, and then we will hear on the respective date from 2:15. It's no use calling out case and adjourning the same. From tomorrow, please take instructions from me in the evening. We will stop this practice of limiting the hearing only to writ cases. This can't go on like this. And I can understand the inclemency of the weather, but people have to appear from their homes. It doesn't look nice. I mean, every case is called out. It's a case which I cannot even dismiss. I just am passing order for adjournment. That doesn't make sense. एक दो और बुलाइए जो नहीं होंगे, then we will wind up for today, and from tomorrow only such cases would be taken up which would be mentioned, and I find that the matter is urgent, and lawyers also are ready to argue that case. Otherwise, all these cases would be taken up when the physical hearing resumes.
जिसको उसको लॉर्ड से मेंशन में लाओ किया वो जो रहेगा तो सेकंड हाफ से टेकअप करेंगे, नहीं तो बिल मैटर ही खत्म कर लेंगे।
वही करेंगे। आप ऐसा करेंगे कि 2:15 में जितने मेंशन मैटर्स हैं उसको लगाइए, and I will be taking up those matters at 2:15, and I'll continue with the earlier matters, bail matters.
Okay. कल के लिए दो केस है लॉर्डशिप,
वो दोनों लगा दीजिएगा, 2:15 में दोनों सुन लेंगे।
Okay.
And if I find that the advocates in those mentioned cases do not turn up or take any adjournment, then that also will go.
375 Mr. Sunil Kumar.
Yes, Lordship. I am appearing on behalf of respondent, my lord.
We are looking for the counsel for the petitioner.
On the last occasion also, Lordship, he was absent, Lordship. And my lord,
We don't want to dismiss the case for non-prosecution. That's the whole difficulty, especially in these times.
For this matter only, my lord, my salary has not been paid, my lord, because of this case, my lord.
No, you are for the petitioner, no?
I am for the respondent, my lord. Respondent number 2, 4, 5, 8, 7, and 8, my lord.
Has this case been adjourned for a number of times?
Earlier it was adjourned, Lordship. Once it was adjourned.
And we have recorded your presence, Mr.
Yes.
And advocate for the respondent is present.
Obliged, Lordship. Otherwise also, Lordship, there is no merit in the case. This is a appeal preferred. This is a writ petition preferred by the state, Lordship, against the order passed by the state appellate authority.
So why is it not maintainable?
And it has got no merit, Lordship. My submission.
Not maintainable, no merits.
No merit.
Absence में तो हम decide नहीं करेंगे.
My lord, my lord.
This petition for non-prosecution, but if he files an application for restoration, we'll restore it.
My lord.
देखिए, nobody appears on behalf of the petitioner. Mr. Pawan Kumar, Learned Counsel for the private respondent, is present. This case nobody had appeared in this matter on 3rd of December also. The petition is dismissed for non-prosecution. Merit पर लिखाने से फिर वो उनको restoration file कर लेंगे.
Yes, obliged, Lordship.
375 Mr. Anirudh Kumar Sinha.
May it please, my lord. I am for the petition, my lord.
Yes.
My lord, this application is directed against the order of appellate authority who has not considered the
राम विनय सिंह सर अपना माइक बंद कीजिए।
नहीं कुछ बोल रहे हैं इसी के।
अच्छा, ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ स्टेट है ये।
क्या बोल रहे हैं? उनको बहस करने दीजिए।
बोलिए, आपकी आवाज ठीक से नहीं आ रही है सर।
डिस्ट्रिक्ट फोरम का ऑर्डर है, अपील नहीं फाइल किया। डिस्ट्रिक्ट फोरम की अपील, डिस्ट्रिक्ट फोरम का केस है, आपने अपील नहीं फाइल किया मिस्टर अनिरुद्ध कुमार सिन्हा। आपने स्टेट एपलेट अथॉरिटी के पास नहीं किया है?
जी नहीं हुजूर, डिस्ट्रिक्ट अपीलेट अथॉरिटी के ऑर्डर के खिलाफ यहाँ आए हुए हैं।
After some arguments, Mr. Anirudh Sinha, Learned Counsel for the petitioner, seeks permission to withdraw this application in order to challenge the order dated 31/12/2019, passed in case number 3 of 2018 by the Learned District Appellate Authority, Nalanda, before the State Appellate Authority. Should such an appeal be filed, it shall be heard by the State Commission, and an order shall be passed. It is expected that the process should be an order which shall take up the matter and shall pass orders in that case. The petition is permitted to be withdrawn with the liberty of force. चलिए next.
मुझे लिमिटेशन के लिए डायरेक्शन दे दिया था,
इसीलिए डायरेक्शन दिया कि वहां जब फाइल करेंगे तो it shall be taken up.
Till 77, Mr. Shiv Kumar Dwivedi.
In this case, my lord, I am for this state.
My appearance.
आपने डिसमिस करा दिया है तो आपकी अपीयरेंस तो होगी। मिस्टर रामविनय प्रसाद सिंह लिख दीजिए उसमें अपीयरेंस। बोलिए।
May please your lordship, I am appearing on behalf of petitioner, my lord.
Yes.
For setting aside the order dated, my lord, 27/3/2019, my lord, passed by the my lord, State Appellate Authority, my lord.
Yes. Tell us what is the matter.
Yes, my lord.
Where is the order of the State Appellate Authority?
Yes, my lord. That is, my lord.
Annexure
9, my lord, starts from page 49.
All right. Please give me 2 minutes. Let me go through the order and then we get back to you. Chandrabhushan Chaubey.
I am before the court below, my lord, application 498/2017, my lord.
All right.
Several
Please
appeal has been filed, my lord.
देख रहे हैं. We are looking at it. Please wait for a minute, Mr. Dwivedi.
Yes, my lord. Sure, sorry, my lord.
Your appeal was 409.
No, my appeal was, my lord, 498.
498.
Yes, my lord. Chandrabhushan Chaubey.
Has it been dealt with separately?
Yes, my lord. Before the court below.
Which paragraph? Chandrabhushan Chaubey. All right. All right. We have found it. Paragraph 6. Yes, Mr. Dwivedi.
Yes, my lord.
Yes.
इसमें my lord in short में my lord
शॉर्ट में फैक्ट्स पता हो गया हमें. अब आप ये
Yes.
बताइए कि just to state the facts, you did not appear in the counseling on 12/4/2012. That's for sure. That
Yes,
has been your consistent case. You
Yes.
say that you were not noticed because many times the counseling dates were changed and
Yes,
there was no appropriate notice to you. This
Yes.
fact has not been found to be correct by the District Teachers Appellate Authority as also the Appellate Authority. Now, anything that you can demonstrate that the findings of the State Appellate Authority is bad in point of fact, we might consider, but otherwise, we would not be even interested in asking the private respondent who has been selected in this matter. This would be a litigation without any basis.
My lord, first my lord, I submit my lord.
Yes.
ये प्राथमिक मध्य विद्यालय में नियोजन हेतु मार्ग निर्देश 2008 का है my lord. इसमें my lord स्पेसिफिक है 10 में my lord रूल 10 में नियोजन हेतु अभ्यर्थी को सूचना भेजने एवं नियोजन पत्र वितरण काउंसलिंग अंतिम रूप से प्रकाशित मेधा सूची के आधार पर नियमों के अंतर्गत आरक्षण रोस्टर का पालन करते हुए अभ्यर्थी को नियोजन काउंसलिंग के लिए पत्र भेजा जाएगा. अभ्यर्थी को भेजे जाने वाले पत्र में काउंसलिंग की तिथि एवं स्थान स्पष्ट उल्लेख होगा. ये मतलब गवर्नमेंट का मतलब जो है रूल में है मतलब कि हम लोग को जो भी मेरिट लिस्ट बनेगा उसमें मतलब हमको जो है नोटिस वो भेजेंगे, ये भेजेंगे मतलब बाय रजिस्टर्ड पोस्ट.
वो स्टेज बाद में आएगा. जब वो स्टेज बाद में आएगा जब काउंसलिंग में आपकी सारी डॉक्यूमेंट्स अप्रूव हो जाएंगी, मेरिट लिस्ट के मेधा सूची बन जाएगी, तो जिनको मेधा सूची में सेलेक्ट किया जाएगा उनको पत्र भेजा जाएगा. ऐसे तो पत्र नहीं भेज सकते ना.
मेधा सूची मतलब वही हम पढ़ मतलब लाइनिंग देखा जाएगा माय लॉर्ड. इसमें है कि अंतिम रूप से प्रकाशित मेधा सूची के आधार पर नियमों के अंतर्गत आरक्षण रोस्टर का पालन करते हुए अभ्यर्थी को काउंसलिंग के लिए नियोजन मीन्स काउंसलिंग के लिए पत्र भेजा जाएगा, काउंसलिंग के लिए। मेरा माइलॉर्ड इसमें सबमिशन ये है कि फर्स्ट काउंसलिंग में माइलॉर्ड हम अपीयर हुए, हमको नोटिस हमको गया, हमारे ट्रेन टीचर है, फिर उसके बाद से सम हुआ उधर वो माइलॉर्ड सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो पाया, जो कि हम और सब एनेक्सर लगाए हुए हैं। फिर सेकंड काउंसलिंग हुआ, उसमें मतलब नोटिस हुआ और पेपर पब्लिक हम उसमें भी अपीयर हुए। बट ये थर्ड टाइम जो है विदाउट, जो सेकंड को बिना कैंसिल किए हुए, बिना कोई नोटिस किए हुए, और इसमें और जो भी लोग का हुआ जिसमें मतलब जो अपील अलाउ हुआ है वो कैंडिडेट्स मेरिट लिस्ट में भी नहीं थे। मतलब ये इम्प्यूग्ड देखा जाएगा एनेक्सर माइलॉर्ड,
उसकी
तो जो एनेक्सर 7 में माइलॉर्ड इरेगुलरिटी सब आया हुआ है।
तो वो थे अपील नंबर 409 में। उसको डिस्ट्रिक्ट टीचर्स एपलेट अथॉरिटी ने कह दिया कि साहब ये उस दिन काउंसलिंग में नहीं थे, इसीलिए इनका जो है वो सेट असाइड कर देते हैं। लेकिन
काउंसलिंग में उन लोग नहीं थे, इसलिए उनका सेट असाइड किए थे।
आप उनकी केस छोड़ दीजिए, अपने केस में बताइए।
मेरे केस में मतलब यही कहना है, मेरे केस में यही कहना है कि हम जो है 2 बार जो है हम लोग काउंसलिंग में अपीयर हुए, हम ट्रेन टीचर है और हम लोग को बिना एनी इंफॉर्मेशन ये कहते हैं कुछ कि हम जो है नोटिस बोर्ड पे जो है चिपका दिए थे इंफॉर्मेशन। इसके लिए मतलब हमने बिफोर स्टेट एपलेट भी मतलब एक केस का मतलब प्लेस किया था 2000 में, PLJR 2010 वॉल्यूम 4 में मतलब
PLJR 2010
PLJR वॉल्यूम 4 है मतलब एट पेज 183। ये मतलब अपने ही बेंच का है मतलब ऑनरेबल देन नवनीति प्रसाद सिंह का है मतलब।
ऑर्डर का पार्टी का नाम बताइए।
पार्टी का नाम चित्रंजन कुमार सिंह, फर्स्ट स्टेट ऑफ बिहार मतलब।
ये दिस इज 2010 वॉल्यूम 4।
यस, PLJR 10 वॉल्यूम 4 पेज 183। सिमिलर माइलॉर्ड ये मेरे केस से मतलब इसमें जो है पढ़ देते हैं थोड़ा सा। ऐसे तो 4 to 7 इंपॉर्टेंट है, लेकिन हम लास्ट पैरा इसका पैरा 7 पढ़ देते हैं माइलॉर्ड। In such situation, while not interfering with the order of BDO and Principal Secretary, Department of Human Resources, Government of Bihar, Patna, I modify the order that the Panchayat Samiti would fix a fresh date for counseling. Notice in this regard would be sent by registered post to the candidates, as also would be disclosed at district level, block level, and panchayat level. The date so fixed would be 2 weeks from the date when these notices are dispatched. The selection committee as a whole would then conduct the counseling. The concerned BDO would also be present to note that candidates turning up for counseling are duly entertained and are not returned, and then a false plea of being absent is taken up. After counseling, appointment letters by registered post would be issued to them meritorious candidates, giving them 10 days to join as per rule. Simultaneously, list of selected candidates with their respective marks and reasons for non-selection of rest must be simultaneously be displayed at district level, block level, and panchayat level under the signature of Mukhya Panchayat Secretary and BDO. It is only if they fail to join or refuse to join, the next in the panel would be considered as the roster for appointment. The steps shall be taken by Panchayat Committee immediately, and the entire process has to be concluded within 1 month from today. The services of the petitioner shall be deemed to have been terminated the day of the BDO passed order Etna. With these observations and direction, the writ application is dismissed. इसमें मतलब यही कहा गया था कि जितने मेरिटोरियस स्टूडेंट थे वो कोई टर्न अप नहीं हुए, और इन दिस केस में जो है जो नियम ये है माय लॉर्ड कि पहले मेरिट लिस्ट बनेगा, जो मेरिट लिस्ट के हिसाब से होगा वो कैंडिडेट्स को नोटिस भेजा जाएगा। नोटिस पे उन लोग को जब नोटिस जाएगा तो उनको जो है रिकॉर्ड चेकअप किया जाएगा, उसके बाद से जो उस काउंसलिंग में नहीं अपीयर होगा आफ्टर नोटिस, रजिस्टर्ड नोटिस, तो उसको जो फिर कैंसिल किया जाएगा। हमारे केस में जो फर्स्ट टाइम तो हमको नोटिस किया गया था, सेकेंड टाइम में भी हमको नोटिस किया गया, बट थर्ड टाइम में जो है बिना जो है सेकंड वाले को कैंसिल किए बाला जो है इन लोग जो अपना जो व्यवस्था कर लिए और कह दिए हमको जानकारी नहीं हुआ मैडम। और इसमें देखा जाएगा मतलब एनेक्सस 7 में भी ये पॉइंट रेज हुआ है कि बहुत से ऐसे कैंडिडेट का सिलेक्शन और जिनका अभी सिलेक्शन हुआ है वो मेरिट लिस्ट में थे ही नहीं, और हम मतलब टीचर्स ट्रेंड है, एक टीचर्स ट्रेंड थे और हमारे जगह पे अनट्रेंड टीचर का बहाली हो गया।
आपकी मेरिट पर तो कोई सवाल उठा ही नहीं है किसी ने किसी स्टेज पर। क्वेश्चन केवल इतना है कि जो लास्ट काउंसलिंग हुआ था 24/12
उसमें हम अपीयर नहीं हुए,
बस खत्म। और ये
लैक ऑफ नॉलेज, जो हमको कोई इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं हुआ था।
notice to public at large, it was under the direction of the district teachers appellate authority, the matter was settled। हर आदमी को वही मोड ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन था जो आपको था। अब उसके लिए अब इस प्रोसेस को तो हम अनसेटल नहीं करेंगे। both the courts have found that the information, the notice was proper in the sense that it was widely published, except for newspaper it was published at all places।
मान लो ओनली देखा जाएगा कि ये जो कह रहे नहीं कहा है कि ये जो है ब्लॉक के जो है नोटिस बोर्ड पे चिपका दिया गया,
ठीक तो है
कि मतलब ये पूरा अगर मतलब ऑर्डर शीट में देखा जाएगा जो आया हुआ है एनेक्सस 7 हमने लगाया है कि बीडीओ साहब के जो है ब्लॉक पे जो है नोटिस बोर्ड पे लगा दिया गया है। क्या ये मतलब नोटिस बोर्ड पे लगा देने से मतलब जो ये हो जाएगा, उसमें 2 महीने का टाइम दिया गया और नोटिस बोर्ड पे लगाया गया, देखा जाएगा मतलब ऑर्डर शीट में आया है।
ये देख रहे हैं पैराग्राफ 9 में मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ
कि नोटिस बोर्ड पे जो है लगाया गया था। तो नोटिस बोर्ड पे लगाने से माइलर जो है कैसे मान लो किसी को जो है जानकारी हो जाएगा, और इनका क्या है कि ड्यूटी है, कि ये ड्यूटी है इनका कैंडिडेट का कि वो हमेशा वॉचफुल रहे। तो अब माइलर हम जो है डेली जाके नोटिस बोर्ड देखे, वो भी जो है 2 साल के बाद 11 में जो है सेकंड हुआ था और 2012 में जो है एक बैक नोटिस बोर्ड पे निकला, 2 महीना का टाइम दिया गया और इसमें सिलेक्शन हो गया।
It's impossible for us to upturn. All these private respondents have been working since 2012. For no fault of theirs, we are not going to put them under any jeopardy. And unless you make out a gross case where you have not been noticed, it has been concealed, you were deliberately shut out from the process of appointment, then perhaps we could have considered, because you are concerned with your rights and vindication of your rights. But the fact remains that 2012, of course, all these years have been taken. When was this state appellate authority order passed?
This appellate authority order passed 19.
देखिए, heard Mr.
हमको लिबर्टी दे दिया जाता है कि अगर कोई फिर ऐसा हो तो उसमें हमको चांस, क्योंकि अब तो माइलैंड मेरा जो है एज भी खत्म हो गया है इसी में 2008 से लड़ते माइलैंड।
मुझे अफसोस है मिस्टर द्विवेदी कि आप का कुछ हो नहीं पाया, लेकिन अब हम ये कहें कि दोबारा पंचायत टीचर का जब होगा नियोजन तो आपको भी आ जाएगा।
ये अगर इसी में माइलैंड अगर वैकेट हो अगर टीचर्स का, क्योंकि अभी मतलब सॉरी
आप जगह बताते कुछ करते।
I am for the state in this case, my lord.
Heard Mr. नहीं, आपने बहस बहुत बढ़िया किया है, लेकिन unfortunately we are not in agreement with you. Heard Mr. Shiv Kumar Dwivedi, Learned Counsel for the petitioner, and Mr. Mrigendra Kumar for the state. The petitioner has challenged the order. The petitioner has challenged the orders passed by the District Teachers Appellate Authority dated 17/12/2012. A District Teachers Employment Appellate Authority West Champaran dated 17/12/2012, as also the order passed by the State Appellate Authority on 27/3/2019, dismissing the claim of the petitioner that he did not have any notice of counseling, which was held on 12/4/2012. Stop. It appears that the petitioner had appeared. It appears from the records that the petitioner had participated in the counseling, which was held on 28/2/2009. Thereafter, counseling was again held on 15/2/2011 after proper notice and paper publication. However, when it was found that it was conducted in the absence of the BDO Majholia, the outcome of such counseling process was never acted upon. It was thereafter that the counseling was fixed on 12/4/2012 by the order of the BDO Majholia. In this instance also, since no notice was given to a large number of candidates and no paper publication had been made, in this instance, it has been urged that that since no notice was given to large number of candidates and there was no paper publication, therefore the appellant could not appear in such counseling. The issue was examined by the District Teachers Appellate Authority as well as the State Appellate Authority, and it was found that in the appointment process of Panchayat teachers in Gram Panchayat Barwa Semara Ghat under Majholia block in the district of West Champaran, the counseling and verification of documents was first held on 28/2/2009. A complaint had been made before the district authority, vide case number 436 of 2010. Alleging irregularities in the process of counseling. A report was called for by the District Teachers Appellate Authority from the concerned Panchayat Secretary, and the process of employment was stayed for a while. Subsequently, the District Teachers Appellate Authority passed a final order on 27th of December 2010 a direction was issued to the Panchayat Employment Unit Barwa Semara Ghat to complete the process of employment in accordance with rules. The BDO Majholia was also further directed to oversee the entire process of employment and ensure that the rules in that regard are properly adhered to. Based on the aforesaid direction, a counseling was held on 15th of February 2011 However, the BDO Majholia was not present on that date, and therefore another counseling was held in the block office on 12/4/2012. With respect to this counseling, it appears from the records, that a direction was issued by BDO Majholia to the Panchayat Secretary to publish the notice for such counseling by pasting it on the notice board of the Panchayat office and block office. on such directions, necessary notices were pasted on the notice board of Panchayat and the block office. The counseling was held on 12/4/2012 in block office, in which the petitioners admittedly did not appear. It is the contention of Mr. Dwivedi that if the petitioner had appeared in earlier two counseling, which was not acted upon because of no fault of the petitioner, there was no reason for the petitioner to have absented himself in the counseling which was held on 12/4/2012, except for want of notice in that regard to him. It has further been submitted that the petitioner is a trained teacher having higher marks than private respondents who have been selected in the aforesaid counseling under the second phase of employment process. The petitioner challenged the aforesaid order. They challenged the preparation of the merit list and consequent appointment of Panchayat teachers before the District Teachers Appellate Authority, where his claim could not be sustained. This led him to prefer an appeal before the State Appellate Authority, which effort also was not successful. Both the authorities have found that the counseling on 12/4/2012 was properly notified and was conducted under the supervision of BDO Majholia, and no rule with regard to such process was breached. The State Appellate Authority has also found that the District Teachers Appellate Authority had entrusted the task of supervision of the process by the BDO Majholia. Pursuant to the aforesaid order passed by the District Teachers Appellate Authority, it 12th of April 2012 was the date fixed for counseling, and it was thus found by the authorities that sufficient time had been given to the candidates to appear in the counseling, which was notified approximately 2 months before the date of counseling. There is no requirement of publishing notice in the newspaper. The petitioner was expected to know, the petitioner was expected to be vigilant, as he had participated in the earlier round of counseling, and the date of 12th of April 2012 was fixed on the direction of the District Teachers Appellate Authority, where the petitioner had challenged the appointment of others as Panchayat teachers in the process. There is nothing on record to indicate that no notice was sent to the candidates. Nothing tangible has been brought on record by the petitioner to dispute the aforesaid contention of the respondents that the process was carried out in accordance with rules and under the supervision of BDO Macholia. In view of the aforesaid finding of facts, in view of the aforesaid findings of the authorities below, and nothing concrete having been brought on record to indicate that the petitioner was deliberately shut out from the process and others were appointed in his place, even though he had better marks and was trained as a teacher also. No interference is required to be made with the aforesaid orders. The petition is dismissed, but without costs. The application dismissed without costs. Yes. Next.
Serial 78, Mr. Bipin Bihari Singh.
My lord, I am appearing on behalf of a state, my lord.
We are looking for Mr. Bipin Bihari Singh.
कीजिए सर अपना बिपिन बिहारी सिंह माइक ऑन कीजिए.
Lord, I am appearing on behalf of a state, my lord.
Mr. Ranjan, I have heard you.
My lord.
We will hear you again once the petitioner makes his submissions.
Which time will file a reply of a counter affidavit?
क्या है?
काउंटर रिसीव कर लिए, रिप्लाई देना है 2 सप्ताह के बाद में रख दिए.
रिप्लाई की जरूरत है या ऐसे ही समय लेना है? आज बहस नहीं करना है.
ना रिप्लाई देना जरूरी है.
अच्छा, देखिए, Mr. Bipin Bihari Singh, learned advocate for the petitioner, seeks some time to respond to the counter affidavit filed by counter affidavit filed on behalf of the respondents. ऊपर में लिख दीजिएगा Mr. Bipin Bihari Singh for the petitioner and Mr. S.K. Ranjan for the state.
I am Gyan Shankar for the Bihar School Examination Board.
Mr. Gyan Shankar for Bihar School Examination Board, ऊपर में लिख देना है टर्म. Re-notify on 4 सप्ताह के बाद डेट लगाइए.
16th of February. Serial 80, Mr. Muhammad Hilal Ahmad.
May I please, Your Lordship?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes, my lord. This matter relates to appointment of the block teacher of second phase, Your Lordship. And the facts of the case is this, my lord, that the appointments of the block teachers could not be concluded by 28/12/2010. So some of the candidates file application before the District Employment Appellate Authority, Siwan. And by annexure 4, if your lordship may kindly see page 35, by order dated 12/5/2011, a list of 35 candidates issued by the District Teacher Employment Appellate Authority, Siwan, for appointment as a block teacher, and at serial number 11, page 37. Have you got, Your Lordship?
Yes, yes. Upender Singh is the name inscribed at serial numbers.
Much obliged, sir. Much obliged. Son of Manager Singh. His name found here as a candidate to be appointed as a teacher. And then Your Lordship may kindly turn annexure 1. Annexure 1, Your Lordship, at page 19. This is another list of the candidates, my lord. And at page serial number 4.
Annexure, just a minute. Annexure 1 is the...
Yes.
Just a minute. Annexure 1 is the order passed. Annexure 1 is the order passed by the District Teachers Appellate Authority.
Yes, your lordship.
Case number 100.
Same.
Yes.
Yes, my lord. सीरियल नंबर 4 में हजूर उसी उपेंद्र सिंह पिता मैनेजर सिंह का नाम दोबारा आ गया, जो अभी हमने एनेक्चर हजूर को 4 जो रेफर किया, सेम नेम इसमें भी आ गया।
नहीं, ये
और मेरा नाम सीरियल नंबर 7 में है, निसार आलम। हैव यू गॉट योर लॉर्डशिप?
मिल गया, देख लिया।
जी, तो ये जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट टीचर एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपीलेट अथॉरिटी ने मेरा नाम को ये कट कर दिया, ऐसे करके पेन से कट कर दिए, जबकि ये रिपीटेशन था उपेंद्र सिंह का, उनका नाम को कट करना था क्योंकि उनका पहले ही अपॉइंटमेंट के लिए एक ऑर्डर निकल चुका था, उसका सेकंड टाइम नाम आ गया, उसका कट होना था, लेकिन मेरा कर दिया। खैर, appointment letters issued to the petitioner and I worked.
Give me 1 minute, Mister.
Yes.
कितना चल रहा है?
80।
ठीक है।
You appealed before the State Appellate Authority as well.
Yes, your lordship.
All right.
Of course, your lord.
Just a minute. Give me 1 minute.
Hmm?
समझ में आता मैं नहीं समझा क्या Mr. Hilal Ahmed,
Yes, Your Lordship.
does your name fall in the list of 106 candidates who were found to be genuine, or are you somebody
Yes.
else?
Yes, Your Lordship.
Against 145 seats,
Yes.
there was a recommendation of 166 persons. Now, this was found to be absolutely untenable. It was later increased to 199. Now, this led the department to constitute a 3-member committee, and they found that were genuine. They were
My lord,
just a minute, please hear the court. Where is the confusion? 106 persons. Are you in that category of 106?
Yes, Your Lordship.
Then why did you put an application for correction in the order so that your name could be incorporated and listed? हम नहीं समझे क्या? What are you trying to make out? Let us see what do you want to say. All these orders do not mean anything. Who are you? You were appointed an Urdu teacher, all right?
Yes, Your Lordship.
When were you appointed?
And there is no any other claimant against that post.
Maybe, but you were appointed a teacher when? In which process?
Yes, I'm coming to along with all the others, my lord.
Just
Along with all the others,
who appears for the state in this matter?
what I want to
I
draw your
appear for the
lordship
state, my lord.
attention.
Yes, Mr. Amit Bhushan, you have only said that there has been a delay in the petitioner approaching the district teachers appellate authority in
Yes, my lord.
inserting his name
For
in
the
the
correction
order.
of the orders, my lord.
Correction. That apart, forget about that.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
prima facie, whether he has a claim or not, that you have to say. Whether district appellate authority refused to insert his name, that's a different issue altogether. That may not be decided. That, I mean, all right. That if that is the only issue, then perhaps they were right. After 2 years, why should it be done? The question is not this. Now, under what circumstance his name was cut across in that list of 10, and why? आपने कोई काउंटर एफिडेविट में तो केवल लिखते हैं कि वो 2 साल के बाद किया इसीलिए मैं नहीं देखूंगा.
Yes, ma'am. The only
देख कर आइए वो बताइए. हमें नहीं लग रहा है responded to you have responded to the arguments raised on behalf of the petitioner, though he has not raised all such arguments, but under what circumstance was his name penned through, and where was the occasion of this? I mean, listing their names when they fell in the list of 135 successful candidates. Reason for penning through that the district authority did not allow the insertion of his name in the order later is a different issue altogether. But why was it crossed in the first instance? Why?
Actually, it was on the instructions of the district appellate authority, my lord. They were appointed, my lord.
Don't make a guesswork. Just tell us.
No,
tell us
okay, my
what
lord.
happened.
Annexure 10, your lordship.
Everything is being repeated every now and then in both the orders.
No.
We don't understand.
That is there.
Kindly see Annexure 10, page 71, your lordship. This is the reply filed by the appointing authority before the district appellate authority. They admitted this fact that it has wrongly been cut across.
All right, Mr. If you want to argue like that, then we'll go by the averments in the order. That's not the way. Now tell us what happened. You had forget about writ and everything. When were you appointed? You applied before. This exercise should be done by you people. I'm not supposed to do this. क्या लिखा है आप पैराग्राफ 5 में पढ़िए तो आप ही समझेंगे, मैं तो नहीं समझ रहा. मिस्टर हिलाल अहमद, क्या लिखा है आप? हम तो I don't understand what you have written.
Paragraph 5 of my brief, your lordship.
Yes. I was only trying to find out how all this happened. Now what you write, you don't know. I mean that's not intelligible to me. Neither are the orders which you have challenged, and so is the case with the counter affidavit filed on behalf of by Mr. Amit Bhushan. You're just repeating what we are not inclined to entertain this petition for the vagueness in the plaint, for the vagueness in the petition. We don't know. क्या लिखा है आपने? You applied for being appointed under the backward category against the post of Urdu teacher, all right. But since the process could not be completed, you filed an appeal before the District Teachers Appellate Authority, wide appeal number 114 of 2011. यहाँ तक तो समझ में आई बात. उसके बाद क्या हुआ?
उसके बाद हुजूर वही ऑर्डर निकला.
नहीं
वो
नहीं,
एनेक्चर 1
एनेक्चर 1 छोड़िए, एनेक्चर
जी
1 में क्या
एनेक्चर 1 निकला और उसके बाद
एनेक्चर 1 में पढ़िए क्या निकला।
जी हजूर एनेक्चर 1
क्या सर
इसमें
पढ़िए।
एनेक्चर 1 योर लॉर्डशिप
हाँ पढ़िए, प्रासंगिक पत्र में
प्रासंगिक प्रासंगिक पत्र सेकंड पैराग्राफ योर लॉर्डशिप। पत्र में द्वितीय शिक्षक नियोजन वर्ष 2008 के संबंध में अभ्यर्थियों द्वारा ये दावा किया जा रहा है कि संबंधित नियोजन इकाई सिसवन के द्वारा विभागीय आदेश के आलोक में दिनांक 20/12/2010 को अभ्यर्थियों के बीच नियोजन पत्र वितरण नियोजन इकाई के द्वारा होना था, परंतु कुछ असामाजिक तत्वों के द्वारा नियोजन पत्र वितरण कार्य को बाधित किया गया। उसी क्रम में जिला शिक्षा अधीक्षक सिवान के आदेशानुसार नियोजन कार्य स्थगित कर दिया गया। पूर्व निर्धारित तिथि पर अभ्यर्थियों के बीच नियोजन पत्र वितरित नहीं किए जाने से अभ्यर्थियों के बीच असंतोष उत्पन्न होना स्वाभाविक है। नेक्स्ट 10 अभ्यर्थियों द्वारा नियोजन पत्र देने हेतु अपीलीय नियोजन इकाई सिवान से संबंधित है। प्रखंड शिक्षा पदाधिकारी सिसवन अपने पत्रांक स्वयंसो दिनांक स्वयंसो प्रतिवेदित किया है कि पूर्व से दिए गए आदेश के आलोक में 10 अभ्यर्थियों द्वारा नियोजन पत्र प्राप्त कर योगदान नहीं किया गया है, जो पद रिक्त रह गया है। प्रखंड शिक्षा पदाधिकारी के प्रतिवेदन से स्पष्ट हो रहा है कि इन 10 अभ्यर्थियों का नाम पैनल में है तथा काउंसलिंग कराए हैं। ये प्रूफ हो रहा है। अपीलीय प्राधिकार में कुल 9, ये 10 को हजूर 9 कर दिया अभ्यर्थियों का नियोजन पत्र वितरण किए जाने से संबंधित आवेदन न्यायालय को प्राप्त हुआ, जिनका विस्तृत विवरण निम्न प्रकार है। दिस इज द नेम ऑफ द कैंडिडेट्स। मेरा नाम 7 नंबर पर है।
पढ़िए दूसरे पैराग्राफ से, अभी बता देते हैं।
जी
संबंधित कुल 10 अभ्यर्थियों के अभिलेखों एवं समर्पित कागजातों तथा अभ्यर्थियों द्वारा शपथ पत्र के परीक्षण से स्पष्ट है कि उप अभ्यर्थियों के मेगा सूची माय लॉर्ड मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ अब पैराग्राफ। मानव संसाधन विकास
कागजातों के समीक्षोपरांत ये परिलक्षित होता है कि प्रथम काउंसलिंग की प्रक्रिया पूर्ण कर ली गई एवं अभ्यर्थियों से सहमति पत्र भी भरवा लिया गया। कार्यालय दंडाधिकारी अनुमंडल पदाधिकारी सिवान के न्यायालय द्वारा इस आशय का शपथ पत्र भी अभ्यर्थियों द्वारा जमा करा लिया गया है, जिसमें इस बात का स्पष्ट उल्लेख है कि अभ्यर्थियों द्वारा
That's okay. Now this is just a mechanical order. He doesn't refer to 9 or 10. He only makes a reference of 10 and then he lists 9 and he says that it should be. Now let us see the order dated 24/9/2014. आप इसमें you were appellant, you were the petitioner in case number 370 of 2013.
Yes, Your Lordship.
All right. Yes, पढ़िए।
ये 372 ना हजूर
370
एनेक्चर 6
नहीं अक्षर टॉप 2 पढ़ रहे हैं आप, फिर इधर उधर मत ले जाएं कोर्ट को, उससे यू विल नॉट गेट एनी ऑर्डर।
सॉरी
जो मैं कह रहा हूँ वो पढ़िए, या तो आप तैयार हो तो पढ़िए, नहीं तो मेरे साथ पढ़िए। आपने लिखा इधर उधर की बात है, एक जगह कोलेट नहीं किया है, and you want the court to pass an order, we will dismiss your petition if you don't argue according to the manner in which the court is wanting you to place the facts.
No, I'm trying.
इस अपील आप जो लिखना है वो आपने लिखा नहीं।
जी ये अपील, दिस इज पेज।
अब आपकी अपील डिस्ट्रिक्ट टीचर्स अथॉरिटी सिवान में 370 ऑफ 2013 थी। अब इसका पैराग्राफ 2 पढ़िए आप।
यस सर।
दोनों कोर्ट को आपने कंफ्यूज किया है, बिफोर डिस्ट्रिक्ट टीचर्स एपलेट अथॉरिटी एंड द स्टेट एपलेट अथॉरिटी, एंड यू हैव आल्सो ऑब्टेन्ड एन ऑर्डर फ्रॉम दिस कोर्ट in CWJC directing you to again go before the district teachers authority.
Yes your lordship, here the page।
yes मतलब सेकंड पार्ट को आप यस कर रहे हैं, अब मिसलीड करने वाले बात को आप यस नहीं कहें, उसको आप कहें कि नहीं मैं मिसलीड नहीं किया हूं। चलिए पैराग्राफ 2 पढ़िए इसका। ऐसे ड्राफ्ट नहीं किया था मिस्टर हिलाल
हजूर। ये जो है ना पेज 20
facts, from a maze of facts you have to take out the facts which are relevant for decision, and it has to be collated properly. This is no way, this requires to be thrown out. ये पहले का सिस्टम जो था ना, वो लिस्ट ऑफ डेट्स पहले बना one after the other, that used to be very convenient for the lawyers. उसको क्यों छोड़ दिया है आप लोगों ने ये तरीका?
जी हजूर, नहीं अब हो जाएगा हजूर, we will make correction ourselves।
चलिए अब पढ़िए, सेकंड पैराग्राफ से पढ़िए
हजूर। 24/9/14 का जो ऑर्डर है
उसी को
उसका जी
पढ़िए ना आप।
जी मेरा केस सिर्फ पेज 25 में रेफर किए हैं।
आपके केस को केवल आप रेफर करेंगे ना तो गलती हो जाएगी ऑर्डर्स में जो हुआ है। आप पैराग्राफ 2 पर।
ये इस अपीलवाद का संक्षेप में इतिहास है कि द्वितीय चरण शिक्षक नियोजन 2008 प्रखंड सिसवन नियोजन इकाई द्वारा नियोजन पत्र दिनांक 18/12/2010 को निर्गत किया जाना था, परंतु कुछ असामाजिक तत्वों द्वारा व्यवधान किए जाने के फलस्वरूप तत्कालीन जिला शिक्षा अधीक्षक सिसवन द्वारा नियोजन कार्य स्थगित कर दिया गया। पुनः प्रधान सचिव मानव संसाधन विभाग बिहार सरकार के आदेश ज्ञापांक स्वयं दिनांक स्वयं द्वारा प्राप्त शिकायतों अपीलों पर प्राधिकार को मामला निष्पादन हेतु आदेश दिए गए। उक्त आदेश के आलोक में प्राधिकार के तत्कालीन पीठासीन पदाधिकारी द्वारा कुल 145 रिक्तियों के विरुद्ध 164 अभ्यर्थियों को नियोजित करने हेतु नियोजित इकाई को विचार करने हेतु निर्देश किया गया। पुनः कालांतर में दूसरे स्तर नियोजन इकाई से वह संख्या बढ़ाकर 199 हुई। जाहिर है 145 रिक्तियों के विरुद्ध 199 अभ्यर्थियों का नियोजन होना अपने आप में कोई गलत विसंगतियों को जन्म देता है। दूसरे शब्द में यहाँ ये उल्लेख करना अप्रासंगिक नहीं होगा कि अभ्यर्थियों में एक होड़ सी हो गई और जिन्हें जिस स्तर पर मौका मिला अपने पक्ष में आदेश नियोजन प्राप्त कर लिए गए। उपयुक्त स्थिति उत्पन्न होने पर जिला स्तर पर जांच हेतु 30 सदस्यीय कमेटी का गठन किया गया तथा तत्कालीन प्रखंड शिक्षा पदाधिकारी सिसवन से स्पष्टीकरण की मांग की गई और अपने स्पष्टीकरण के साथ साथ तत्कालीन प्रखंड शिक्षा पदाधिकारी एवं प्रखंड विकास पदाधिकारी द्वारा संयुक्त हस्ताक्षरित 145 अभ्यर्थियों की सूची जिला स्तर पर भेजी गई। जिला स्तर पर उक्त 145 सूची में से 106 अभ्यर्थियों को सही करार करते हुए उनका नियोजन किया गया तथा 39 अभ्यर्थियों को संदेह डाउटफुल के घेरे में रखा तथा तत्कालीन प्रखंड शिक्षा पदाधिकारी के स्पष्टीकरण से संतुष्ट नहीं होने के कारण उनके विरुद्ध विभागीय कार्रवाई प्रारंभ करने हेतु विभाग को अनुशंसा की गई। इस बीच प्रखंड विकास पदाधिकारी सह कार्यपालक पदाधिकारी सचिवन द्वारा अपने आदेश ज्ञापक स्वयं दिनांक 2/1/13 से पूरे नियोजन में अनियमितता का उल्लेख करते हुए संपूर्ण नियोजन को रद्द कर दिया गया। कुछ अभ्यर्थियों द्वारा उक्त रद्दगी आदेश के विरुद्ध इस मामले में कुल 14 माननीय उच्च न्यायालय में चुनौती दी गई। माननीय उच्च न्यायालय द्वारा सुनवाई के बाद प्रखंड विकास पदाधिकारी सह कार्यपालक पदाधिकारी के आदेश को निरस्त करते हुए प्राधिकार में सुनवाई हेतु रिमांड किए गए। फलस्वरूप उक्त उल्लेख 12-1-1 टोटल 14 अपीलार्थियों द्वारा अलग अलग प्राधिकार न्यायालय में अपील वाद स्वयं दायर किए जो लंबे अरसे से विचाराधीन थे कि सुनवाई की गई। दोनों पक्षों को सुना। प्रथम पक्ष द्वारा दिए गए कागजात जो पूर्व से अभिलेख में सुरक्षित है वो निम्न है। नेक्स्ट मिलॉर्ड।
वो ठीक है, वो सब ठीक है। अब आइए।
जी हजूर।
उपयुक्त स्थिति से स्पष्ट है
उपयुक्त स्पष्ट है कि विपक्षी प्रखंड नियोजन इकाई द्वारा प्राधिकार को न तो सही ढंग से सहयोग किया गया और न ही इस मामले में विशेष अभिरुचि ही ली। अब चूंकि यह मामला एक लंबे अरसे से विचाराधीन है और विपक्षी द्वारा उचित सहयोग नहीं किया जा रहा है, ऐसी स्थिति में अब और समय नहीं देते हुए अभय पक्षों द्वारा अभिलेख में रखे कागजात साक्ष्यों का अध्ययन प्रशिक्षण किया गया। अभय पक्षों को सुनने तथा उनके द्वारा दिए गए कागजातों के अध्ययन प्रशिक्षणों से निम्न बातें उभर कर आती हैं। प्राधिकार द्वारा संपूर्ण नियोजन
इसको जरा सा ध्यान देकर पढ़ें। क को आप इसी में आ जा रहे हैं और ये ना कहीं इधर लिख रहा है ना उधर लिख रहा है ना काउंटर एफिडेविट में इसकी चर्चा हो रही है। प्राधिकार द्वारा संपूर्ण नियोजन रद्दगी, तो संपूर्ण नियोजन रद्दगी प्राधिकार द्वारा नहीं किया गया था, वो ब्लॉक डेवलपमेंट वो बीडीओ कम एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर ने रद्द कर दिया था, जिसके अगेंस्ट आप सब रिट में गए और रिट ने उस ऑर्डर को निरस्त कर दिया और भेजा वापस डिस्ट्रिक्ट टीचर्स अपीलेट अथॉरिटी के पास।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
बिल्कुल तो मैं समझा, लेकिन वो रद्दगी वाला आदेश डिस्ट्रिक्ट टीचर अपीलेट अथॉरिटी का कहाँ है? वो तो दिख नहीं रहा है।
नहीं तो हजूर कहा जाएगा तो मैं लगा दूंगा।
कहा जाएगा क्या? केस ही नहीं है आपका। योर फ्लॉगिंग अ डेड हॉर्स। अब आगे पढ़िए। ये बिना देखे हुए इसको रिट फाइल कर दिया और उन्होंने काउंटर एफिडेविट दे दिया। प्राधिकार द्वारा संपूर्ण नियोजन रद्दगी के पूर्व में निर्गत विभिन्न आदेशों के सभी 14 अपीलार्थियों के नाम शामिल नहीं है। अब अभी तक तो आपने पढ़ा है, उससे यही पता लगता है कि ये पूरा का पूरा नियोजन, चूंकि 100 प्राधिकार ने नहीं रद्द किया था, चूंकि पूरा नियोजन 145 सीट के लिए हुआ था और 199 लोगों की अनुशंसा प्राधिकार ने यूनिट ने कर दी थी, इस वजह से उसको रद्द किया गया। ठीक है, तो जब उस रद्द करने के पहले आप ये 14 जो फाइल किए हैं, जिसमें एक आप हैं 370 और 2013 वाले, आपका नाम उसमें शामिल नहीं है, ये स्टेटमेंट है। अब आगे पढ़िए।
प्रखंड शिक्षा पदाधिकारी एवं प्रखंड विकास पदाधिकारी के संयुक्त हस्ताक्षर से 145 अभ्यर्थियों की सूची जो जिला स्तर पर भेजी गई है, इसमें निसार आलम द पिटिशनर स्वयं सभी अपीलार्थी के नाम शामिल हैं। इसमें ये हजूर कह रहे हैं।
अब समझ गए। इसके बाद इन्होंने एक अलग से उसके अंदर एक नोट लिखा है, वो क्या है वो पढ़िए।
जी, अब ये जो नोट है, श्री निसार आलम द पिटिशनर के प्राधिकार से निर्गत आदेश वाद संख्या 114/11 दिनांक 1/6/11 के लिपिकीय भूल सुधार का दावा काल बाधित है। दैट इज ओनली।
ये 114 और 2011 काल बाधित है। अब ये तो हमें कुछ पता नहीं लग रहा है ये काल बाधित है, ये क्यों कह रहे हैं। आपका नाम यहाँ काट के निसार आलम का, अब आगे देखिए कि 145, आप हमें वो दिखाइए कि
जी
जब
हजूर।
डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल से ब्लॉक लेवल से जो 145 लोगों का नाम भेजा गया था, जिसको इंक्वायरी करके 106 लोगों का जेन्युइन पाया गया था, उसकी लिस्ट अगर आपके पास हो, उसमें आपका नाम हो, तो हम टंककीय भूल को सुधार करने की बात करेंगे।
है हजूर, है हजूर।
अब आप पढ़िए, इसको पढ़िए आगे।
अब उपयुक्त बिंदु क एवं ख पर विचार किया जाना है। जैसा कि इस अपीलवाद के संक्षेप इतिहास में उल्लेख किया गया है कि नियोजन पत्र दिनांक 28/12/2010 को दिया जाना था, परंतु व्यवधान होने के बाद सरकार के ज्ञापांक 207 दिनांक 21/2/11 द्वारा प्राप्त शिकायतों अपीलों पर प्राधिकार को ही ऐसे मामले पर विचार करना था। अर्थात 14 अपीलार्थियों के मामलों पर जब प्राधिकार का आदेश ही निर्गत नहीं हुआ तो नियोजन इकाई द्वारा ऐसे मामले में नियोजन नहीं किया जाना था, परंतु वर्तमान मामले में नियोजन पत्र निर्गत किया गया जो सरकार के दिनांक 21/2/11 के आदेश के विपरीत है। और जैसा कि इतिहास में वर्णित है कि 145 रिक्त के विरुद्ध 199 अभ्यर्थियों का नियोजन जैसे तैसे किया गया, जो कई गलत विसंगतियों को उजागर करता है। यही कारण है कि 14 अभ्यर्थियों के पक्ष में प्राधिकार का कोई निर्णय नहीं है और इन 14 अभ्यर्थियों के नाम 145 की सूची में दर्ज है।
पढ़िए आगे, सुन रहे हैं हम।
इस प्रकार 145 अभ्यर्थियों की सूची में 14 अभ्यर्थियों के नाम को दर्ज होने की मान्यता देने में प्राधिकार असहमत है। उपयुक्त वर्णित स्थिति में 14 अपीलार्थियों के मामले में नियोजन इकाई को पुनः नियोजन के संबंध में विचार करने हेतु आदेशित करना तर्कसंगत प्रतीत नहीं होता है। फलतः अपील संख्या 100 में उपयुक्त रेखांकित अंश क के आलोक में वादी के दावे को खारिज करते हुए इन तीनों वादों को निष्पादित किया जाता है।
आप आगे देखें। Mr. Hilal Ahmed, try and understand and don't just stick to what you have thought or what you have understood. Now you have read the entire order. The order which is there at Annexure 1, you say that your name was wrongly penned through, right?
Yes.
Now, if it were wrongly penned through, then so far so good, because it considered the name of 9 persons according to you. Though in the first part of the order, it talks about 10 persons. Now, whatever order was passed by the District Teachers Appellate Authority in case number 114 of 2011, this has not been ratified by the later order which you have just read. So therefore, it was better for you not to have your name included in this. The other persons whose names were included in this also, their claims have been rejected. तो इसमें कराकर आप करेंगे क्यों? अब बात नहीं समझा। ये 14 अभ्यर्थी जिसमें आपका भी नाम है, इसको सबसे पहले जो एनेक्सर 1 में है उसके द्वारा वितरित करने को कह दिया गया था इकाई यूनिट को कि इनको निर्गत करें पत्र। मामला डिस्पोजल नहीं हो सका, फिर दोबारा आया यहाँ, तो इसमें कहा गया कि साहब ये 14 के मामले में नियोजन इकाई को पुनः नियोजन के संबंध में विचार करने हेतु आदेशित नहीं किया जा सकता। तो आप उसमें फिर भी अपना नाम जुड़वाने को तत्पर हैं। अब हम ये नहीं समझे क्या मतलब है, ये तो कंफ्यूजन है। वो तो खारिज हो गया उन सारों की क्लेम, जिस लिस्ट में आप अपना नाम जुड़वाना चाहते हैं उस लिस्ट में से एक का भी केस नहीं अलाउ हुआ, सब खारिज हो गया। नो मतलब
वो जो 9 आदमी का जो नाम है 1-6 वाला में एनेक्सर 1 में सिर्फ मेरा ही नाम डिलीट हो गया, उसके वजह से फिर हमको ये लोग नहीं ये कर रहे हैं। उसके बाद
अब एक मिनट, इस 14 में कौन लोग हैं ये बताइए ना।
ये इस 14 में जो लोग हैं वो 9 वाले लिस्ट के सभी लोग नहीं हैं।
इसमें कौन कौन है? 9 वाले लिस्ट के नहीं है, तो आपका इसमें ऐड ही करने की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। इसका मतलब आपकी अपील ही नहीं थी। आपकी अपील तो थी, लेकिन इसमें कहते हैं कि 10 नियोजन पत्र का योगदान नहीं किया गया, जो पद रिक्त रह गया।
जी,
उसका क्या स्टेटमेंट दिया है कि आपने योगदान नहीं किया और पद रिक्त रह गया?
नहीं, हमने योगदान किया, मेरा अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर है, और उसके बाद हजूर सभी अपॉइंटमेंट्स को कैंसिल कर दिया। 1 सेकंड हजूर, सिर्फ सुना जाएगा। तो उस सभी अपॉइंटमेंट्स को रद्द कर दिया। उसके खिलाफ ऑनरेबल हाई कोर्ट आए और ऑनरेबल हाई कोर्ट ने उसको सेटिस्फाइड करते हुए रिमांड कर दिया, और फिर वहां पर जाकर के डिस्ट्रिक्ट अपीलेट अथॉरिटी ने सभी अपॉइंटमेंट्स को दोबारा रेगुलराइज कर दिए। क्योंकि मेरा जो है वो जो
ऑर्डर है।
जी हजूर,
वो ऑर्डर कहाँ है रेगुलराइज करने का? डिस्ट्रिक्ट टीचर्स अपीलेट अथॉरिटी।
हजूर हम दे रहे हैं।
कहाँ दे रहे हैं? आपने लगाया है?
जी जी जी।
नहीं, आपने तो पहला वाला लगाया है, और आपने फिर दूसरा लगाया है जो आपको कह रहे हैं कि निसार आलम के प्राधिकार से निर्गत आदेश दिनांक 16 में लिपिकीय भूल हो गई थी और आपने उसको ऐड कराना चाहा तो वो खारिज हो गया। वो
जी जी,
है?
पेज 61 में हजूर।
पेज 61।
जी,
उसको बाद में क्यों लगाया? स्टेट पेज 61। ये कब का ऑर्डर है?
जी हजूर, ये 14/6/2013 का है।
आप कितने नंबर पर हैं इसमें?
इसमें मेरा नाम इंक्लूड नहीं हो पाया बिकॉज ऑफ द कटिंग ऑफ माय नेम बाय नेक्चर 1।
ये तो बहुत लेट का है, तब तो ठीक ही कर। इसमें देखें क्या लिखा है।
जी हजूर, मैं हजूर पढ़ दूं?
नहीं, आप छोड़िए, आप इसको चेक करके आइएगा। मिस्टर अमित भूषण, टुमारो वी आर गोइंग टू हियर दिस मैटर along with the listed matters for tomorrow, right?
हजूर एक
कल बहस करिएगा मिस्टर हिलाला।
अब
एकदम एग्जैक्ट डेट्स हमें लिखकर बताएं और एग्जैक्ट पैराग्राफ बताएं। इनकी काउंटर एफिडेविट से हमें कोई मदद नहीं मिल रही है।
काउंटर एफिडेविट बोगस मैन।
इसमें कोई लिखा ही नहीं है, कुछ बैकग्राउंड फैक्ट्स।
नथिंग इज देयर मैन।
मुश्किल है ऐसे, और इन्हीं के पिटीशन से पता चल जाएगा।
My lord, as per the order of the State Appellate Authority,
tomorrow we'll see. In the meantime, please make a list of dates. Tell us which order was passed when in sequence.
My lord, in synopsis, my lord, in date and events, in synopsis, I have.
That's not appropriate. Make some effort today if you want this court to pass any order.
No, my lord, I will.
We are not going to, this court is not going to labor for you.
No.
It was not necessary for this. We would have dismissed this petition straight away.
Of course not, my lord. It is my job to assist your lordship, and I will try my best.
All right. So tomorrow we are going to hear you and decide this application.
Much obliged, your lordship.
If you have to file any document, anything, you can do so across the board. We will not keep it pending for long.
Of course, your lordship.
You're not working today? Are you working today?
No.
Since the letter was issued to you, according to you, you were appointed, you gave joining. Then what happened? How were you ousted?
I was ousted because the entire selection has been cancelled there.
So therefore, entire selection was cancelled in the first instance, and thereafter, all of them were reinstated except you.
Yes, your lordship.
कौन कहेगा? कहाँ से सीक्वेंस आप ला रहे हैं? इसको इधर से उधर कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, ट्रैवलिंग क्यों करेंगे इधर से उधर? हम तो सही बात बोलेंगे उनके सामने में। नौकरी मिलेगी या ना मिलेगी?
Not properly drafted,
बताइए, कल बताइए।
नहीं, नौकरी मिलेगी या ना मिलेगी, लेकिन हजूर के सामने तो सही बात रखेंगे।
ये सही आप अभी भी रख रहे हैं, लेकिन सीक्वेंस में नहीं रख रहे हैं, इसलिए
वो अलग चीज है हजूर, लेकिन सच्चाई तो यही है कि मैं सही रखूंगा।
all right, tomorrow we'll see. And Mr. you also go through the brief and assist the court.
No,
Mr.
I will make a brief also.
हजूर एक ही चीज अगर इफ योर लॉर्डशिप परमिट करें जाते जाते कि अपीलेट स्टेट अपीलेट अथॉरिटी ने सिर्फ पेज 34 देख लिया जाएगा।
वही सिर्फ पेज 34 में ही तो आप सब गड़बड़ कर दिया है।
नहीं हम कोई गड़बड़ नहीं करेंगे हजूर। वो कहा गया हमको कहा गया कि यू गो एंड मेक अ रिप्रेजेंटेशन टू द एम्प्लॉयमेंट अथॉरिटी। वी फाइल रिप्रेजेंटेशन एज पर ऑर्डर, बट दे हैव नॉट टेकन एनी डिसीजन ऑन दैट स्टिल।
Since we are deciding this issue, we will test the correctness of the appellate authority's order also.
Of course, your lordship. Of course.
This was just the expression used is that the state appellate authority has adopted a very cavalier approach. So you have come for addition of your name. He says go before the district teachers appellate authority. They will consider.
Yes.
What was the occasion for giving this direction? Why this direction was needed? Were you there in the list of 106 whose candidature was found to be genuine? No, nothing of this kind has been inquired into, and a direction has been issued by the state appellate authority. We are not going to endorse it, and we are not going to accept your claim also unless you demonstrate. Have you followed what the court is saying?
Yes, your lordship. I will try to demonstrate, your lord, before your lordship.
All right, next, Mr. Dharmraj. Tomorrow we are going to finish this.
Selective one, Mr. Vinay Kumar Misra.
Sorry, lordship, my friend is having some issue, lordship. That's why he is praying for only pass over.
You are for the petitioner?
Lordship, my friend is having some issue. On behalf of my friend, I am praying for pass over, lordship.
All right. Pass.
Selected to Mr. Bipin Bihari Singh.
Mr. Akhilesh Kumar Sinha, you are speaking, but you are not audible.
आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है सर, ईयरफोन निकाल के बोलिए, माइक ऑन कीजिए। माइक ऑन कीजिए सर, माइक डिवाइस का माइक ऑन कीजिए। ईयरफोन निकाल दीजिए सिस्टम से।
निकाल दिया निकाल। सिस्टम से भी ईयरफोन निकालिए, आपने केवल कान से निकाला है।
लगा ली।
तक आवाज पहुंच रही है आपकी? हम तक हमारी आवाज आप तक पहुंच रही है?
जी 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 जी।
मैं उनसे पूछ रहा हूँ मिस्टर अखिलेश, उनके फेशियल जेस्चर्स से भी समझ में आएगा कि मेरी बात। आप अपने अपैरेटस में से वो निकाल दीजिए, तब आवाज बाहर आएगी। लैपटॉप या मोबाइल जो भी है उसमें से हटा दीजिए ईयरफोन का कनेक्शन को। अब एक
माइक और कीजिए,
माइक वाला उसको प्रेस करिए।
माइक डिस्टर्ब।
चलिए कल करेंगे आप बहस, वी आर पासिंग इट ओवर। ये बोल रहे कुछ
सर, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है सर। आप आज का पासवर्ड और आपका केस कल बोलिए, कल कीजिएगा।
चलिए बंद करिए। ऑलराइट मिस्टर धर्मराज, टुमारो।
ओके।
Tomorrow please take instructions from me at 4:30. I'll tell you what is to the matters which have been mentioned and which have been uplisted, वो रहेगा। और that we will take up at 2:15 and then 2:15 या डिपेंड करता है क्या करेंगे, आपको उस पर देखते हैं। आप जस्ट आस्क मी the matters which have been uplisted। हाँ, ये भी बोल रहे हैं कुछ। Mr. Gyan Shankar, you are saying something?
Just due apology, Lordship. My lords, at the beginning of proceeding, my lords observed that from tomorrow, my lords will hear only mentioned matters, Lordship.
Yes, what to do?
So my list, my matter was in down the list, Lordship.
You make a mention,
just-
we will hear you.
My lord, on item number 100 is also, my lord, before your lordships, my lord. Only few minutes time, my lords will be going to explain, my lord. Only service of the petitioner has not been confirmed on that reason, my lord, since 2015 salary has not been paid to the petitioner, my lord, on the fault of the principal, my lord. So it may be taken up by the last case tomorrow, my lord.
कल तो हम देखेंगे आप मिस्टर
100 item number 100, my lord. Please, my lord.
एक मिनट बात तो सुन लीजिए।
हुजूर।
आप मेंशन करेंगे तो आपकी केस सुन लेंगे, लेकिन अब ऐसे हम टाइम नहीं रखेंगे, बेकार है ये। आपका मेंशनिंग हम एक्सेप्ट कर लिया अभी, आइटम नंबर 100।
My lord, yes, just first list, my lord. Link is also the, my lord.
Hold on for a minute,
Alright.
Mr. Court Master, item
Yes.
number 100 को to be mentioned में लगाइएगा on 24th।
Obliged.
चलिए, आपका क्या है मिस्टर ज्ञान शंकर?
Serial number 183, Lordship.
इनका भी लगाइए 20 कौन सा डेट है नेक्स्ट? अभी किसमें इनका लगाइए?
27 को लग जाएगा, वो 25 के लिए भी 2-3 केस लगा हुआ है।
27 को इनकी लगाई।
ओके,
मुझे बता दीजिएगा, लिस्ट दे दीजिएगा, so that
okay.
files are here when the case is called.
Okay.
All right, any other mentioning?
हमारे सीरियल 181 है जो
My lord,
ऑलरेडी
serial 100, that case is fixed for tomorrow, my lord. In this case, counter has not come, my lord. Therefore, may kindly grant 2 weeks time to seek instruction.
जब वो आ जाएगा सामने, जब आ जाएगा तब मेंशन करिएगा। किस दिन लगाया है आइटम नंबर 100?
कल के लिए रखा गया है, कल
24 को है सर, 24 को है।
24 आ जाएगा हुजूर। Very short matter, my lord.
सीरियल नंबर 181 में है, मतलब उसको ऑलरेडी सिमिलर मैटर ऑर्डर हाई कोर्ट से पास हो चुका है।
वो अर्जेंसी नहीं है। आप बताइए मिस्टर कुमार ब्रिजनंदन, यू आर आल्सो वेटिंग फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम। आपकी कोई अर्जेंट मैटर हो तो बताइए, लिस्ट लगा लें आप तो।
No, my lord, I was appearing on behalf of the respondent in serial 97, my lord.
रहने दीजिए, रेस्पोंडेंट का आप क्या करना है? अब वो सब
One serial 199 lordship. It is a transfer matter lordship on the ground that the wife is suffering from cancer. My rementioning has been allowed lordship. But since November it is not taking.
I have accepted your mentioning 199 करिए,
Lordship.
इसको लगाइए on 28th of January.
Okay.
And please send me the list of cases which I have listed, which I have directed to be uplisted, Mr.
Okay.
Courtmaster.
Okay.
And the file should be here. The case is found out that you have to send the files from the High Court.
Okay.
वो जगह से देख लीजिएगा, अगली डेट से नहीं तो बेकार है, ऐसे कॉल करने का कोई मतलब नहीं। All right.
सर जिनका भी मेंशन हुआ था वो अपना एक बेंच स्लिप भेज दिया तो अच्छा रहेगा सर।